Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, Konoha, Resurrect Senju, cut off Kushina at the beginning. Chapter 51. The day has come to marry Tsunade. Senju Takuya led the wedding team to Uzumaki Mito's courtyard early in the morning. Grandma Mito, I'm here to pick up Tsunade. Senju Takuya shouted. Little Takuya, Tsunade will be left to you from now on. You two should work hard to have a fat boy as soon as possible. Uzumaki Mito placed Tsunade's hand in Senju Takuya's eye, unconsciously a little wet. Unexpectedly, she could actually see her granddaughter get married. Little Takuya not only revitalized the Senju clan, but also solved his own worries. It is truly a gift from God to have such a man appear in the Senju clan. Don't worry, Grandma Mito. I will work hard. Senju Takuya laughed. With a face and figure like Tsunade's, there's no need to specifically tell her about this kind of thing. After picking up Tsunade on the sedan chair, Senju Takuya did not directly choose to return to his home. Instead, he led the wedding team out of the Senju clan and prepared to go around Konoha. After all, how could you not show off your ability to marry a wife like Tsunade? That's all. The wedding team walked down the streets of Konoha beating gongs and drums. Look, it's coming, Senju's wedding team is coming. I'm so envious. Even Tsunade-sama is married to the Takuya clan leader. So Tsunade-sama looks so beautiful when she dresses up. I'm so envious, with such a face and such a figure. I'm so jealous. Me too. Even if I have many wives, all of them are at the level of goddesses. Why is there such a big gap between this person and others? Sisters, we lost this time. Seeing the dressed-up Tsunade, the villagers in Konoha village were all envious. Super good looks and a great figure. Such a woman is simply impeccable. Countless men clutched their chests and looked in pain. Today, their goddess is about to take the shape of someone else. ... Snort. This guy is so arrogant. Shimura Danzo looked at Senju Takuya coldly. For some reason, he always felt that the last attack on the experimental base had something to do with Senju Takuya. Only, now Senju Takuya is getting harder and harder to deal with. Not only does it possess strong strength, but the power of its subordinates is also getting stronger and stronger. If this continues, Konoha will really be in danger. Thinking of this, Shimura Danzo's murderous intention became more and more intense. Originally, he wanted to wait until Uzumaki Mito died before taking action against Senju Takuya. But now, he couldn't wait any longer. It's time to talk to Sarutobi Hiruzen about getting rid of Senju Takuya. Senju Tribe Land. Chief Takuya, congratulations on a beautiful woman. Tsunade-sama's medical skills have saved many ninjas in our family. If you have any instructions in the future, just ask. Chief Takuya, please don't accompany us. Don't keep Tsunade-sama waiting. What are you talking about? Be careful, Tsunade-sama beats you up. Unknown currency A, unknown currency A, unknown currency A, unknown currency A, unknown currency A. At this wedding, almost all the clan leaders of each ninja clan came. Moreover, the expressions he looked at Senju Takuya were all flattering. After all, Uchiha clan, Akamiki clan, Nara clan, Yamanaka clan, Inazuka clan, Aburame clan. These families who have good relations with the Senju clan have all received opportunities for business cooperation with the Senju clan. In just a few months, I made a lot of money. This makes other ninjas jealous. Senju Takuya's prestige has naturally increased. It's easy to talk about. After Senju Takuya had a glass of wine with everyone, he went directly to the backyard. Hiruzen, look at him. If Senju Takuya continues to develop like this, will it be okay for us to say Konoha in the future? Shimura Danzo drank the wine in his hand with a gloomy expression. You have a point. However, it is not difficult for us to take action until there is sufficient reason. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. He doesn't think now is a good time to take action against Senju Takuya. Hiruzen, you are just too indecisive. Shimura Danzo said angrily. This old guy is good at everything, but his character is sometimes too weak. Do everything with caution. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen disagreed and there was nothing he could do. Equally depressed as Jiraiya. Minato, I finally understand how you feel. Oh, I didn't expect that Tsunade would choose a kid in the end. Ooh, I was so miserably deceived. At that time, they said Tsunade was Lily, but I actually believed it. I was so stupid. Jiraiya drank wine with a look of regret on his face. Who said Tsunade is Lily? It's simply too hateful. CJCH. Ah, teacher, you'd better drink less. Takuya is an excellent man, and it's no surprise that Tsunade-sama chose him. Namikaze Minato advised. After spending some time with Senju Takuya, he admired him very much. Regardless of appearance, size, talent, strength, Senju Takuya is impeccable in every aspect. Minato, you are just too gentle. Our master and apprentice really lost so completely this time. Jiraiya drank another glass of wine with a depressed expression. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Namikaze Minato smiled and shook his head. After realizing the gap between himself and Senju Takuya, he had already given up. Only, you need to think about this kind of thing yourself. So, watching Jiraiya drink one glass after another, he could only stay silent. Backyard. Senju Takuya came to the wedding room. Senju Takuya couldn't help but swallowed when looking at Tsunade, who was dressed in wedding clothes and dressed up carefully. Too awesome. Normally, Tsunade is already very beautiful when she is not dressed up. Tonight, it was even more amazing. And, when I think of that perfect figure, it will soon become a toy that I can play with at will. Senju Takuya couldn't help but feel excited. He came to Tsunade's side and gently put his hand on Tsunade's shoulder. Senju Takuya clearly felt Tsunade's body tremble, like a frightened little rabbit, and his whole body became stiff. Tsunade sister, you are so beautiful today. Senju Takuya leaned close to Tsunade's ear and whispered. Immediately afterwards, Tsunade's face and ears became visibly rosy. This scene, Senju Takuya couldn't help it. What are you going to do? As if feeling the change in Senju Takuya's eyes, the national player asked nervously. She sounds very weak, completely opposite to her usual appearance. Of course we are doing what a couple should do. Senju Takuya pushes Tsunade down. Don't you have to entertain guests? Tsunade asked in panic. It's still early, there's still time. Quote. Ding. Marry a wife, Tsunade, and get rewards. Perfect sage body, pure yang escape chakra, wood style blood succession limit, wood style grandmaster, 100 healings mark perfect. Ding. Be in love with Tsunade and get rewards. Physique +3, chakra +3, mental strength +3. Hearing the system prompt, Senju Takuya's face and Jonin couldn't help but reveal an excited smile. As expected of Tsunade, what a treasure. The reward this time was so generous that he was a little surprised. Perfect sage body. Originally his Uzumaki sage body was already powerful enough, but after transforming into the perfect sage body, his three-dimensional attributes became several times more powerful. To know, with his body, even if it were twice as strong, it would already be very terrifying. Now it has doubled several times. This kind of improvement. Even he himself felt terrible. Now, Senju Takuya felt that even the tailed beast's physique was not enough in front of him. There is also the pure yang escape chakra. When he married Uchiha Makoto, he had already acquired the yin escape chakra. Now I have obtained the yang escape chakra. So far, he already possesses yin-yang escape. As long as you give him some time, he will be able to generate all kinds of power in his body. It was because of this power that Uchiha Madara was able to have such a strong combat power during the Fourth Ninja War. As for the wood-style blood inheritance limit, there is no need to say more. All kinds of ridiculously powerful ninjutsu are like bugs. Finally, there's the 100 healings mark. The effect is similar to Tsunade's 100 healings mark, but the training difficulty is much simpler. There are no special requirements on the body. Perfect for staying young forever. Just right for my wife to practice. Senju Takuya couldn't help but nodded. He didn't want to watch his wife grow old one by one. But, can you get so many rewards from just one love affair with Tsunade? Constitution +3, chakra +3, mental strength +3. All three-dimensional attributes are +3, which is really a bit too powerful. This is a reward that can be obtained every day. Thinking of this, Senju Takuya pinched Tsunade's cheek. Bah, a kiss. Quote. Tsunade lowered his head shyly, picked up the quilt and covered his graceful body. Seeing this scene, Senju Takuya felt a little emotional. Woman is really a strange animal. Makoto has a gentle personality and is particularly charming every time he makes love. All kinds of ways of playing are welcome. But Tsunade, who has a carefree personality, is like a shy little girl when it comes to love. This kind of contrast, just don't be too tempting. Okay, I'll let you go today. I have to go out to entertain guests, so you should rest first. Senju Takuya pinched Tsunade's cheek and said, Tsunade nodded obediently and covered his head with the quilt. Seeing her like this, Senju Takuya resisted the urge to do it again and walked out of the room. Teacher, you have drunk enough. Please stop. Looking at Jiraiya, who was already drunk, Namikaze Minato couldn't help but persuade. Minato, you underestimate me. This little bit of wine is nothing. I am said to never get drunk after 1,000 cups of wine. Jiraiya burped and shook his head. Seeing him like this, Namikaze Minato could only shake his head and went to chat with Hata Yinshish. Really, I don't know how to drink a few drinks with the teacher to relieve my boredom. But, that guy Senju Takuya, he still wants to snatch Tsunade away even though he has so many wives. It really pisses me off. Jiraiya became more and more angry as he thought about it, so he picked up the wine glass and took a deep sip. At this moment, the commotion started again. Jiraiya looked over with drunken eyes, and happened to see Senju Takuya walking out of the backyard. Ha 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 ha. For more than an hour, the majesty of the Senju clan leader is really admirable. Congratulations, Chief Takuya, I offer you this glass of wine. Chief Takuya, with you, the Senju clan will be able to regain its former glory. Come, let's toast the Takuya chief cup together. After seeing Senju Takuya come out, all the ninja clan chiefs had ambiguous smiles on their faces. Tisk, tisk, tisk. It's so enviable to be able to marry a woman like Tsunade. It must be very exciting, right? Seeing the triumphant Senju Takuya, all the men present were filled with jealousy. You little devil, I'm furious. Hearing everyone's compliments, Jiraiya couldn't stand it anymore. The woman he has loved all his life has become someone else's wife. The anger level in his heart soared. Jiraiya slapped the table and walked up to Senju Takuya. Jiraiya-sama, what do you want to do? Seeing the angry Jiraiya, everyone immediately stood in front of Senju Takuya. Kid, do you just hide behind others? If you are a man, just give me a serious fight. Jiraiya shouted loudly. Jiraiya-sama, you are drunk. Yes, today is a happy day for the Takuya clan. How can you say that? Someone, help Master Jiraiya down. Everyone present advised him. Although Jiraiya looks unreliable, he is actually a strong cage-level player. If he wants to cause trouble, he will be in trouble. You guys, listen up. Toad Sage is a name that is hidden from the world. I want to hide something. Regardless of east, west, north or south, the entire world is invincible to the Sanin white-haired boy, Toad Messenger. Jiraiya-sama is a handsome man who can shut up even a crying child. How could I be drunk? As Jiraiya spoke, he made exaggerated movements and looked at Senju Takuya provocatively. HMPH, Hiruzen, this brainless disciple of yours is really surprising every time. Seeing Jiraiya making trouble, Shimura Danzo snorted excitedly. After Jiraiya made such a fuss, Senju Takuya was in a dilemma. If Senju Takuya agrees to Jiraiya's challenge, he will definitely be beaten. After all, although Danzo looks down on Jiraiya, he fully recognizes his strength. If Senju Takuya does not agree, his prestige will be damaged. Everyone knows that Jiraiya is Tsunade's suitor. If you were publicly provoked by the bride's suitors during your wedding, if you swallowed your anger, wouldn't it be a shame? Danzo, shut your mouth. Sarutobi Hiruzen scolded. But, the body didn't move much. Kid, do you dare to have a fight? Jiraiya continued to challenge. In this case, let's have a fight. In that case, let's have a fight. Looking at the provocative Jiraiya, Senju Takuya said calmly. Chief Takuya, Master Jiraiya is drunk, you must not act out of anger. That's right, let us handle this matter. There is no need to get angry with a drunkard. Chief Takuya, although you are also very strong, Master Jiraiya is a cage-level expert. Seeing Senju Takuya agreeing to Jiraiya's challenge, everyone tried to dissuade him. Chief Takuya is still too young. If he loses the battle with Jiraiya, the Senju clan will lose all face. Hatake Tsukumo and Namikaze Minato also came up. Takuya, leave this matter to me. Hatake Tsukumo looked at Jiraiya said coldly. With his strength, he is not afraid of Jiraiya at all. And Jiraiya this time, it was a little overdone. Jiraiya-sensei, how could you do such an outrageous thing? As a disciple, even if I try my best, I will definitely stop you from making any more mistakes. Namikaze Minato also stood in front of Jiraiya. Tsukumo, Minato, get out of the way. Today's matter must be resolved by me. Senju Takuya said calmly. If he is not as strong as Jiraiya, then of course he will not show off. After all, if you accept the challenge, losing will be even more embarrassing. But, with his current strength, it is very easy to defeat Jiraiya. So, accept the challenge with dignity and defeat Jiraiya. This is the best solution. And, being able to fight against a genuine cage-level strongman. Opportunities like this don't come around often. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Hatake Tsukumo and Namikaze Minato could only get out of the way. Kid, I won't show mercy later. Jiraiya saw that Senju Takuya actually agreed to his challenge, and Chenqing was a little surprised. Other side, is this looking down on him? I hope you can let me have more fun later. Jiraiya, come with me. Senju Takuya finished speaking and walked in one direction. Soon, everyone then came to an open space specially used for practice. Chief Takuya was still impulsive. It's too late to regret it now. Yeah, even if you don't accept Jiraiya's challenge, no one will say anything. Alas, if we lose later, we all have to give some comfort to Chief Takuya. It's okay to suffer a little loss when you are young. I hope Chief Takuya can learn some lessons from this incident. Seeing Senju Takuya and Jiraiya walking to the middle of the venue, everyone started talking. There are so many people present. No one thinks highly of Senju Takuya. Hiruzen, why don't you go up and try to persuade me? Shimura Danzo asked happily. He couldn't help but feel happy when he thought that Senju Takuya would be embarrassed in front of everyone later. This is Takuya's own decision, and we have to respect it. Sarutobi Hiruzen said calmly. Hypocritical guy. Shimura Danzo couldn't help but muttered. This old friend of mine is always able to stand on the moral high ground no matter what happens. Kid, are you ready? You can make the first move. Looking at Senju Takuya standing in front of him, Jiraiya said proudly. It's better for you to take action first. I'll take action first, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to take action. Senju Takuya said calmly. What an irritating guy. Jiraiya felt underestimated. He is Lord Jiraiya, who is known as the Konoha Sannin. This kid is too arrogant. Fire-style big flame bullet. Jiraiya formed a seal with his hands, and a large amount of fire oil spurted out from his mouth. At the same time, use fire-style ninjutsu to set it on fire. The power is several times that of ordinary, fire-style flame bullet. Fierce flames mixed with blazing heat rushed towards Senju Takuya. Seeing this scene, Senju Takuya raised the corners of his mouth slightly and quickly formed seals with his hands. Fire-style Howlong fire technique. A huge fire dragon rushed out quickly and collided with the big flame bomb. Boom! With a loud noise, the scene turned into a sea of fire. Little devil, show some strength. Fire-style fire dragon flame bullet. Seeing Senju Takuya blocking his attack easily, Jiraiya snorted. 3 huge fire dragons attacked Senju Takuya from different directions. Fire-style Long Yan Sing's technique. Facing the 3 huge fire dragons, Senju Takuya's expression did not change at all. With his hands forming seals, 4 equally huge fire dragons appeared out of thin air. 3 of the fire dragons collided with the fire dragon released by Jiraiya, and the other fire dragon quickly crashed into Jiraiya. Boom! With a loud noise, Jiraiya rolled to the side in embarrassment. Hateful. Looking at Senju Takuya who was standing still, Jiraiya looked a little ugly. Immediately, a new round of ninjutsu bombing began. However, facing the powerful ninjutsu that Jiraiya continued to release, Senju Takuya had no intention of avoiding it. Instead, he chose to stand still and confront Jiraiya head-on. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of ninjutsu clashing continued to sound, and the originally flat training ground became a mess. Hiss. Is Chief Takuya also that strong? In the ninjutsu battle just now, Chief Takuya was not at a disadvantage at all. What's more, Not only did Jiraiya not take advantage, he was obviously suppressed. I can only say that it is worthy of the blood of the Senju clan. Senju Takuya's performance made everyone open their mouths in shock. They didn't expect that Senju Takuya was so tough. Even Jiraiya was no match for pure ninjutsu. Hoo. Why does this kid have so much chakra? Jiraiya's expression was a little depressed. This cannot continue. The opponent is like a ruthless ninjutsu machine, constantly releasing various powerful ninjutsu. Simply pervert. Water-style water dragon bomb technique. Facing the fire-style attacking him, Jiraiya released a water-style ninjutsu. Fire and water collided, and countless mists steamed up, covering everything in an instant. Ninjutsu. Hair needle Senbon. In the fog, there was a sound of breaking through the air. Countless white hairs like steel needles pierced through the thick fog. Earth-style wall. Senju Takuya slapped his hands on the ground, and a wall of earth rose up, blocking all the white hair. Messy lion hair technique. Jiraiya appeared behind Senju Takuya, and his long hair quickly entangled him. Immediately afterwards, then he started a close fight with Senju Takuya. Interesting. Seeing Jiraiya trying to compete with him in taijutsu, Senju Takuya did not choose to dodge, but took the initiative to meet him. Close combat, but his strength. In an instant, the two of them were fighting each other. Boom. Jiraiya's movements are fast, but Senju Takuya's movements are even faster. And, not only is the movement fast, but the strength is also amazing. In just a moment, Jiraiya was completely put at a disadvantage. Too slow. After fighting for a while, Senju Takuya lost interest. A whip kick whipped Jiraiya away hard. Jiraiya rolled on the ground for dozens of meters before barely controlling his body. But the next second, Senju Takuya was caught up again and kicked away. Boom. After hitting several big holes in the ground, Jiraiya's body finally stopped. When he got up again, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. All go, what's going on? Jiraiya lost. How can Chief Takuya be so strong? Could it be that Chief Takuya is also a cage-level expert? Even a cage-level expert can't crush Jiraiya like Chief Takuya, right? Everyone present was shocked when they saw that Jiraiya was beaten so hard that he was unable to fight back. No one thought that Senju Takuya could completely crush Jiraiya in all aspects. As expected of the Takuya clan leader, Namikaze Minato couldn't help but sigh. He had long known that Senju Takuya would be very strong, but he didn't expect that he would be so strong. It seems, my worries are unnecessary. Hatake Tsukumo couldn't help but be a little surprised. Even he couldn't say that he could beat the speed that Senju Takuya showed just now. And, looking at Senju Takuya's appearance, it's obvious that he hasn't used his full strength yet. Little devil. Jiraiya stood up staggeringly and was kicked twice by Senju Takuya. He felt that all the bones in his body were cracked. Never admit defeat. Summoning technique. Jiraiya bit his fingers and slapped his hands on the ground. Boom. After a burst of smoke, a huge toad was summoned out. Jiraiya, you were beaten a little badly this time. Looking at the scarred Jiraiya, Gamabunta said in surprise. That's why I asked you to come out and help me. Jiraiya jumped on top of Bunta's head. Kid, don't say I bullied you, it's still too late to admit defeat now. Jiraiya looked down at Senju Takuya with a somewhat proud expression. With the help of Summoning Beast, he is almost invincible. Ordinary ninjas have no means to deal with giant summoning beasts like Bunta. It seems that you have run out of tricks. In this case, let's end this. Senju Takuya is a little uninterested. He now has a general understanding of his own power, so he has no interest in continuing to play with Jiraiya. Kid, are you still talking nonsense? Jiraiya laughed a few times and said. Whether that's a big lie or not, you'll know later. Senju Takuya chuckled, and the chakra in his body began to work crazily. A surge of vitality emanated from his body. Feeling this power, many ninjas present could not help but change their expressions. Especially Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, they looked at each other and saw the panic on each other's faces. This familiar feeling, could it be? Single quote. As if to verify their conjecture, Senju Takuya clapped his hands suddenly. Wood-style the birth of the tree world. With a low cry, countless thick trees broke out of the ground. In a blink of an eye, it grew into a towering tree. A large number of vines wrapped around Gamabunta and Jiraiya. Wood style. How can it be? Jiraiya couldn't help but exclaimed. Jiraiya, stop being dazed. Gamabunta drew out his huge long sword and started slashing continuously. But the trees made by wood style are very hard, and even if you want to cut them down, you have to use all your strength to do so. Not to mention Jiraiya. There was nothing he could do about the overwhelming vines. Soon, Gamabunta couldn't hold on any longer and took the initiative to cancel the summoning technique. And Jiraiya was also tightly wrapped around the trunk of the tree by vines, and the chakra on his body was also rapidly losing. Click, click, click. With a sound of bones cracking, Jiraiya's body was thrown to the ground like a puddle of mud. Jiraiya, please remember better next time, Senju Takuya said coldly. Although he wouldn't kill Jiraiya because of this. But, necessary lessons still have to be given. Looking at Jiraiya lying motionless on the ground, everyone present was silent. Compared to the rebirth of wood style, Jiraiya's life and death does not seem to be that important. I don't know how long it took for Namikaze Minato to react first. After carrying Jiraiya on his back, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared. Only then did everyone come back to their senses. Did I read it correctly just now? Chief Takuya uses wood style. That should be right. Look, the forest in front of you is still here. It can't be that we collectively fell under the illusion, right? Wood style. This is wood style. Oh my god, has Konoha had wood style again since First Hokage? It's just as rumored. It's really scary. Jiraiya and his summoning beast have no chance to resist in front of wood style. Clan Chief Takuya, how do you know wood style? Everyone looked at Senju Takuya as if they were looking at a monster. After all, this is wood style, the most powerful blood successor who calmed the troubled times of Sengoku. I accidentally awakened recently, so don't be so surprised. Seeing everyone's questioning looks, Senju Takuya explained lightly. After hearing his words, everyone couldn't help but be speechless. Good guy, accidentally awakened. Can such a powerful blood inheritance boundary be awakened accidentally? How could you be so careless? Please tell us all, please. Is this human language? Everyone complained inwardly. But, complaints are complaints. Everyone present had the same idea in their hearts. WWE, you must hug Senju Takuya's thigh tightly. Just like before Senju Takuya used wood style, everyone was shocked that he could defeat Jiraiya. But after knowing that Senju Takuya had awakened the wood style blood succession limit, everyone took it for granted. Even wood style has awakened, so what's so surprising about defeating Jiraiya? This is wood style's status in everyone's hearts. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo are terrifyingly dark-faced. The power they had tried so hard to gain was possessed by Senju Takuya. Now things are in trouble. Hokage building. Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were sullen and silent. I don't know how long it took, but Shimura Danzo finally couldn't bear it anymore. He stood up and slapped his palm on the table in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen, Senju Takuya has awakened wood style, we must control him. Shimura Danzo said coldly. I know, but, you have to find a reason, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of cigarette and rubbed his swollen temples. Reason, he severely injured Jiraiya. Isn't that enough? Shimura Danzo snorted coldly. The discussion was brought up by Jiraiya, and with so many people watching, Senju Takuya cannot be blamed for this matter. It's inappropriate to use this as a reason. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Then what do you think we should do? A power as powerful as wood style must be in our hands. After hearing Shimura Danzo's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen became silent again. After a while, when Shimura Danzo was getting impatient, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke. Why don't we send someone to assassinate Senju Takuya? Sarutobi Hiruzen said softly. Assassination of Senju Takuya. Hiruzen, you are so confused. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Shimura Danzo was speechless. Co-author, you have been thinking about it for so long and you just came up with such a solution. Even Jiraiya is helpless in front of Senju Takuya. Who has the ability to assassinate such a monster? Not even Orochimaru. Don't worry, the assassination is just a cover. As long as Senju Takuya dares to resist, we can take Senju Takuya back to the interrogation room on the grounds of investigation. When we get to the interrogation room, aren't we the ones who have the final say? Sarutobi Hiruzen said calmly. Shimura Danzo's eyes lit up when he heard 467. Yes, no matter what the reason is, as long as Senju Takuya takes action against the ninjas in the village, then they have reason to ask Senju Takuya to cooperate with the village's investigation. If Senju Takuya dares to refuse, he will directly label the other party as a rebel. Then the other party will definitely be obedient. Even if Senju Takuya really defected from the village, they would not lose. He has been coveting the property of the Senju clan for a long time. The village can also continue to be under their control. This kind of thing is very familiar to them. Then let's go. You and I each send a few ninjas to carry out this secretly. After Shimura Danzo finished speaking, he turned and left. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to smoke his pipe. It seems we still have to get rid of the Senju clan completely. This powerful family and powerful bloodline were too great a threat to the power in his hands. Maybe Danzo is right, he was too indecisive in the past. This time, he will no longer be merciful. Senju tribe land. In the reception hall, Chief Takuya, I wonder if you have anything to tell us when you call us all here this time. Uchiha Chishima was the first to ask. Today, he received a notice from Senju Takuya that he had something to discuss. When the results came, it was discovered that almost all the clan heads of Konoha were here. This also made everyone more curious about Senju Takuya's thoughts. I came here mainly to talk about cooperation. I'm planning to open an entertainment mall in Konoha village. I wonder if anyone is interested. Senju Takuya said straight to the point. Entertainment city. Senju Takuya's words left everyone confused. Just buy a piece of land and build a large square. In the square, open some karaoke bars, game halls, cinemas. Senju Takuya gave a brief introduction to everyone. Sounds like a great idea, I'm willing to invest. Me too, there is nothing wrong with following the Takuya clan leader. Chief Takuya, I will also participate. After listening to Senju Takuya's description, everyone enthusiastically started to sign up. For them, making money is secondary. The most important thing is to hold on to the Senju clan through this matter. With the Senju family's background, just a little bit of food would be enough to make many families salivate. Not to mention, listen to Senju Takuya's description. This so-called entertainment city seems to have great prospects. Seeing everyone's eagerness to try, Senju Takuya nodded with satisfaction. It seems, his decision to show wood style in front of everyone that day was not wrong. Now, almost all the families in Konoha followed his lead. However, Senju Takuya knows that just showing his fists is not enough. If you want to get everyone's support, you must come up with some benefits. Only with the binding of interests can everyone's alliance become stronger. So, Senju Takuya will share the plan to build an entertainment city. In the ninja world, the life of a ninja is very boring. After completing the mission, it's time to drink some wine and eat some barbecue. If you can build an entertainment city in Konoha village, you will definitely be able to make a lot of money. After a brief discussion with everyone, Senju Takuya cleared his throat. Everyone immediately became quiet. Everyone is here today, so I will take this opportunity to say something. My property is spread all over the ninja world, and I can't spend all the money I make every day. Follow me and I'll make sure you have fun and drink spicy food every day. However, since everyone is a partner, if anything happens in the future, everyone must fully support me. Senju Takuya said slowly. Don't worry, Chief Takuya, I will never go east if you ask me to go west. That's right, anyone who has a problem with the Takuya clan leader just has a problem with us. Chief Takuya, if you need anything, just tell us. Everyone clapped their chests and promised. They also roughly guessed some of Senju Takuya's thoughts. After all, this time almost all the clan heads of Konoha came, but no one from the Sarutobi clan or the Shimura clan came. The meaning is already obvious. Although, now Sarutobi Hiruzen is in charge of Konoha. But since the last time he protected Shimura Danzo, various families have become more and more dissatisfied with Sarutobi Hiruzen. And Senju Takuya not only showed extremely powerful strength, but also awakened the wood-style blood succession limit. Under such circumstances, everyone naturally chose to side with Senju Takuya. Ha ha ha, then I'll be relieved. A pleasure to work with. Senju Takuya smiled with satisfaction. With the support of various families, he doesn't have to worry about Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo using their status to pierce his hat. After all, Konoha was founded by the Senju clan. He wants to take it back, and he wants to take it back legitimately. Ding. Be in love with your wife Tsunade and get rewards. Physique +3, chakra +3, mental strength +3. Ding. Love with his wife Uzumaki Kushina, get rewards, constitution +1, chakra +1. Ding. With my wife. With a series of system prompts, Senju Takuya felt that his power was a little stronger. This feeling is really great. Kushina, did you spend every day like this before? Tsunade bit her lip and asked in a daze. Well, Sister Tsunade, just get used to it. Uzumaki Kushina said with a snicker. Hearing Uzumaki Kushina's words, Tsunade was speechless. Good guy, can you get used to this kind of thing? And, she now knew why Inuzuka Kiba and the others were all pregnant in such a short period of time. If you do this every day, it would be strange if you don't get pregnant. Construction has started recently on the entertainment city. I'll go take a look. Looking at the beautiful wife on the bed, Senju Takuya chuckled. After a night of struggle, not only did he not feel tired, but he became more energetic. Left the Senju tribe, Senju Takuya went to the entertainment city for a tour. On site, the work was in full swing. If this rate continues, the entertainment city will begin to take shape within a few months. After a brief look, Senju Takuya walked towards the forest above the Hokage Rock. Soon, Senju Takuya came to the top of Hokage Rock. There are dense forests everywhere here, and generally no one comes here. Senju Takuya leaned leisurely against a tree. Immediately afterwards, a dozen ninjas wearing cat face masks appeared in front of him. Coming. Seeing these ninjas, Senju Takuya's lips curled up slightly. These guys have been following him for so long, and he wants to see what kind of medicine is in their gourd. Senju Takuya, by order of Hokage-sama, please come with us. The leading ninja said coldly. Show me the warrant. Senju Takuya said calmly. This is Lord Hokage's command. Again, come with us. Anbu ninja's emotionless voice sounded again. Then I won't go with you. Senju Takuya shook his head and refused. In this case, don't blame us. Do it. Following an order, a dozen Anbu ninjas instantly launched an attack on Senju Takuya. Wood-style thorn kill technique. Facing the attacking Anbu ninja, Senju Takuya formed a seal with his hands. Countless trees sprouted from the ground. In just a moment, all the Anbu recognizers were under control. The controlled ninja tried to struggle, but found that he couldn't break free at all. The trees created by wood style are not only dozens of times tougher than ordinary trees, but can also absorb the enemy's chakra to strengthen themselves. So, once entangled in wood style, there is basically no possibility of breaking free. Too weak. Following Senju Takuya's words, the trees surrounding the Anbu ninja began to shrink. Click. With the sound of bones breaking and screams, more than a dozen ninjas all lost their lives in an instant. Only, Senju Takuya did not choose to leave. He had already guessed what Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were thinking. The other party will never send people here to die in vain. Thinking about Senju Takuya. In this way, after he killed all Anbu's ninjas, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo rushed over with their own men. Senju Takuya, how dare you attack Anbu? As soon as Shimura Danzo arrived, he pointed at Senju Takuya and shouted sharply. Takuya, what the hell is going on? Sarutobi Hiruzen also frowned and asked. Master Hokage, there are no outsiders, so stop pretending. Senju Takuya said calmly. Presumptuous. Senju Takuya, how dare you speak to Hokage like that? You killed Anbu's ninja. You must come back with me to accept the village's investigation. Shimura Danzo said coldly. Oh, what if I say no? Senju Takuya raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Shimura Danzo. Seeing Senju Takuya's eyes, Shimura Danzo took a step back unconsciously. He felt an extremely dangerous aura from Senju Takuya. Even though this time he was surrounded by dozens of carefully selected elite ninjas, he still didn't feel any sense of security. Protect Lord Danzo. The root ninja also blocked Shimura Danzo behind as if facing a formidable enemy. Takuya, Don't be impulsive. The village just wants you to go back and assist in the investigation. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and said. But Senju Takuya still just smiled and shook his head. Senju Takuya, you don't even obey Hokage-sama's orders, do you want to be a rebel ninja? Uchiha Kaharu and Midokado Homura, who came together, shouted coldly. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Nearly 100 Anbu and root ninjas also took out their weapons and were ready to attack at any time. Rebel, A unknown currency A unknown currency A unknown currency A unknown currency A. Seeing the nervous looks of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo and others, Senju Takuya laughed a few times and then clapped his hands gently. Immediately afterwards, nearly 100 people walked out from the depths of the forest. Uchiha Chishima, Nara Shikaku, Akamaiki Dingza, Hyuga. These people are all the clan heads of various families in Konoha. After they came out, they walked directly behind Senju Takuya. Although he didn't say anything, it was immediately obvious. Master Hokage, I want to ask you, you brought so many people to arrest me today. Could it be that you want to be a rebel? Senju Takuya said calmly. Lord Hokage, why are you rebelling? Nearly 100 clan leaders from various Konoha families behind him also shouted in unison. Hearing their words, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head in shock. At this moment, he felt that his worldview collapsed. Good guy, he is Hokage, the most powerful person in Konoha village. What a heck of a rebellion he made. Shouldn't it be you guys who are rebelling against the Hokage? Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Kaharu, Midokado Homura are also all inexplicable. They are clearly the ones in charge of Konoha. Words like rebellion and rebellion are used on them. Is this appropriate? Is this reasonable? Senju Takuya. I am the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth. That's right, I didn't say you weren't a Hokage. Senju Takuya shrugged. Master Hokage, you must remember this. Hokage is the Hokage of Konoha. It is part of Konoha, but not all of it. If you are still stubborn, I can only define you all as traitors. Senju Takuya's tone was full of playfulness. Starting today, the Senju clan will once again return to the center of Konoha power. From now on, he has the final say in Konoha's affairs. It's really nice to feel like you're giving someone else a bad rap, but the other person has nothing to do about it. After hearing Senju Takuya's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen was filled with fear. Because he knew that what the other party said was true. In Konoha, the support of each family is very important. When Konoha was founded, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara initially decided that Uchiha Madara would be the first Hokage. However, under the insistence of various families in Konoha, even Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara had to give in the end. This is true for those two people, let alone him. After recognizing the situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen became so furious that he vomited a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. PFF'd. Sarutobi Hiruzen spit out a mouthful of blood, and he fainted due to the rage in his heart. Lord Hokage, seeing this scene, Anbu, who was behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, immediately stepped forward to support him. Quick, send Hokage-sama to the hospital. Anbu's ninja glanced at Senju Takuya, and after realizing that the other party had no intention of stopping him, they rushed towards Konoha Hospital with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo, what do we do? Uchiha Kaharu and Midokado Homura looked at Shimura Danzo, looking a little flustered. What happened today was something they had never thought about. I originally thought that just like usual, if I stood on the commanding heights and said a few words, the other party would be at ease. I didn't expect that things would develop to this point. Let's go too. Shimura Danzo gritted his teeth. He knows. It's a failure today. The Hokage family, represented by him and Sarutobi Hiruzen, has completely lost the support of the Konoha shinobi clan. Next, if you can't plan well, then they will become Senju Takuya's playthings. Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Kaharu, Midokado Homura and others led their men away one after another. Seeing their fleeing figures, everyone present felt at ease. Especially Uchiha Chishima and Hyuga Hiyashi. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen and others came to power, the suppression of the Uchiha clan and Hyuga clan has been the most severe. But due to the identity of the other party, Hokage, they could only swallow their anger. Today, finally let out a fierce breath of anger. Chief Takuya, are you going to let them go like this? How about we go back and jointly issue a statement to destroy Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage? Uchiha Tsukuyomi said excitedly. No hurries, what I want is for their reputation to be ruined and their family to be destroyed. Now the fun has just begun. Senju Takuya said calmly. Now, although he could unite with the ninja clan of Konoha to destroy Sarutobi Hiruzen. But, that's not the result he wants. After all, in the hearts of most civilians, the reputation of the Hokage series is still very high. Especially Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the eyes of most people in Konoha, he is a kind, amiable and lovable Hokage. The image that Sarutobi Hiruzen had built up for 29 years was completely destroyed. Let the other person also experience the feeling of watching the family wither and with nothing to do. This is the result he wants. Otherwise, with his strength, wouldn't it be easier to just find an opportunity to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo? After hearing Senju Takuya's words, everyone was secretly frightened. Senju Takuya is definitely not to be messed with. This guy, whether it is scheming or strength, it is too terrifying. Even people like Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were played to death, let alone them. For a time, Senju Takuya's prestige in everyone's hearts has once again increased. Senju Tribe Land. Takuya, I have some good news for you. Tsunade rushed to Senju Takuya. What good news? Senju Takuya asked a little strangely. Makoto is giving birth. After Tsunade finished speaking, he pulled Senju Takuya and walked towards the direction of Konoha Hospital. Soon, the two of them arrived outside the delivery room. Uzumaki Mito, Uzumaki Kushina and others are already waiting. Takuya, you're here. Uzumaki Kushina came forward with a very happy look on her face. How's it going? Senju Takuya asked. I've been in there for a while, I think I'll be out soon. Uzumaki Kushina smiled. Hearing her say this, Senju Takuya nodded secretly. After waiting for a while, a loud cry came out. Gave birth. Hearing the child's cry, Uzumaki Kushina and others couldn't help but get excited. But not long after, a cry that was different from the previous ones sounded again. Why are the cries different these two times? Tsunade was keenly aware of the abnormality, and Jonin couldn't help but have a look of surprise on his face. The others also opened their mouths as if they had thought of something. Not long after, the door to the delivery room opened. Uchiha Makoto was pushed out. In her arms, she held a child on each side. They are actually twins. Makoto, you are too awesome, aren't you? Uzumaki Kushina said in surprise. She felt something was wrong just now, but she didn't expect that Uchiha Makoto actually gave birth to two children at once. Kushina, calm down. Let Makoto talk to Takuya. Tsunade pulled Uzumaki Kushina aside. Sorry, I'm a little too excited. Uzumaki Kushina stuck out her little tongue. Her biggest wish is to revive the Senju clan. Now that her best friend has given birth to two children at once, she is a little too happy. Fortunately, Uchiha Makoto knew her character and didn't think much about it. I'm so happy, both are boys. Uchiha Makoto's eyes shed 2 lines of tears. Not only did she help Takuya give birth to a child, she also gave birth to 2 boys at once. The Senju clan has grown a bit stronger. Makoto, thank you for your hard work. Senju Takuya wiped Uchiha Makoto's tears and comforted him softly. Master, Takuya, it's up to you to name our child. The one on the left is the elder brother, and the one on the right is the younger brother. Uchiha Makoto's mood slowly calmed down. In front of Uzumaki Mito, she was too embarrassed to call out the word, master. Then let's call my brother, Itachi. Senju Itachi. As a younger brother, let's call him Sasuke. Senju Takuya still followed the previous naming method and directly took out the names of Itachi and Sasuke. It's a very nice name, I like it very much. Thank you, Zai. Uchiha Makoto said happily. She has an indescribable fondness for these 2 names. Ding. Children +1, get rewards. Physique +10, chakra +10, mental power +10. Mangekyo Sharingan, Tsukuyomi, Amaterasu. Ding. Children +1, get rewards. Physique +10, chakra +10, mental power +10. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Flame Control. The system prompts sounded in his mind, and the power of Senju Takuya's eyes began to increase rapidly. A pair of scarlet 3-tomo Sharingan rotated rapidly. Soon, it turned into a special pattern. Haha, I actually directly own the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. It's really good. After closing the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Senju Takuya slowly opened his eyes. He is also very satisfied with this reward. Okay, Makoto, you just gave birth, so you should be tired. Go and take a rest. Uzumaki Mito said kindly. I got it, Grandma K. Uchiha Makoto nodded obediently. After everyone left, Uzumaki Mito patted Senju Takuya on the shoulder. Little Takuya, thank you so much. After I leave, there will be nothing to worry about. Uzumaki Mito's eyes narrowed with laughter. She is really grateful to Senju Takuya. The other party not only allowed her to live 10 more years, but also took good care of both Tsunade and Kushina. Little Takuya awakened to the wood style, and the first few babies were boys. It seems that even God is hinting that the Senju clan will definitely prosper in the future. In the past, she was afraid of worrying about these things every day. He was afraid that after his death, the Senju clan would decline again. Now, she finally has nothing to worry about. Grandma Mito, don't worry. I won't let you leave so easily. You have to watch the Senju clan regain its former glory with your own eyes. Senju Takuya smiled. In the past, he had no choice. But now, after mastering reincarnation, it is not difficult to keep Uzumaki Mito alive. Senju Tribe Land. Tsunade sat on Senju Takuya's lap with a complicated expression. What's wrong? Senju Takuya asked. That Jiraiya guy left the village. He said he won't come back until he finds the Son of Prophecy. Tsunade said softly. Although she didn't have any thoughts about Jiraiya, she was still a little depressed because her childhood companion chose to leave the village. Yeah, that's best. Senju Takuya actually thinks it's pretty good. Otherwise, if he saw Jiraiya another day, he might beat him up again. How dare you cause trouble at your own wedding? He is still angry. Smelly brother, let's not talk about Jiraiya. What are you busy with recently? Tsunade looked at the pile of papers on Senju Takuya's desk and asked curiously. I'm going to start a newspaper. Senju Takuya smiled. Newspaper office. What it is? Tsunade asked a little confused. A newspaper is a news dissemination institution. Its role is to collect, edit and publish newspapers. What's a newspaper? Tsunade became more and more confused the more he listened. A newspaper is a kind of regular publication. Senju Takuya told Tsunade in detail about the newspaper office and the newspaper. Finally, Tsunade finally figured it out. Takuya, why did you suddenly think of getting this thing? Tsunade asked softly. Of course it's to control public opinion. Senju Takuya shrugged. Now, Konoha is already under his control, but Sarutobi Hiruzen and others are still Hokage in name only. He wants to discredit Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. That first step, of course it's about controlling public opinion. But he looked down upon the common practice of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo of sending people to secretly spread gossip. So, Senju Takuya decided to create a newspaper. A newspaper is published every day, and various interesting stories, news about the ninja world, and serialized novels are published in the newspaper. Through various contents, we will attract the villagers of Konoha. Wait for the opportunity. Mature. Casually publish some articles about Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo and others in newspapers. It's just a piece of cake to ruin their reputation. And, as the circulation of newspapers gradually increases, some businesses will definitely be attracted to place advertisements in newspapers. At that time, bidding will be conducted through mutual bidding. Making money every day is not a problem. Smelly brother, no matter how long your brain is, you can think of such things. Tsunade said with some admiration. What's this? What I'm best at is not doing these things. Senju Takuya said proudly. Yeah, then what are you most powerful at? Tsunade asked a little blankly. You don't know what I'm most powerful about. Senju Takuya chuckled, and his hands began to become dishonest. Ah, you, let me go quickly, it's broad daylight. Tsunade bit her lower lip tightly, her face immediately turned red with embarrassment. Oh, you are so bad, you just know how to bully me. Big pervert, at least go to the room. Dirty brother, can you please stop interrupting when I'm talking? 1 month later, Konoha newspaper was officially established. In order to get off to a good start, Senju Takuya personally promoted the Konoha newspaper. This successfully aroused the curiosity of the people of Konoha village. They all want to know what it is that makes Senju Takuya promote it so hard. Especially when they learned that the price of a newspaper was not much more than a bowl of rice. On the day the newspaper was released, there was a long queue at the door of the newspaper office. Almost all the villagers in Konoha came to line up to buy newspapers. Some who couldn't come also asked other partners to help buy them. Regarding this popular phenomenon, Senju Takuya nodded with satisfaction. He had confidence in what was in the newspaper. I believe that after reading the newspaper, these villagers will definitely develop the habit of reading newspapers. The fact is, as Senju Takuya thought, after reading the first newspaper, the villagers were all attracted by the content on it, and many people directly chose the annual subscription. For a time, the contents of the newspaper were all discussed in the streets of Konoha. If you haven't read the newspaper, then sorry, you can only listen to others talk loudly, and you can't say a word yourself. Read today's newspaper. The ninja world has not been peaceful recently. A companion was killed on the way to the mission, and his teammates decisively took on the responsibility of taking care of his companion's wife. Woo woo woo, it's so touching. The newspaper said that there is an Ichiraku ramen shop that tastes very good. Let's try it together some other day. Similar discussions abound. The restaurants listed in the newspapers were all full. This made many businessmen see the potential of newspapers and competed to bid, spending a lot of money just to buy an advertising space in the latest issue of the newspaper. This also made Senju Takuya a lot of money. After all, as long as you get the content right, there is no big cost for running paper. In addition, it is worth mentioning that the most popular novel in the newspaper was Jiraiya's serialized novel, The Legend of Ninja Perseverance. This was somewhat unexpected by Senju Takuya. The heads of many families approached Senju Takuya and wanted a piece of the pie. Only, this time Senju Takuya didn't agree. After all, this kind of thing, it's better to have complete control in your own hands. In addition to the commercial value, what shocked everyone in Konoha the most was Senju Takuya's use of newspapers to clear the name of the Uchiha clan. This is also the first time that this public opinion weapon has shown its strength in front of everyone. Senju Tribe Land, chief of the Chiandao clan, you suddenly came to see me. Is there something wrong? Senju Takuya looked at Uchiha Chishima and asked strangely. Chief Takuya, there is indeed something I want you to help with. Uchiha Chishima sighed. Chief Takuya, you also know that the Uchiha clan is in an embarrassing situation in the village now. Many villagers are unwilling to have anything to do with ninjas from the Uchiha clan. Obviously the clan that founded Konoha is now being ostracized by the entire village. Oh, I really have no choice. Chief Takuya, you must help me. Uchiha Chishima said with a sigh. No way. Ever since second Hokage Senju Tobarama established the Konoha police force, the reputation of the Uchiha clan has become worse and worse. Later, there were decades of suppression by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Now, it would be no exaggeration to say that the ninjas of the Uchiha clan and the ninjas in the village are hostile to each other. Even in the recently opened entertainment city, no one is willing to go to the stores run by the Uchiha family. If this situation continues, no matter who is in power in the future, the situation of the Chen Zia family will not be easy. So, in desperation, Uchiha Chishima had to find Senju Takuya, hoping that he could help. After hearing Uchiha Chishima's words, Senju Takuya hesitated. Chief Takuya, if you can help the Uchiha clan improve their current situation, I am willing to return all the original copper mines. Uchiha Chiandao gritted his teeth and said, although 10 copper mines are valuable, for the future of the Uchiha clan, this price is nothing. Since the leader of Chiandao clan is so sincere, then leave this matter to me. Senju Takuya said calmly. 10 copper mines were his betrothal gift when he was Uchiha Makoto. Now, isn't this coming back? Great, then I'll wait for the good news from Chief Takuya. Uchiha Chiandao originally came to Senju Takuya with the attitude of giving it a try, but he didn't expect that the other party actually had a solution. Only, Seeing Senju Takuya agreeing so happily, Uchiha Chiandao felt a little unsure. Can the things that have troubled me for so many years really be solved? The next day, Konoha newspapers are released as scheduled. What is different from the past is that, this time, nearly a quarter of the newspaper's page is occupied by one article. The content of this article introduces the origin of Konoha village in detail. From the Sengoku period, the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan killed each other. To Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara's unexpected success. The two fell in love and killed each other for many years. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara worked together to defeat Sengoku and joined forces to build Konoha's glory. As well as, after the founding of Konoha, the ninjas of the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan fought bloody battles to protect the village. In addition, the article also focuses on the unique character of the Uchiha people. Because of the influence of Sharingan, I will become aloof and arrogant, but my heart is full of love and very upright. There is a saying that is very good. If you have a good relationship with the Uchiha guy, then you must listen to what he says. It is precisely because of this that the Utomichiya clan was assigned the task of maintaining public order in the village by Second Hokage. Coordinate with such comments and some related deeds. After the newspaper is published, it soon caused a great response in Konoha. I didn't expect that the Uchiha family has paid so much for the village. Ha 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 ha. It turns out that the guys in Uchiha are all a bunch of tsuneres. If you have a good relationship with the Uchiha guy, then you must listen to what he says. No, I'm laughing so hard. Now that I think about it, isn't it because the guys from the Uchiha police force are so unpopular because they handle problems so meticulously? The Senju clan united with the Uchiha clan to bring down the ninja world and create a one country one village system. This is so passionate. Third generation Sama is known as the strongest Hokage, but is he really stronger than the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara who have crushed an era? Uchiha has made so many contributions to the village and has character flaws. We should all be more tolerant of them. Yes, after knowing the story of first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, I want to find a proud Uchiha tribesman to make friends with. Under the deliberate guidance of newspapers, the reputation of the Uchiha family changed almost overnight. After all, as the founder of Konoha, he has made so many contributions to the village. Such a clan should be worthy of respect. Even. Many villagers are very interested in the tsunere attributes of the Uchiha clan, and they can't help but want to make friends with the Uchiha ninjas. Of course, although it was mainly to rectify the name of the Uchiha clan, the prestige of the Senju clan also increased a lot. Senju Takuya is very satisfied with this immediate effect. As for the others, almost all of them were dumbfounded. Uchiha tribe land. It actually happened. As expected of the Takuya clan leader, I am really convinced this time. Uchiha Chiandao looked at the newspaper in his hand, with an excited smile on his face. Today, when he went shopping in Konoha village, many villagers took the initiative to say hello to him. There was a look of respect all over his face. He had never experienced this kind of treatment before. As long as the Uchiha clan members are restrained. After, there is no need to worry about the Uchiha clan being ostracized by the villagers anymore. Father, how can you willingly submit to Senju Takuya? The honor of the Uchiha clan does not allow us to bow to the Senju clan. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly spoke, snapped. What he responded to was a loud slap in the face. You idiot, still can't you see the situation clearly? Senju Takuya is more sophisticated than first Hokage back then, and we are not Uchiha Madara back then. I tell you, Senju Takuya is not something we can offend, please keep your thoughts to yourself. If the Uchiha clan gets into trouble because of you, I won't forgive you even if you are my son. Uchiha Chishima snapped. He knows, because of Uchiha Makoto's incident, Fugaku has always been full of hatred for Senju Takuya. So he had to give his son a beating. Otherwise, if Fugaku does something drastic, the Uchiha clan will surely fall from heaven to hell again. Uchiha Chiandao has already realized what happened this time. Senju Takuya, you must not mess with him. Go back to your room and reflect. Uchiha Chishima waved his hand impatiently, but he didn't notice that Uchiha Fugaku's pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan were spinning crazily. The other clan leaders in Konoha also had the same idea as Uchiha Chiandao. After they learned about the Uchiha clan's reputation reversal, they were all surprised and couldn't open their mouths from ear to ear. Just one day can change the villagers' view of the Uchiha clan so much. This kind of power is really terrifying. For a time, the heads of many families came to visit the Senju clan with gifts. I hope Senju Takuya can say a few good words for his family in the newspaper. Hokage Building. Hokage Office. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo looked gloomy and terrifying. In front of them was the latest issue of a newspaper published by Yi Newspaper. I didn't expect that such a simple newspaper could have such great power. Danzo, what do you think? Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked his pipe and said melancholy. Things like this that can easily guide public opinion must be controlled in our hands. Shimura Danzo said coldly. As an expert in manipulating public opinion, he is very sensitive to this matter. The appearance of newspapers made him feel a huge crisis. Because, after the reputation of the Uchiha clan became better, he once sent people to try to spread bad words about the Uchiha clan as before. But, those who were sent out just said a few bad words about Uchiha and were almost beaten up by the villagers. The methods he used in the past could not be used at all. Unless everything is broken, with Senju Takuya's current power, we will not be able to touch the Konoha news agency. You go back first and let me be alone. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have aged 10 years suddenly, and his whole spirit had disappeared. He is panicking now. Newspapers can guide public opinion to rectify the name of the Uchiha family, but they can also guide public opinion to destroy his reputation. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a vague premonition. Konoha newspaper was founded by Senju Takuya to deal with him. Only, there was nothing he could do about it. Now there is no one left in his hands that can use it. Hiruzen, I won't give up. Shimura Danzo snorted lightly, turned and left. Gen also has hundreds of elite ninjas loyal to him. Big deal. Later, he defected to Konoha with his men. As long as the Green Hills remain, there is no need to worry about running out of firewood. As long as he is alive, one day he will become Yi's shadow. A few more days passed. Yamanaka Ono, Akamaiki Ryoko, and Nara Miki all gave birth. At first, they married into Senju together. Did not expect. Even giving birth to the baby was on the same day. Inside Konoha Hospital, Senju Takuya, Uzumaki Kushina and others were waiting outside the delivery room. Not long after, the baby's cry began. Akamaiki Ryoko and others were pushed out of the delivery room, each holding a baby in their arms. Ding! Children +1, get rewards. Physique +10, chakra +10, mental power +10. Summoning technique 9-faced Su-Poke. Ding! Children +1, get rewards. Physique +10, chakra +10, mental power +10. Wind style big spiral U. Ding! Children +1, get rewards. Physique +10, chakra +10, mental power +10. The 5 escape ninjutsu are strengthened by 100%. A series of system prompts sounded, and the smile on Senju Takuya's face became even wider. Getting 3 rewards at once made him feel good. Ju Mian Su. Poke is the summoning technique. Able to summon green, black, white, red, empty, south, north, 3, jade. 9-faced beasts. Each beast has a particularly powerful ability. The Great Spiral Rinyu is a ninjutsu comparable to the Super Shinra Tensei. Menma once used this move to destroy the entire Konoha. As for the 100% enhancement of the 5 escape ninjutsu. To put it simply, it is the water style, fire style, earth style, wind style released by Senju Takuya. The power of these ninjutsu has been doubled. Takuya, hurry up. It's time for you to pick your name again. Uzumaki Kushina looked at Senju Takuya in a daze and urged. After hearing Uzumaki Kushina's words, Senju Takuya came back to his senses. This time, except for Nara Miki who gave birth to a boy, the other 2 gave birth to girls. Well, let's call the boy Ju. Liangzi's child will be called Butterfly. Ono's child, let's call her Kaori. Senju Takuya smiled. Now, he already has 7 children. Moreover, the bellies of Inuzuka claws and others are gradually getting bigger. Future. The population of the Senju clan will definitely become more and more prosperous. 2 months passed in a blink of an eye. After a period of development, Yi Newspaper Club has been completely on the right track. The newspapers published by the newspaper office have also become must-read publications for villagers every day. The entertainment city has also been completely improved. As expected, the entertainment city was favored by the ninjas as soon as it was built. Every family also made a lot of money. On this basis, Takuya also planned a food court and shopping mall. And once again invited various families in Konoha to invest. This time, families who have tasted the benefits have increased their investment Qian Wang Jiao. With the bundling of interests, the connections between various families have become closer. Follow Senju and have meat to eat. It once became the creed of every family in Konoha. Senju Takuya's image that cannot be offended in everyone's mind has gradually become stronger. Many families who originally remained neutral also wanted to defect to the Senju clan. Only, Senju Takuya did not give a good look to these neutral families. When the situation was unclear, these families chose to be neutral. Now that the situation has been decided, they want to form an alliance again. There is no such good thing in this world. In this case, those family patriarchs who had remained neutral before all regretted it. They knew very well that if they did not stand on the right side during the change of power, the decline of the family was inevitable. Future. What awaits them is likely to be a gradual decline. Besides, Hatake Tsukumo's ninja training has also made great progress. He imitated the system of Ambu and established an organization, Shadow. Although the strength of Shadow is not strong yet, it is enough to protect the Senju clan's industry. And, under the instruction of Senju Takuya, the Shadow ninjas not only protect the Senju family's industry, but are also responsible for collecting intelligence from all over the ninja world. A huge intelligence network is slowly taking shape. Kakuzu was called back to Konoha by Senju Takuya. After all, now that the Senju family is gradually growing, there will inevitably be areas that cannot be taken care of by Senju Takuya alone. He needed some powerful ninjas to protect his wife and the newly born children. For this toilet, Kakuzu was very happy. Under the temptation of tens of millions of taels of remuneration every year, he is happy to do whatever he does. Just when everything was developing according to Senju Takuya's plan, there was news that surprised him. The leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Chishima, died. The land of the Uchiha clan. As the clan that founded Konoha, its reputation has undergone a huge reversal recently. So, as soon as the news of Uchiha Chishima's death came out, it caused shock in all parties. Everyone came to the Uchiha clan to attend the funeral of Uchiha Chiandao. Sigh, you said that the Chiandao clan leader was fine, why did he suddenly pass away? I don't know, I heard that he had a heart attack at night and was already dead when he was found. For the Uchiha clan to be in its current situation, the Chijima clan leader is indispensable. Yes, I was about to enjoy it, but unexpectedly I passed away. Everyone says that the Chiandao clan leader is overworked. We need to pay more attention to him in the future. In the courtyard at the center of the Uchiha tribe, all the people who came to attend Uchiha Chiandao's funeral were in mourning. No one thought that this seemingly tough patriarch would die so suddenly. Senju Takuya is also one of them. Listening to everyone's discussion, he frowned slightly. Last time, when Uchiha Chishima came to him, he was rosy-cheeked and energetic. Better than many young people. He also said that he would buy him a drink. How could such a person die suddenly? Thank you all for coming to Master Chishima's funeral. The funeral will begin soon. Please send flowers and condolences in turn. As the funeral began, everyone became quiet and began to line up to lay flowers in front of Uchiha Chishima's portrait. When it was Senju Takuya's turn, Senju Takuya was keenly aware of a murderous intention. Although the other party tried his best to hide it, Senju Takuya, who has extremely strong perception, still noticed it. Following the direction of the murderous intent, Senju Takuya's eyes rested on Uchiha Fugaku. The other party was dressed in plain clothes, sitting on his knees with his head lowered and saying nothing. After mourning for the portrait of Uchiha Chishima, Senju Takuya walked up to Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku, my condolences regarding the Chiandao clan leader. Senju Takuya said softly. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Chenzia Fugaku trembled. Subsequently, he slowly raised his head. I have nothing to say to you. Uchiha Fugaku said coldly. In the eyes, a pair of scarlet three-tomo Sharingan slowly rotated. This is not the way you should treat your guests. Fugaku, what's wrong with your eyes? Senju Takuya didn't care at all about Uchiha Fugaku's attitude, but continued to ask. Nothing. It's just that there has been a problem with my practice recently, and Sharingan cannot be closed for the time being. Seeing everyone's eyes looking this way, Uchiha Fugaku suppressed the anger in his heart and explained. Yeah, Senju Takuya chuckled. He now has a guess in his mind. Chief Takuya doesn't believe it. Uchiha Fugaku asked rhetorically. That's not true. It's just that when I was looking through the ancient books of our Senju tribe, I saw some records about Sharingan. It says that when the Uchiha people's pupil power suddenly increases sharply, the Sharingan cannot be closed for a period of time. The situation above is very similar to yours. Senju Takuya said slowly. Maybe. My eye power has really improved a lot recently. Uchiha Fugaku said calmly. It's not right. I remember you were already 3-tomo Sharingan, right? Under normal circumstances, when Sharingan evolves to 3 Magatama, the power of the eyes will not continue to increase. Oh, by the way, there is another possibility. Senju Takuya suddenly clapped his hands. What's possible? Uchiha Fugaku's heart began to beat faster. On top of the 3-tomo Sharingan, there is the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Madara had such eyes back then. Fugaku, you don't have Mangekyo Sharingan, do you? Senju Takuya pretended to be surprised. Hehe, Mangekyo Sharingan is a legendary power. Chief Takuya thinks too much. Uchiha Fugaku said solemnly. Hope so. I heard that Mangekyo Sharingan has a cursed power. If you want to obtain such power, you must kill your closest relatives or the most cherished people with your own hands. Fugaku, the death of the Chishima clan leader has nothing to do with you, right? Senju Takuya changed the subject and suddenly asked. How do you know? No, I mean, how do you know so much about Uchiha? Uchiha Fugaku's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Although he had tried his best to maintain a superficial calm, his voice still couldn't help but tremble. This guy, how do you know so many secrets? Even he only knew how to open Mangekyo Sharingan under the guidance of a mysterious man. Why does Senju Takuya also know? Looking at Senju Takuya's playful expression, Uchiha Fugaku even felt that he had been seen through. He wanted to force himself to calm down, but he couldn't do it. Don't be nervous, these are just rumors and cannot be taken seriously. I just said it casually. Senju Takuya smiled. Hearing his words, Uchiha Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief quietly. Just now he almost thought that everything about himself was exposed. Fortunately, the other party did not take those records seriously. Senju Takuya would have never imagined that those rumors about Mangekyo were true. And he already have Mangekyo Sharingan too. Of course. Uchiha Fugaku doesn't know. Now, the murderous intention in Senju Takuya's heart is constantly rising. Uchiha Fugaku. In order to gain strength, he even chose to kill his father with his own hands. The key is, Senju Takuya just clearly felt Uchiha Fugaku's murderous intention towards him. There is a high probability that Uchiha Fugaku village itself is full of hatred because of Uchiha Makoto's incident. Under such circumstances, Senju Takuya knew that if Uchiha Fugaku was not eliminated, the other party would definitely become a big hidden danger. And what he dislikes the most is leaving hidden dangers for himself. Thinking of this, Senju Takuya bent down and whispered in Uchiha Fugaku's ear. Fugaku, I know you blame me for taking Makoto away, but I advise you to give up. I proved it last time, you are no match for me. Besides, Makoto is already my woman. You will never imagine how tempting Makoto looks when he is kneeling on the bed and begging for mercy. After Senju Takuya finished speaking, he turned and left. Uchiha Fugaku clenched his fists and his eyes were red. This fool did it on purpose. He clearly knew how he felt about Makoto, but he chose to say this. Other side, you are deliberately humiliating yourself. Senju Takuya, don't think that you are invincible after awakening wood style. In front of these eyes, I will let you know what cruelty is. Uchiha Fugaku lowered his head, and a pair of 3-tomo Sharingan turned into the unique pattern of Mangekyo Sharingan. Now he is full of confidence. He couldn't help but want to see Senju Takuya kneel down and beg for mercy after seeing his eyes. Late at night, everyone fell asleep. Konoha village became very quiet, and everything merged into darkness. Within the Uchiha tribe's territory, a figure flashed quietly, speeding through the streets of Konoha. Soon, the figure came to the land of the Senju clan. After observing the surroundings, the figure disappeared. After the figure disappeared, Kakuzu slowly walked out of the darkness. He had already noticed at the moment the other party appeared in the Senju tribe. Only, Senju Takuya specifically told him. So, he took no action. After sneaking into the Senju tribe, the black shadow quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Take off the mask. None other than Uchiha Fugaku. Snort. The Senju clan is nothing more than that. Uchi CJBH wave Fugaku snorted lightly, with a look of disdain on his face. This time, the infiltration was easier than he thought. Just as Uchiha Fugaku was about to rush towards the center of the Senju tribe, a flute sound came from another direction. Uchiha Fugaku reached over and found Senju Takuya sitting by the lake, playing the flute leisurely. Seeing Senju Takuya, Uchiha Fugaku could no longer suppress his murderous intention. Activate the body flicker technique and his figure disappears. The next second, Uchiha Fugaku appeared behind Senju Takuya. Go to hell. Uchiha Fugaku took a sharp kunai made of stainless steel and stabbed Senju Takuya in the back. Boom. Senju Takuya disappeared in a puff of smoke. Shadow clone. Uchiha Fugaku's heart sank. Fugaku, you are finally here. Senju Takuya's voice sounded. Uchiha Fugaku looked over when he heard the sound, and found that Senju Takuya didn't show any surprise at all. You knew I would come. Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but ask. That's right, otherwise, why do you think I would say those words to you during the day? Senju Takuya said calmly. After hearing what the other party said, Uchiha Fugaku felt very unhappy. This feeling of having his IQ crushed made him feel ashamed. Now that you know I'm coming, why are you waiting here alone for me? Uchiha Fugaku looked around and said. Don't look at it, I can deal with you on my own. Senju Takuya laughed disdainfully. Asshole. Feeling that he was being slighted, Uchiha Fugaku rushed directly towards Senju Takuya. And Senju Takuya's figure also disappeared. The next second, Senju Takuya has already appeared next to Uchiha Fugaku. So fast. Uchiha Fugaku exclaimed and wanted to raise his arm to block Senju Takuya's whipping leg. Boom. Click. With a crisp sound of bone cracking, Uchiha Fugaku immediately flew out. It rolled on the ground for dozens of meters before stopping in front of it. PFF'd. Uchiha Fugaku spat out a mouthful of blood. In the first confrontation, he was seriously injured. Fugaku, you are still so weak. Senju Takuya slowly mocked while walking towards Uchiha Fugaku. Don't get too proud too early. I'm here this time to take your life. Uchiha Fugaku stood up, the three Magatama in his eyes spinning wildly, and soon connected to form the pattern of Mangekyo Sharingan. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect that, Senju Takuya. Those rumors you told me about this morning are true. I have mastered the legendary power of Mangekyo Sharingan. How about it? Do you regret it? Uchiha Fugaku raised his head proudly and laughed. Other side, when you see your own Mangekyo Sharingan, you must be scared to death, right? It's a pity that you died early, otherwise Uchiha's laughing four would definitely have your place. Seeing Uchiha Fugaku laughing wildly, Senju Takuya was speechless. Aren't you surprised when you see my eyes? Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but ask. With such a weak power, why are you so surprised? Senju Takuya shrugged. It's just a Mangekyo Sharingan, and he doesn't care about it. Snort. Ignorant guy. Then let me show you the power of Mangekyo Sharingan. Amaterasu. Uchiha Fugaku's right eye shed a line of bloody tears. Immediately afterwards, a black flame appeared on Senju Takuya's body. Ha 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 ha. You are dead. The everlasting black flame will burn everything down. As long as you get involved, you will die. Senju Takuya, repent for your arrogance. Uchiha Fugaku said proudly. Amaterasu is known as the strongest physical attack. Being hit by Amaterasu, there is absolutely no chance of survival. Fugaku, is this why you challenge me? Senju Takuya's voice sounded. Immediately, he threw his coat on the ground. Soon, the coat was burned away by the black flames, but Senju Takuya was not harmed at all. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Fugaku was stunned. This is Amaterasu. Is it okay if you just take off your clothes? His eyes were so wide that they were bleeding. After spending so much energy, but finally getting such a result, Uchiha Fugaku's mentality exploded. I made a mistake. You will definitely die this time. Uchiha Fugaku releases Amaterasu again. This time, he learned wisely. His eyes were focused on Senju Takuya's exposed body. After spending a lot of pupil power and chakra, Senju Takuya's body has been completely enveloped in black flames. Amaterasu's flames can appear directly where your line of sight is focused, and you can't avoid them no matter how fast you are. Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but explain again. Only. The screams of Senju Takuya he imagined did not appear. What happened? Just when Uchiha Fugaku was confused, the black flames on Senju Takuya suddenly disappeared. Looking at Senju Takuya who was still intact, Uchiha Fugaku was stunned. Why don't you have anything wrong? Uchiha Fugaku looked at Senju Takuya and said in disbelief. Why is Amaterasu ineffective? Fugaku, I have nothing to do. It's because I also have Mangekyo Sharingan. The corners of Senju Takuya's mouth curled up slightly, his dark eyes turned scarlet, and a strange pattern appeared in his eyes. Seeing Senju Takuya's eyes, Uchiha Fugaku was stunned. How come you have eyes like these? Seeing Senju Takuya's eyes, Uchiha Fugaku asked in shock. How could the Mangekyo Sharingan, which belongs exclusively to the Uchiha clan, appear in Senju Takuya? Do you think I will tell you? Senju Takuya taunted. Hateful. Even so, don't think that you will win. Uchiha Fugaku shouted angrily. Immediately, the pupil power of his left eye began to surge wildly. Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Fugaku gave a low drink. The whole world immediately changed drastically. All sounds disappeared in an instant and fell into dead silence. The only colors left are red, black, and white. It looks very weird. This is Tsukuyomi space. Time, space, quality. Everything here is under my control. Senju Takuya, I will make you suffer terribly here. After I kill you, I will make Uchiha Makoto my slave. She is a disgrace to the Uchiha clan. Your child, I will also let him experience the pain you are about to experience once a day. Looking at Senju Takuya who was nailed to the cross, Uchiha Fugaku said coldly. Tsukuyomi, it is a very powerful illusion. After being hit by Tsukuyomi, you will be pulled into the Tsukuyomi space. In this space, everything is under his control. With his eye power, the world of Tsukuyomi can last up to 3 days. In other words, he has 72 hours from now to torture Senju Takuya. Are you ready? Uchiha Fugaku pulled out a long knife with a cruel smile on his face. Subsequently, he inserted the long knife hard into Senju Takuya's body. Poof! With a muffled sound, Senju Takuya's expression did not change at all. But Uchiha Fugaku felt a heartbreaking pain. Ah! What's going on? Uchiha Fugaku cried out in pain. Fugaku, open your eyes and take a good look. Senju Takuya's deep voice sounded in Uchiha Fugaku's ears. Uchiha Fugaku raised his head and found that he was tied to the cross at some point. And Senju Takuya stood in front of him, holding a long knife in his hand. The tip of the long knife had already been inserted into his body. How can it be? This is clearly the world of Tsukuyomi. Everything should be controlled by the caster. How can you resist? Uchiha Fugaku asked in horror. Indeed, this is the world of Tsukuyomi. Everything here is also controlled by the caster. However, Fugaku, you made a mistake. I am the one who casts the spell. After Senju Takuya finished speaking, he took out the knife from Uchiha Fugaku's body. Then he inserted it again. Why are we entering the Tsukuyomi world you created? Uchiha Fugaku asked confused. It was obviously him who cast Tsukuyomi. Snort. With your little eyesight and mental strength, you want to pull me into an illusion. Do you have the qualifications? Senju Takuya snorted coldly. He possesses the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, whose power is many times stronger than Uchiha Fugaku. In terms of mental strength, let alone it. Under such a gap, Uchiha Fugaku wanted to use genjutsu on himself. It's just a fool's errand. After Senju Takuya finished speaking, his mind moved. Throughout the Tsukuyomi space, countless clones of him and Uchiha Fugaku appeared. Fugaku, the spirits of these clones are connected. Each clone can bring you the same pain. FFFFLX. Just enjoy yourself in the next 7 days. After Senju Takuya finished speaking, countless clones drew out their long knives at the same time, and then inserted them into Uchiha Fugaku's body. The action was repeated continuously, and Uchiha Fugaku's miserable howl resounded throughout the world. Real world. Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Fugaku gave a low drink. But the next second, as if he had lost all his strength, he knelt on the ground dripping with sweat. 7 days spent in the world of Tsukuyomi only lasted a moment in the real world. Now, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes were dull and his whole body was still shaking. After 7 days of inhumane torture, his spirit had completely collapsed. Senju Takuya slowly walked up to Uchiha Fugaku, gently raised his hand, and dug out a pair of Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku showed no reaction. Compared to the torture in the world of Tsukuyomi, the pain of gouging your eyes is nothing worth mentioning. Amaterasu. After Senju Takuya put away Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan, he burned Uchiha Fugaku's body clean. Everything calm again. After the death of Uchiha Fugaku, the Uchiha clan fell into chaos. Originally, after Uchiha Chijima's death, Uchiha Fugaku should inherit the position of clan leader. But Uchiha Fugaku disappeared, and, what's even more shocking is that the body of Uchiha Chishima was originally supposed to be cremated, but due to the sudden disappearance of Uchiha Fugaku, so it was left to other people in the clan to handle. But soon, then someone discovered something unusual. Uchiha Chishima had a fatal wound in his heart. Judging from the subsequent autopsy report, Uchiha Chijima was stabbed in the heart with a kunai from behind without any precautions. This result shocked everyone, because as Uchiha Fugaku said, Uchiha Chishima died of a heart attack at night. In order to find out the truth of the matter, the Omikia clan specially invited ninjas from the Yamanaka clan. After an investigation by the ninjas of the Yamanaka clan, it was discovered that the murderer of Uchiha Chishima was actually Uchiha Fugaku. For a time, everyone was stunned. After all, these things are really too bizarre. Later, the Uchiha clan sent a large number of ninjas to find Uchiha Fugaku. Unfortunately, absolutely nothing found. Uchiha Fugaku seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. Finally, after discussion, the village could only decide to classify Uchiha Fugaku as a traitor and issued a wanted order. In this case, the Uchiha clan fell into a leaderless situation. In order to compete for the position of clan leader, many Uchiha tribesmen fell into internal fighting. Not long after, Senju Takuya appeared in the Uchiha tribe with Uchiha Makoto. Under the authority of Senju Takuya, Uchiha Makoto successfully served as the temporary chief of the Uchiha clan. So far, the Uchiha clan finally settled down again. Master, why do you want me to be the leader of Uchiha? I'm not interested at all. Uchiha Makoto knelt down in front of Senju Takuya and said reluctantly. She just wants to be with Senju Takuya every day, and has no interest at all in being the clan leader. Makoto, the Uchiha clan needs a leader now. As the leader of Uchiha, you can also make more contributions to our Senju clan. Senju Takuya smiled. He didn't want to take the opportunity to embezzle the assets of the Uchiha clan, but he wanted to recruit some Uchiha ninjas through Makoto, such as Uchiha Shisui. All right, Uchiha Makoto obediently chose to obey Senju Takuya's orders. But, Master, is there any reward if I do a good job? Uchiha Makoto looked at Senju Takuya seductively. I've been a little angry lately, so I'll reward you for helping me put out the fire. Senju Takuya chuckled and put his hand on Uchiha Makoto's head. Again, if you scratch your teeth, you will get a slap. Duh. Under the intervention of Senju Takuya, Uchiha Makoto soon took control of the entire Uchiha clan as the acting clan leader. By the way, send Uchiha Shisui to Senju Takuya. Takuya-sama. Seeing Senju Takuya, Uchiha Shisui bowed respectfully. Shisui, I heard from Makoto that you seem to be very talented in practice. Senju Takuya looked at Uchiha Shisui, who looked serious, and asked. Yes, Takuya-sama, I will definitely become an excellent ninja in the future. Uchiha Shisui said proudly. Oh, what happens after you become an excellent ninja? Senju Takuya asked. Protect the tribe and protect the village. Uchiha Shisui said firmly. Looking at Uchiha Shisui, who was only about 4 years old, Senju Takuya nodded with satisfaction. Shisui, just follow me from now on. It's okay not to go to a place like a ninja school. Senju Takuya spoke. Really, that's great, Takuya-sama. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Uchiha Shisui had a look of surprise on his face. He didn't want to go to ninja school in the first place. The courses inside are too childish. And Senju Takuya is the biggest contributor to helping the Uchiha clan regain their former reputation. Stronger than Sannin. So, Uchiha Shisui agreed to Senju Takuya's request without any hesitation. Very good. Then you go back first. I will send someone to find you tomorrow. Senju Takuya waved his hand and let Uchiha Shisui leave. Now Uchiha Shisui is still young, and she admires him so much. With a little training, he will definitely be an effective subordinate in the future. So, Senju Takuya plans to give Uchiha Shisui an ideological education class for a period of time, and when it is almost done, he will send Uchiha Shisui to Hitaki Tsukumo. *********. After doing all this, Senju Takuya stretched and walked towards the backyard. He hasn't gotten today's reward yet, so he can't be lazy. Ding. Be in love with your wife Tsunade and get rewards. Physique +3, chakra +3, mental strength +3. Ding. Love with his wife Uchiha Makoto, get reward, mental power +2. Ding. With my wife. With a series of system prompts, Senju Takuya ended a day of hard work. Effort always comes with rewards. This sentence is absolutely correct. After a period of accumulation, his strength is now a bit stronger. After walking out of the room, Takuya came to the study. Hitaki Kakashi is already waiting. Master, I'm here to pick up Uchiha Shisui. Hitaki Kakashi said respectfully. I see. Shisui should be practicing now, you can go find him after lunch. Senju Takuya smiled. Then thank you, master. Hitaki Kakashi said respectfully again. Looking at Kakashi's serious look, Senju Takuya couldn't connect him with his grown-up image. After thinking about it, an idea flashed in Senju Takuya's mind. Kakashi, I see that you have nothing else to do except practice every day. This book is for you. Senju Takuya threw a book to Kakashi, who quickly caught it. Dear, hot heaven. Looking at the cover of the book, Hitaki Kakashi couldn't help but exclaimed. This book, why doesn't it look like a serious book? Remember, peek secretly, don't let Tsukumo find out. Senju Takuya warned. Hearing these words, Hitaki Kakashi became even more sure. This book, definitely the legendary 18 bands. That is, Little Yellow Book. Ninja's 3 taboos. Hateful. Is his master using this kind of thing to test himself? Reason told Kakashi that this book was not what he should read now, and he should return the book to the master. But his body honestly put the book into his arms. Master, I'm leaving first. Seeing Senju Takuya's half-smiling eyes, Kakashi turned red and ran out of the room. Seeing Kakashi running away, Senju Takuya smiled. This guy is really not funny at all now. When he went back at night and hid in bed and opened it, he discovered that the so-called intimate paradise was just a conjuration made by himself using a ninjutsu scroll. You must be very disappointed, right? After teasing Kakashi, Senju Takuya was in a good mood and decided to go shopping. By the way, buy some sweets for your wives. Coming to the street, the villagers all greeted Senju Takuya warmly. Many girls came up and wanted to take photos with Senju Takuya. To these requests, Senju Takuya agreed. After the group photo was completed, Senju Takuya was about to leave, but was stopped by the leading girl. Is there anything else? Looking at the girl in front of him, Senju Takuya asked. Takuya-sama, there are some things I don't know whether I should tell you or not. The girl's expression was hesitant. It's okay, just tell me. Senju Takuya said gently. That's right, in the past few days, we discovered that someone is secretly speaking ill of you. It is said that in order to revive the Senju clan, you asked the white girl to be your wife. Furthermore, he also said that you disobeyed Lord Hokage's orders and leaked Konoha's secrets to other villages. The girl spoke slowly. Yeah, then do you believe these words? Senju Takuya continued to laugh. Of course I don't believe it, otherwise we wouldn't tell you this specifically. Those who spread rumors were almost beaten up by everyone. The girl explained anxiously. Haha, thank you so much. I will handle this matter. Senju Takuya touched the girl's head and said with a smile. Then we won't bother you. The girl lowered her head with a blushing face and left with her friends. After they left, Senju Takuya stopped smiling. It seems someone is causing trouble again. Return to the clan land. Senju Takuya immediately asked people to investigate the matter. The results of the investigation came out quickly. Those who spread the rumors secretly were the ninjas belonging to the root department. Shimura Danzo, I haven't looked for you yet, but you jumped out first. Senju Takuya sneered. Recently, due to various things, he has not had time to find trouble with Shimura Danzo. Unexpectedly, the other party was still unwilling to stop. In this case, then let's get rid of this annoying fly first. The way to deal with Shimura Danzo is simple. Although the other party is a Hokage consultant, he has always been hidden in the dark. Except for a few senior officials, many people don't know much about Shimura Danzo. So, Senju Takuya decided to help Shimura Danzo improve his famousness first. Then, the next day, there is an additional article in the newspaper published by Konoha Newspaper Company. The Darkness of Shinobi, the darkness hidden behind the light. The article provides a preliminary introduction to Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo, the leader of the Shimura clan. Disciple of 2nd Hokage Senju Tobarama, former teammate of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Currently serving as Konoha's Hokage advisor. Controls the organization responsible for assassinations, espionage, interrogation and other activities, Gen. Because he has always been hidden in the darkness, he is also called the Darkness of Shinobi. Beside, Senju Takuya also thoughtfully attached a photo of Shimura Danzo. After the newspaper was published, many villagers learned about it. Turn out to be, there is such a high-level person in Konoha. Of course, Senju Takuya definitely did not do this to promote Shimura Danzo. Although the article did not mention any scandals about Shimura Danzo, just some guiding hints in the words were enough to give the villagers a bad impression of this Hokage consultant whom they had never heard of. Let's read today's newspaper. It turns out we have such a Hokage consultant in Konoha. Ninja no Yami, this name doesn't sound like a good person. That's right, look at the photo in the newspaper. He looks like a ruthless person. No wonder no one dares to offend the ninjas of the Shimura clan who are so arrogant and domineering. It turns out there is such a clan leader behind them. The villagers discussed the contents of the newspapers with each other. Just as Senju Takuya expected, his specially polished article coupled with the carefully selected photo. Almost all the villagers subconsciously concluded that Shimura Danzo was not a good person. For the next period of time, Senju Takuya would publish an article about Shimura Danzo in the newspaper every day. Initial, it's the little things that are dispensable. Slowly, started to reveal some dark stuff. Until the end. Brainwashing orphans who lost their parents in the war, persecuting ninjas from the same village, secretly conducting human experiments. Senju Takuya also published some information obtained from the root experimental base last time to the newspaper. It truly has pictures and truth. A series of heinous crimes were revealed. Shimura Danzo, he has completely become a street rat that everyone shouts and beats. Asshole, why do we have such a borer in Konoha? This really pisses me off. How does a guy like Shimura Danzo deserve to be a Hokage advisor? The Darkness of Shinobi is completely a lunatic who will do whatever it takes to achieve his own goals. The village our ninjas sacrificed their lives to protect will never be allowed to be destroyed by such fools. That's right, bring guys like Shimura Danzo to justice. Quote, the villagers were all outraged and demanded that Shimura Danzo be executed. People who have never seen darkness tend to have a lower tolerance for darkness. In the hearts of most villagers, Konoha is bright and beautiful. It is precisely because of this that they are even more resentful towards people like Shimura Danzo. Absolutely cannot tolerate such mobs. Hokage building. Hokage office. Hiruzen, it's over now. That's Senju Takuya, he slandered me. Shimura Danzo roared angrily. Unexpectedly, in just a few days, he went from a respected Hokage consultant to a street rat that everyone yelled at. This was unacceptable to Shimura Danzo, who wanted to become a Hokage. Defamation. It would be nice if it was really slander. Which of these things is not a good thing you did? Sarutobi Hiruzen threw the newspaper in his hand in front of Shimura Danzo and said angrily. So what are we going to do now? You are Hokage. If you can't do it, the newspaper will be banned. Shimura Danzo suggested. You think I haven't thought about it? Senju Takuya doesn't listen to my orders at all. Even some concerns about the closure of newspapers were faintly written in the newspapers. Now the villagers are very dissatisfied with me. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. He felt that if he continued like this, the image he had worked hard to maintain all his life would completely collapse. Deuce. This time, we lost. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Shimura Danzo also sighed helplessly. He also tried sending people to spread gossip, hoping to change his reputation. But the person who was sent out had just said a few nice words to him when he was severely injured by the indignant villagers and was thrown directly at the door of the Konoha police force. His set of things no longer works. Danzo, tomorrow I will define you as a rebellious nin. You can go back and figure it out yourself. After Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a while, his eyes gradually became firm. By now, he could only give up his former companion. Shimura Danzo didn't say anything, turned and left the Hokage building. With one last look at the rock carvings of the Hokage through the ages, Shimura Danzo returns to his base of roots. Call all the members back and prepare to leave the village. At the base, Shimura Danzo said coldly. He understood what Sarutobi Hiruzen meant. Tonight is his last chance to survive. It wasn't until late at night that the ninjas at the route were gathered and all the important information was packed away. Everyone was on standby, waiting for Shimura Danzo's order. Let's go. Act as a team and gather thousands of miles north of Yi village. Shimura Danzo looked at the base of the route, his eyes full of nostalgia. This time, there was little hope of him coming back. His Hokage dream was completely shattered. Shimura Danzo's eyes were filled with hatred. Senju Takuya. Wait, then, sooner or later, he will lead his people back to Konoha. Take back everything that originally belonged to him. Under night, Shimura Danzo led the members of the roots to sneak out of Konoha quietly. Since Ambu had already received the signal from Sarutobi Hiruzen, the roots' escape went very smoothly. Outside Konoha village, Shimura Danzo looked at the nearly 100 root ninjas with mixed feelings in his heart. He lost everything, but at least, he still has so many followers. Where there is life, there is hope. Sooner or later, he will come back for revenge. Walk. After looking at the sky, Shimura Danzo gave a low drink. Nearly 100 ninjas quietly disappeared into the darkness. Danzo-sama, at the rate we are going, we will be able to escape from Konoha's borders in no time. Ninja Hui reports from the roots. Shimura Danzo nodded silently. He plans to go to the Land of Rain first. It is located at the junction of Konoha village, Iwagakure, and Sunagakure, and is in a state of chaos all year round. Rise. He also has some friendship with Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of Rain Shinobi village. It's perfect to go there as a temporary base. Just as Shimura Danzo was calculating silently, the ninja in front suddenly stopped. Who? The root ninja in front exclaimed, and immediately drew out his long knife and slashed forward. But the next second, his body was like a kite with its string broken, flying back quickly. Poof! The ninja at the root spat out a mouthful of blood and immediately lost his life. Seeing this scene, the remaining root ninjas immediately surrounded Shimura Danzo. Danzo, you're finally here. Senju Takuya. Looking at Senju Takuya, who was yawning and leaning on the tree trunk, Shimura Danzo's eyes were cold. Danzo, it's so late, where do you want to go? Senju Takuya said calmly. Where I go is none of your business. Shimura Danzo snorted and glanced around. No need to look, it's just me. Senju Takuya chuckled. Senju brat, you are so arrogant. It seems that the rise of the Senju clan ends here. After confirming that Senju Takuya was the only one around, Shimura Danzo smiled. He escaped today and brought out all the elite ninjas from his roots. But he has the most elite ninja in his hands since he took power in Konoha. There are more than a dozen elite jonin alone. The worst of the rest are also particularly jonin. In addition, these ninjas have trained together for many years and have a tacit understanding with each other. Even if Senju Takuya once defeated Jiraiya, he was confident of killing him. Kid, I have nearly 100 elite ninjas here. If you get beaten up later, don't blame me for not practicing martial ethics. After all, you are a strong man who defeated Jiraiya. Shimura Danzo snorted. Subsequently, nearly 100 elite ninjas surrounded Senju Takuya. I don't blame you. Because you are the one being beaten. After Senju Takuya finished speaking, he formed a seal with his hands. Countless wood clones emerged from the ground. Looking around, there must be nearly 1,000 of them. Danzo, don't blame me for not practicing martial ethics. After all, you are Konoha's Hokage advisor. Nearly 1,000 wood clone, 10 times the number, surrounded Shimura Danzo and the root ninjas. Asshole. Seeing this scene, Shimura Danzo was so angry that his whole body was shaking. This guy, how come you have so much chakra? -1. This is too pervert, but to try to defeat his elite ninjas with just a few clones would be to underestimate him. Shimura Danzo waved his hand, and the ninjas at the base immediately began to attack. Wood style, the birth of the tree world. Senju Takuya clapped his hands, and the chakra all over his body surged crazily. Countless trees burst out of the ground, trapping Shimura Danzo and all the ninjas at the root. Be careful, it's he done. The ninjas at the roots exclaimed and began to struggle to resist the incoming trees. But the trees made by wood style are not only extremely hard, but also able to absorb enemy chakra enhances its own abilities. In just a moment, dozens of ninjas at the roots were entangled in the trunk of the tree by thick vines. They tried hard to break free, but the rapid loss of chakra in their bodies made them powerless. After a while, except for Elite Jonin, all the other ninjas were controlled by wood style. Hateful, how can wood style be so powerful? Shimura Danzo roared angrily in the tree world. He thinks he already has a certain understanding of the power of wood style. But the power displayed by Senju Takuya at this moment still made him feel extremely surprised. With nearly 100 elite ninjas, it would be easy to destroy even a small ninja village. However, facing Senju Takuya, he had no power to fight back. The other party was like a cat playing with a mouse, without even moving his body. It's quite manageable. Wood style, the world of flowers and trees is coming. As Senju Takuya injected chakra again, the trees in the tree world immediately grew countless huge flowers. In just a few moments, these bright flowers begin to bloom. Countless pollen covered the entire tree world. No, these pollen are poisonous. An elite ninja immediately felt dizzy after accidentally inhaling pollen into his nasal cavity. The next second, he lay on the ground unconscious. Seeing this, the other ninjas began to hold their breath and tried their best to break out of the tree boundary. But at this time, the tree world has been fully formed. Even if they work together to open a gap, it will be immediately blocked by a steady stream of tree trunks. Fire style, the fire is extinguished. Senju Takuya jumped into the air and formed a seal with his hands. A fireball like a meteorite instantly ignited the entire tree world. Boom! Following the sound of explosion, the miserable howl of the root ninja came from the tree world. After a while, the sound gradually disappeared. Nearly 100 elite ninjas were crushed without any suspense in front of Senju Takuya. Die! A sharp shout came from behind. Senju Takuya turned around and found that Shimura Danzo had appeared behind him. Susanoo. The image of the eternal Mangekyo appeared in Senju Takuya's eyes, and a powerful and cold chakra appeared. In an instant, a layer of dark black skeleton armor formed on the surface of Senju Takuya's body. Seeing this scene, Shimura Danzo did not stop, but continued to stab with the stainless steel kunai. Clang! With a crisp sound, the kunai in Shimura Danzo's hand broke instantly. Not even a scratch was left on Susanoo. Boom! Shimura Danzo's body was slammed to the ground by Susanoo's fist. Izanagi. Seeing Shimura Danzo coming back from the dead, Senju Takuya muttered. It seems, although the Uchiha clan has not been exterminated yet, Shimura Danzo still collected some Sharingan. Susanoo. Mangekyo Sharingan. How do you have this power? Shimura Danzo, who relied on Izanagi to change the fact of his own death, couldn't help but exclaimed when he looked at the Mangekyo Sharingan pattern in Senju Takuya's eyes. This guy not only knows wood style, but also masters Mangekyo Sharingan. How is this done? Shimura Danzo was horrified. These two powers were the powers he wanted to obtain in his dreams. Over the years, he has done countless human experiments, but has made no progress at all. Why can the Senju Takuya in front of me possess these two powers at the same time? Although I can tell you, I think it's better to let you die with doubts. Senju Takuya sneered. This is my power. Neither the Senju clan nor the Uchiha clan should exist. I'm going to kill you all. Shimura Danzo completely fell into madness when he thought about Senju Takuya's power to easily kill nearly 100 elite ninjas. This kind of power is the power he dreams of. Now, he just wanted to snatch Senju Takuya's body. With such power, no one can stop him from becoming the Hokage. Snort. Facing the crazy Shimura Danzo, Senju Takuya shows no mercy at all. Finally, after killing Shimura Danzo 5 times, Shimura Danzo's chakra completely disappeared. Senju Takuya opened the bandage on Shimura Danzo's arm and found that all the Sharingan embedded in it had been used up. After taking a few photos, Senju Takuya burned Shimura Danzo's body clean. From now on, Shimura Danzo and his roots will be nailed to Konoha's pillar of shame forever. After cleaning up the scene, Senju Takuya walked towards Konoha village. Shimura Danzo has solved it. Next, it's Sarutobi Hiruzen's turn. After disposing of Shimura Danzo, Senju Takuya returned to the village and wrote an article in the newspaper office overnight. The guilty conscience of the thief, the Shinobu Darkness who defected overnight. Senju Takuya described in detail the overnight defection of a group of rude ninjas led by Shimura Danzo. Including the fact that Shimura Danzo brought a large amount of information was also written. And, also attached are a few photos. The most eye-catching one is Shimura Danzo's arm with several Sharingan transplants. Of course, besides, Senju Takuya did not forget to praise himself in the article. After all, this was a perfect opportunity to enhance his and the Senju clan's prestige. The next day, newspapers are published as scheduled. Soon, news that Shimura Danzo had escaped with a large amount of confidential information spread throughout Konoha. Shimura Danzo, this guy, even took a lot of confidential documents with him when he defected. You, such a moron, why do you still have so many followers? Our Konoha should be completely renovated. It is because of people like this that Konoha has declined to this point. Thankfully there is Chief Takuya, otherwise Shimura Danzo would have caused great losses if he had escaped. One person can take down nearly 100 elite ninjas. Chief Takuya is indeed our hope for the future of Konoha. The people of Konoha village are very angry about Shimura Danzo's escape. After all, once so much confidential information is leaked, the village must have suffered huge losses. At the same time, I have great admiration for Senju Takuya who stopped this conspiracy. If Konoha could possess such powerful ninjas earlier, would the first 2 ninja wars still happen? Do other villages still dare to provoke Konoha? However, have you ever thought about why so many people fled and the village didn't even respond at all? Yeah, forget it if it's just 1 or 2 people, but if 100 people defect at the same time, won't the village notice? What kind of things are raised in the village we fight to protect? Master Hokage is really old. He is no longer suitable to continue to be Hokage. That's right, speaking of which, Shimura Danzo is also a Hokage advisor. It was the Hokage's negligence that something like this happened. Although Shimura Danzo is hateful, he is dead after all. The people of Konoha village naturally transferred their 29 anger to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Everyone feels that the reason why a borer like Shimura Danzo has been able to thrive in Konoha for so many years is all because of Hokage's negligence. In addition, Senju Takuya united various families to fuel the fire. Soon, the calls in the village for Sarutobi Hiruzen to step down are getting louder and louder. Hokage building. Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked out the window, holding the extinguished pipe in his mouth, and was silent for a long time. The sky outside the window was gloomy, just like his mood at the moment. Shimura Danzo died. Although he was mentally prepared for this result, Sarutobi Hiruzen still had mixed feelings when he actually heard the news. Hiruzen, what should we do now? Udatain Kaharu and Mitokado Homura asked in a panic. As Hokage advisors, they were also affected by Shimura Danzo's incident. Many people asked the village to investigate them to prevent another Shimura Danzo from appearing. You should resign, Sarutobi Hiruzen said calmly. Resign, but once we lose power, it will be difficult to continue to do some of the things we have in hand. Uchiha Koharu and Mitokado Homura said reluctantly. These years, they have been using their power to seek personal gain for themselves. If we ask them to resign now, won't they make a lot less money in the future? Snort, it's up to you. Don't blame me for not reminding you, you have also seen what happened to Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand irritably. Until now, I still have the little profit in hand. Why are there a bunch of pig teammates around me? After Uchiha Koharu and Mitokado Homura left, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat on the chair dejectedly. Things have developed to this point, and he is no longer able to revolving heaven. In that case, let's go to Hokage's position. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and began to prepare for matters related to resigning Hokage. Rather than being forced to step down, it is better to resign voluntarily. This can also save some dignity. In addition, Sarutobi Hiruzen also hopes that Senju Takuya will let him go if he takes the initiative to show his kindness. After all, he was once a disciple of second Hokage Senju Tobirama and Tsunade's teacher. Senju tribe land. The reception hall was full of people. Anyone among them is the leader of the ninja clan of Konoha village. But at this moment, their faces were filled with flattering smiles. If outsiders saw how these normally aloof and majestic clan leaders looked like this in front of Senju Takuya, their jaws would definitely drop. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. After a while, Takuya slowly walked into the room. As soon as everyone saw Senju Takuya appear, they immediately stood up and bowed. Chief Takuya, what's the reason for coming to us this time? Hyuga Hiyashi asked. Shimura Danzo is dead. Sarutobi Hiruzen's resignation is a certainty. I would like to hear your opinions on the next Hokage candidate. Senju Takuya said calmly. Chief Takuya, I think it is most suitable for you to be the next Hokage. Yes, with your strength and prestige, becoming a Hokage is what everyone expects. That's right, everyone supports you in catching the Hokage. The heads of the ninja clan immediately agreed. Originally, they followed Senju Takuya's lead because of their own interests. Now, Senju Takuya defeated Shimura Danzo again. He also defeated third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen by the way. With such strength and skill, no one dares to offend Senju Takuya. Since everyone is so supportive, I feel relieved. Senju Takuya nodded with satisfaction. To become a Hokage, the first thing you have to pass is the Jonin vote. Most of these Jonin are members of various ninja clans in Konoha. Now, with the support of these ninjas, passing the Jonin vote is not a problem. Finally, after coming to the Hokage world for so many years, he succeeded in taking the power of Konoha into his own hands again. The Senju clan has once again become the most prestigious family in Konoha. When the population of the Senju clan increases in the future, the goal of reviving the Senju will be truly achieved. Next, Senju Takuya discussed some issues related to business cooperation with the heads of various ninja clans. After giving up some of their benefits, these clan leaders all laughed from ear to ear. Adding sweet dates to a big stick has always been Senju Takuya's best trick. After all, as long as we take those core industries of mining, electricity, machinery manufacturing, into our own hands, it doesn't matter if you give up some of the remaining benefits. After taking care of the various ninja clans, Senju Takuya went to the Konoha newspaper office. Next, he is about to start building momentum for himself. Within the next month, Senju Takuya began to publish articles about the deeds of the Senju family in newspapers. At the same time, he also began to criticize a series of policies implemented during the reign of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Senju Takuya's reputation continues to increase, while Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation plummets. For a time, there are growing calls for Senju Takuya to take over as the next Hokage. I didn't expect that third Hokage would have so many problems when he was in power. Fortunately, I respected him before. Speaking of which, the guy who framed Tsukumo-sama last time was a ninja from the Sarutobi clan, right? Don't say that, I think third Hokage is pretty good. Naive, you wouldn't think that the third generation didn't know anything about the things Shimura Danzo did, would you? But now that Takuya-sama is here, everyone doesn't have to worry. Yes, with Takuya-sama's strength and mind, it won't be a problem for our village to return to the prosperity of the first generation period. Yes, support Chief Takuya to become Hokage. With the support of everyone, Sarutobi Hiruzen announced his resignation from Hokage. Only, because Senju Takuya still chose to use public opinion to attack him, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that his image was ruined. I no longer want to compromise with Senju Takuya. At the Hokage's resignation ceremony, he publicly announced that he wanted Orochimaru to become the next Hokage. And, also called Orochimaru back from the front line. The Valley of the End, far away from Konoha village. Orochimaru looked at Senju Takuya in front of him with a very curious look on his face. Takuya-kun, you asked me out. Do you have something to say to me? Looking at Senju Takuya, Orochimaru asked in a hoarse voice. I want you to withdraw from the Hokage campaign. Senju Takuya said calmly. Oh, Takuya-kun, I am also very interested in becoming a Hokage. Your request is a bit overwhelming. Orochimaru chuckled and did not agree to Senju Takuya's request. You know what you have done. Shimura Danzo has already been ruined. Do you want to be like him? I just want to talk to you. If you listen to my conditions, you will be moved. Senju Takuya said patiently. Thanks for the reminder, Takuya-kun. But, I have no interest in your terms. And as long as I kill you, the things I did before won't be a problem. Orochimaru stretched out his long tongue and licked his mouth, his murderous intent rising sharply. Yeah, it seems we have no choice but to take action. Feeling Orochimaru's killing intent, Senju Takuya shook his head. He knows, guys like Orochimaru, it would be dishonest not to clean things up. I heard that Takuya-kun defeated Jiraiya not long ago. Then let me see how much you weigh. Orochimaru put away his smile and said coldly. Senju Takuya's attitude made him a little unhappy. Since the Second Ninja War, no one dared to stand in front of him for a long time. So arrogant, latent shadow snake hands. Orochimaru suddenly took action, and countless lion majesty entangled towards Senju Takuya. Fire-style great fireball technique. Senju Takuya formed a seal with his hands, burned all lion majesty to death with a huge fireball, and rushed towards Orochimaru. Wind-style great breakthrough. The formation of 10,000 snakes. After Orochimaru used wind style to blow away the fireball, he lay on the ground and spit out countless lion majesty from his mouth. Soon, Senju Takuya was surrounded in the middle. These snakes are all highly venomous. As long as one is bitten, the outcome of the battle can be determined. Looking at the countless lion majesty, Senju Takuya raised his hand and threw a kunai towards Orochimaru. Takuya-kun, this method can't hurt me. Facing the incoming kunai, Orochimaru tilted his neck confidently. Yeah, Senju Takuya's voice rang in Orochimaru's ears. What? Orochimaru's vertical pupils shrank suddenly. Senju Takuya, who was originally dozens of meters ahead, appeared behind him. This move, Flying Thunder God technique, Orochimaru said in surprise. Immediately, his body was blown away like a kite with its string broken. Boom! With a loud noise, Orochimaru's body made a big crater on the ground. Takuya-kun, I almost fell into your hands. Orochimaru crawled out of the mouth of his original body with a look of fear on his face. If it hadn't been for the Orochi-style body replacement technique, he would have been seriously injured even if he wasn't dead. How about it? Can you talk to me now? Senju Takuya said calmly. No hurries, I haven't lost yet. Orochimaru's fighting spirit continues to rise. Although just suffered a big loss, we just need to be more careful next time. You are really stubborn. Senju Takuya shrugged and clasped his hands together. Wood-style the birth of the tree world. Countless trees sprouted from the ground, forming a tree boundary of nearly 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Is this the power of wood-style? Orochimaru's face became a little more excited. He would like to experience for himself how powerful the legendary power that can calm troubled times is. Orochimaru spit out the grass pheasant sword from his mouth and slashed the huge vines that kept coming. The power of wood style is indeed powerful. Orochimaru couldn't help but sigh in admiration. With the sharpness of the pheasant sword and the wind attribute chakra attached to it. It turned out to be very laborious to cut off those huge vines. It is conceivable that ordinary ninjas may have no way to deal with these tough trees. But that alone can't stop me. Orochimaru picked up the grass pheasant sword and rushed upward, trying to break through the siege of the tree world. But soon he discovered, with his strength, there is simply no way he can do it. Orochimaru, don't waste your efforts. Senju Takuya smiled faintly outside. If you want to forcefully break through the tree world, you can only use Susanoo like Uchiha Madara or Onoki to use Dust Escape to instantly cut a huge gap in the tree world. Orochimaru's plan to rush out with just a grass pheasant sword was a bit fanciful. Orochimaru also frowned at this time. He was careless. I didn't expect Wood Style's power to be so powerful. Wood Style, the world of flowers and trees, is coming. Senju Takuya continued to increase the output of chakra, and countless huge flowers bloomed again. Not good. Looking at the overwhelming pollen, Orochimaru quickly stopped breathing. He still has some understanding of Wood Style. Know that these pollen are poisonous. If you inhale the pollen into your body, you will instantly lose your fighting power. Still struggling. In this case, Big Spiral U. A very inconspicuous jet black ball of light appeared in Senju Takuya's hand. As soon as the light ball appeared, the terrifying aura of destruction filled the world. Although Senju Takuya did not inject too much chakra, it should be no problem to destroy the tree world. Feeling this aura, Orochimaru's face showed a look of horror for the first time. How many more killer moves does this fool have hidden? Orochimaru suddenly regretted it. If I had known this. He just listened to Senju Takuya's conditions. Seeing Orochimaru's expression, Senju Takuya chuckled lightly and threw the big spiral ring in his hand into the tree world. I hope you're still alive. Senju Takuya laughed and clapped his hands. The large spiral wheel expanded instantly. Five-fold Rashomon. Feeling the danger of death, Orochimaru mobilized all his power and summoned the 5 Rashomon gates to block his way. This is the limit of what he can do. The next second, the entire tree world was instantly enveloped in light. Boom! With an explosion that resounded throughout the world, airwaves quickly spread to the surroundings. For a long time, everything became calm again. The originally flat land now has a large crater with a diameter of tens of meters. The tree world created by Senju Takuya has also been completely destroyed. Not far from the big pit, Orochimaru was lying on the ground, breathless. Orochimaru, don't blame me. If you don't want to hear what I have to say, I'll have to beat you down first. Senju Takuya walked up to Orochimaru, squatted on the ground and smiled. Ises. Orochimaru coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood and climbed up from the ground with difficulty. This time, Orochimaru behaved a lot. After all, looking at Senju Takuya, it's obvious that he didn't take out his full calendar just now. Otherwise, he is probably gone. And Orochimaru cherishes his life very much. Orochimaru has always been full of reason for this guy who could take his life at any time. Chief Takuya, please tell me your conditions. Orochimaru said weakly. Now he doesn't dare to be as arrogant as before. Afraid of accidentally making Senju Takuya angry, the other party directly praised him. It would have been like this a long time ago. Give up the Hokage campaign and help me. I'll give you everything you want. Senju Takuya said while helping Orochimaru heal his injuries. The current Orochimaru is not the Orochimaru in future generations who cannot be killed no matter what. If Orochimaru dies, he will suffer a huge loss. After all, there are really not many scientific research talents like this in the ninja world. Chief Takuya, your exaggeration is really hard to believe. Orochimaru said calmly. If it weren't for the severe beating he had just received, he would have turned against him now. Give him everything he wants. Snort. So funny. Could it be? Does the other party think that what he wants is something that can be obtained casually? Yes, this kind of thing is really hard to believe. Well, you should take this thing and study it first. Senju Takuya took out a nutritional jar from his arms and stuffed it into Orochimaru's hand. Quote. Mangekyo Sharingan. Orochimaru exclaimed, with a look of disbelief in his eyes. That's right, just think of it as a meeting gift. Senju Takuya said casually. These are Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. He has no use keeping them. He might as well give them to Orochimaru directly and let him study them. Quote. Chief Takuya, where did you get these eyes? Orochimaru asked with his eyes fixed on Mangekyo Sharingan. You don't need to know this. Do you believe what I say now? Senju Takuya asked with a smile. Ah ha ha. Of course I believe what Chief Takuya says. Orochimaru nodded, his eyes full of excitement. Mangekyo Sharingana, the power he had only dreamed of obtaining. Although Orochimaru is a genius, his strength has already reached cage level. But, after entering cage level, his strength has not improved for a long time. This made him realize that there is no special limit for blood inheritance. It is already the limit to be able to grow to this point by relying solely on civilian blood. It is almost impossible to go further. Therefore, Orochimaru is very eager for those powerful blood inheritance limits, especially Wood Style and Mangekyo Sharingan. Only. In subsequent studies, Senju Hashirama's cells were found to be too overbearing. No matter what cell it fuses with, it will engulf the other cell. Therefore, he can only give up Wood Style. Mangekyo Sharingan, on the other hand, only exists in legend. He didn't even have a chance to touch it. But now, the power he dreamed of was placed in front of him. How could he not be excited? Orochimaru, are you willing to agree to my terms now? Senju Takuya asked again. Willing. If you need any instructions, please just ask, Takuya-kun. Orochimaru said hurriedly. This gift is so precious. Compared with Mangekyo Sharingan, a mere Hokage seat is nothing. Very good. Orochimaru, don't worry. As long as you listen to me carefully, I will provide you with the most advanced experimental equipment in the ninja world. I will also prepare all the materials you want. What about Sharingan, Hashirama cells, all kinds of messy blood inheritance boundaries? I can let you study even my body cells. As for your assistant, you can choose from Konoha's ninjas. I can also ask Tsunade to assist you. Senju Takuya became more and more excited as he talked. As for Orochimaru, his eyes became brighter and brighter as he listened. This Senju Takuya, he knows how to do research. From Senju Takuya's description, Orochimaru seems to see a perfect future. That is the paradise he has always longed for. Hiccup. After Senju Takuya finally stopped, Orochimaru couldn't help but burp. What's wrong? Senju Takuya asked a little strangely. It's nothing, I seem to have had a bit of indigestion from eating too much at lunch. Orochimaru rubbed his belly. Yeah, Senju Takuya muttered something but didn't take it to heart. What did you just say? Yes, clone. You know, cloning means copying. Through cloning, various organs and even a complete individual can be copied. After mastering the cloning technology, a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan is nothing. When the time comes, I will arrange for them to have all the dogs in Konoha village. Senju Takuya said boldly. Hearing his words, Orochimaru had a dark look on his face. Good guy. Is it okay to put Mangekyo on a dog? That's all. Senju Takuya told Orochimaru all his thoughts. And Orochimaru also felt a sense of enlightenment. Of course he knows from his experience that these theories are very feasible. The way Orochimaru looked at Senju Takuya became a little different. He agreed to Senju Takuya's request earlier because Senju Takuya could take his life at any time. But, now he truly wants to follow Senju Takuya. After all, whatever he wants, Senju Takuya can help him achieve it. In this case, then he can just be a part-time worker and study what he likes in the laboratory every day. Isn't it delicious? Sensing the change in Orochimaru's eyes, Takuya took Orochimaru into an experimental base he secretly built. All are state-of-the-art equipment. After seeing the luxurious laboratory and various precious and rare experimental materials, Orochimaru moved in on the same day. Heaven. This is paradise. The beating I received today was well worth it. Just when the villagers were speculating whether the next Hokage would be Orochimaru or Senju Takuya, Orochimaru suddenly announced with a high profile that he would withdraw from the Hokage race. As soon as the news came out, the villagers were immediately surprised to know, although Senju Takuya's prestige is very high now, Orochimaru's prestige accumulated over the years is not bad either. And Orochimaru also has many followers. If you run for Hokage, there is great hope. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru actually gave up on his own initiative. In this regard, Orochimaru didn't explain much. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen jumped in anger, there was nothing he could do. That's all. After a series of processes, Senju Takuya was successfully identified as the next Hokage candidate. On the day Senju Takuya was confirmed to be the next Hokage candidate, Inuzuka Takuma, Aburame Mika, and Kurama Kumiko all gave birth. Inuzuka Takashi gave birth to a girl, while Aburame Mika and Kurama Kumiko gave birth to a boy respectively. Senju Takuya named Inuzuka Takashi's child, Hana. Senju Flower. Aburame Mika and Kurama Kumiko's children are named Yuta and Yohei respectively. With the birth of the child, Senju Takuya also received considerable rewards. The three-dimensional attributes of physique, chakra, and mental strength have been added by 30 points. In addition, also gained 3 abilities. Mayan Ninjutsu. There is no need to form seals to release ninjutsu, whatever you shout comes to you. Forbidden Technique. Dark Walk Technique. Plunge everything into darkness and deprive the enemy of their perception. Insect. Nanoscale Poisonous Insect Perfect. Once parasitized, there is only one way to die. What makes Senju Takuya most satisfied is Muji Ninjutsu. After all, when fighting, the tedious formation of seals is really too exhausting. The most intuitive, it was Zabuza Momochi, who was called the Ghost Man in the original work, who forcibly formed 44 seals in order to release a water style. And now, after acquiring the ability of Mushin Ninjutsu, no matter what ninjutsu Senju Takuya releases, there is no need to form seals. This is a huge improvement in combat effectiveness. As for the other two, they are all very powerful abilities. Ding! Love with my wife Tsunade. Following a series of system prompts, Senju Takuya's strength surged again. From the beginning to now, more than a year has passed, and his current three-dimensional attributes have reached a very terrifying point. His casual attack was already more terrifying than Tsunade's use of strange power. Not to mention speed. Even Namikaze Minato couldn't last long in the face of his speed. As for chakra, in Tsunade's words, his current chakra is even more terrifying than Senju Hashirama's back then. The mental power is to the point where Grandmaster Yamanaka Ono calls it impossible. Takuya, this time you go to the land of fire, can you take us with you? Uzumaki Kushina looked at Senju Takuya with expectation. Uchiha Makoto, Tsunade and others all had the same expression. The capital of the Fire Nation. It was recognized as the most prosperous place in the entire ninja world. They have never gone. Pass. I'm not here to play this time. You also know that I went to see the daimyo to discuss with him the succession of Hokage. Senju Takuya deliberately looked embarrassed. Although he could agree happily, that would be a bit boring. Wife, isn't it just for fun? Good husband, please. Just take us out to play. Uzumaki Kushina begged, holding Senju Takuya's hand. Before, as the next Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, she needs to report in advance wherever she goes. Later, after marrying Senju Takuya, and has been working hard to revive Senju. So, Kushina has never gone out to play since she was a child. This also led to her obsession with going out for fun. Since she had the opportunity to go to the capital this time, she certainly didn't want to miss it. Master, just take us. Without us accompanying you, you will be lonely on the road, right? Uchiha Makoto said charmingly. Senju Takuya enjoyed the two of them acting coquettishly. Kushina, Makoto, can't you two have some backbone? Why are you so humble? Look at him looking so proud. Tsunade snorted slightly and said with some dissatisfaction. Oh, Sister Tsunade, it seems you don't want to go. In this case, I can only take Kushina and the others with me. Senju Takuya said deliberately. I do not mind. It doesn't matter if you stay home. Tsunade raised his head and said proudly. She has her own pride. She can't do things like coquettishness for men. Oh, that would be such a pity. I heard that the capital has the largest casino in the entire ninja world, and it is filled with gambling masters from all over the ninja world. There is a guy nicknamed Knife Boy, who won more than 37 million taels with only 20 taels. He is famous in the ninja world and is known as the King of Gambling. Moreover, in the tavern in the capital, there is the most fragrant wine in the entire ninja world, and everyone who drinks it never forgets to leave. I originally planned to take you to see it. Since you don't want to go, then forget it. Senju Takuya said with regret. After hearing his words, Tsunade couldn't help but swallow. The biggest casino. If she could win tens of millions of taels in such a casino, no one would dare to call her a big fat sheep anymore, right? And the mellow wine. What she likes most is drinking. Takuya, I may have had a bad attitude just now. You can take me with you this time. Tsunade rubbed his hands and smiled at Senju Takuya. Don't. If you don't want to go, forget it. I still like your unruly attitude just now. Senju Takuya smiled. Oh, I was wrong, Wang Wanghao. Just take me there. Tsunade pouted and snorted at Senju Takuya. Okay, I can take you with me. You have to agree to a condition. Senju Takuya relented. What conditions? Tsunade asked anxiously. All she could think about now was the image of herself in the largest casino in the entire ninja world, drinking fine wine and winning money, being respected as the king of gambling. Not to mention one condition, she is willing to agree to 10 conditions. Then help me. Senju Takuya smiled. Following Senju Takuya's gaze, Tsunade's face turned red. Although it's not like she has never done this kind of thing before. But, in front of so many sisters, she was really embarrassed. After all, in normal times, she behaves like a big sister in front of everyone. Senju Takuya continued to seduce. Finally, Tsunade gritted his teeth, knelt beside the bed and lowered his head in submission. Now it's right. Senju Takuya touched Tsunade's head with a successful smile on his face. The next day, Senju Takuya took Tsunade, Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Makoto, and Hyakura into the carriage and began to rush towards the capital of the Land of Fire. Yakushi and others are responsible for taking care of the children in the clan. As the Land of Fire with the most advantageous geographical location, the scenery along the way is breathtaking. Not to mention Kushina, who rarely goes out. Even Tsunade, Makoto and others were all excited. In the past, they went out to perform tasks, so they spent most of their time outside traveling. Never have I enjoyed the beautiful scenery of various places as well as I do now. Senju Takuya is not in a hurry either. Since Kushina and the others like it, they will take their time. That's all. Stop and go along the way. What was originally a 3-day journey ended up taking more than a week before Senju Takuya and others arrived at the capital of the Land of Fire. Chapter 61. Wow, is this the capital of the country? It's so prosperous. Arriving at the capital of the Land of Fire, Uzumaki Kushina couldn't help but exclaimed. Bustling street scenes, wide streets, and bustling crowds. There were shouts of hawking everywhere, on both sides of the street. The decoration of the shops is very gorgeous. Every distance you walk, you can see a group of acrobatic artists. There are so many kinds that it's dizzying to see. It is indeed the most prosperous place in the ninja world. Uchiha Makoto also lamented. Yi Kang was so surprised that he couldn't even close his mouth. Growing up in the desert, she originally thought that Konoha was already paradise. Did not expect. The capital of the fire country is actually richer than Konoha. Tsunade looked around, wanting to see what the legendary casino and tavern looked like. It's not bad. In the future, I will build Konoha village 100 times more prosperous than here. Compared to Uzumaki Kushina and others, Senju Takuya lacks interest. As a time traveler, the level of prosperity here is just average. Husband, is what you said true? Uzumaki Kushina said in surprise. It's 100 times more prosperous than here. What a scene that must be. Kushina, listen to his bragging. Tsunade snorted. It's not that she doesn't believe Senju Takuya's words, she just refutes them out of habit. Sister Tsunade, I believe in my husband. Me too. Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Makoto smiled and pulled Senju Takuya's arms, calling each other husband. Seeing the two of them like this, Tsunade could only smile helplessly. Good guy. Two love brains. No wonder they become good best friends. A few people walked slowly on the road, attracting the attention of countless people. After all, Tsunade, Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Makoto, and Hyakura are among the rare beauties even in the capital. The four of them were surrounded by a man, and it was difficult not to be noticed. Only, several people have become accustomed to this situation. Therefore, I didn't particularly care. Seeing that Uzumaki Kushina and the others were very excited, Senju Takuya accompanied them to wander on the street. Takuya, let's go see the daimyo first. The journey has been delayed for such a long time. If I don't go to see you immediately when I arrive in the capital, I'm afraid the daimyo will be angry. Yi Kang reminded softly. The ninjas of Sunagaku respect the daimyo very much. After all, living in the desert all year round, their finances have always been very difficult. All funds must be supported by daimyo. Once the daimyo reduced their financial support, Sunagaku's ninjas would go hungry. In Yi Kang's understanding, the daimyo must not be offended. That makes sense. Husband, why don't you go see the daimyo first? We can go shopping by ourselves. After hearing what Yi Kang said, Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Makoto also felt that it made sense. Snort. Offended the daimyo. You don't really think that I came to the capital specifically to ask the daimyo for permission to serve as Hokage, right? Senju Takuya snorted. Takuya, do you want to? Tsunade asked with some surprise. That's right. I want the daimyo to surrender. Senju Takuya said coldly. In the ninja world, the highest status is the daimyo. Secondly, they are all kinds of princes, nobles, and dignitaries. Then, they are those samurai who are down and out but arrogant. And the ninja with the highest force value. They are at the bottom of society and the lowest status group of people. It is also called a duel. The key is, the ninjas actually had a default attitude towards this. Although I don't know how this abnormal social structure came to be. But Senju Takuya has long been very dissatisfied with this. In his eyes, ninjas should be the highest class in the world. This time he comes, to be honest, it is to make the so-called big names realize that the times will change in the future. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Tsunade, Kushina, Makoto, and Haguro were all shocked. They never thought that Senju Takuya would have such thoughts in his heart. Takuya, the daimyo is the biggest employer in our village. If you do this, the nobles of the Fire Nation will definitely unite to protest. Without their support, even Konoha would have difficulty maintaining the village's expenses. Tsunade frowned. Kushina and the three of them also nodded. Can your layout be bigger? Wouldn't it be better to just kill anyone who disagrees? Senju Takuya said indifferently. I really don't understand what these people are thinking. The fist is the last word. Hiss. Kill a famous person. Tsunade and the others took a deep breath. Senju Takuya's words made them unable to digest them for a while. You should change your ideas. Strength is respected in the ninja world. To give him face, I call him Zhou Tianming. If you don't give him face, he will be just a pig raised by me. Senju Takuya said calmly. CJFE. It seems there is nothing wrong with what you said. Tsunade murmured. She had never thought about it before. But now think about it. With the force of ninjas, once an armed conflict occurs, the group of ordinary people does not seem to have the power to resist. But, wouldn't our reputation be ruined? Kushina said worriedly. Ninja attacks daimyo. It doesn't sound good if this kind of thing spreads. Reputation. Reputation is built, not spoken. From now on, ninjas will no longer be so-called tools, and will no longer have to endure in front of others. Senju Takuya shook his fist. He wants to be a rule maker, not a follower. All right, we will support you in whatever you want to do. Tsunade took a deep breath and his eyes gradually became firm. Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Makoto also nodded vigorously. Only Yi Kang looked at Senju Takuya with a strange look in his eyes. Now, she finds Senju Takuya charming. So strong and domineering. If after the Second War, Keisuke Tenjin can be as strong as Senju Takuya, then Sunagaku won't starve to death so many people, right? Then let the daimyo wait, Takuya, and you can continue shopping with us. I want to go to the biggest casino and win the title of Gambling King. Tsunade said excitedly. Senju Takuya and the others looked at each other, covering their mouths and snickering. He also won the title of Gambling King. I'm afraid it's more like a big fat sheep. However, several people also tacitly agreed not to speak, so as not to dampen Tsunade's enthusiasm. A long while, Tsunade walked out of the casino in despair. In just a few hours, she lost all the money she had with her. And some of those guys actually recognized her. The other party blurted out the phrase, it turns out to be a big fat sheep, which successfully spread her reputation in the capital. Seeing Tsunade's aggrieved look, Senju Takuya shook his head in a funny way and took a few people to the tavern. After drinking the wine, Tsunade's mood finally recovered. After drinking until late at night, they finally found a hotel to rest with satisfaction. Hateful. The ninjas of Konoha have been delayed for so long on the road. It means they came to the capital and did not come to CGN. I'm furious. Inside the palace, the daimyo looked at the information sent by his subordinates, and his fat body heaved with anger. These ninjas are so rude. They are obviously a group of the lowest tools, but they dare to disrespect his name. Such a person also wants to become a Hokage. He was the first to disagree. Tell me to go down and let them wait outside for a long time when they come to see me. The daimyo snorted coldly. It seems, over the years, he has been a little too tolerant of this group of ninjas. As a result, the other party has forgotten even the most basic respect and inferiority. This time, you must let them improve their memory. If the other party doesn't kneel on the ground and beg him humbly, then this year's financial allocation will be directly cut in half. The daimyo sneered a few times. He couldn't wait to see those hateful ninjas humbly begging for mercy in front of him. Ding. Be in love with your wife Tsunade and get rewards. Physique +3, chakra +3, mental strength +3. Ding. Love with his wife Uzumaki Kushina, get rewards, constitution +1, chakra +1. Ding. Love with his wife Uchiha Makoto, get reward, mental power +2. Ding. Love with his wife Yi Kang, get reward, chakra +1. After sleeping until the afternoon, Senju Takuya got dressed under the service of Tsunade and others. This feeling of constantly growing in strength while playing outside is really great. Seeing the dark circles on the faces of Tsunade and others, Senju Takuya asked them to stay in the hotel. Subsequently, then he came to the palace in the capital. Tisk, tisk, tisk. This palace is not impressive at all. Looking at the palace in front of him, Senju Takuya shook his head. It is not as well repaired as the manor in his Senju tribe. Stop. Who are you? Just as Senju Takuya was about to enter, several guards responsible for guarding the palace gate stopped him. I am a ninja from Konoha, and I want to see the daimyo. Senju Takuya said calmly. The daimyo is not available now. You can wait outside now. After hearing Senju Takuya's words, the leading guard waved his hand impatiently. He had received an order early this morning. The ninjas of Konoha wanted to see the daimyo, so they had to wait for a long time. I'm just informing you, not asking for opinions. Senju Takuya snorted lightly and continued to walk forward. Asshole, you dare to break into the palace, you despicable ninja, take it down for me. See Senju. Takuya did not wait obediently. The leading guard angrily drew out his long knife and wanted to put it on Senju Takuya's neck. Pity. Before he finished speaking, he felt a chill on his neck. Quote. The guard looked at the bloody kunai in Senju Takuya's hand with a look of disbelief on his face. He never thought that these lowly ninjas would dare to attack him. He wanted to say something. But his neck was cut open, but he couldn't say anything. Looking at the guard lying on the ground gradually losing his life, Senju Takuya glanced contemptuously and walked forward. The other guards rushed towards Senju Takuya while shouting. Sir, the daimyo is right here, the palace in front is it. No. The kunai pierced the heart, and Senju Takuya threw the body to the ground. Behind him were hundreds of corpses. Every corpse was killed by a single blow, and blood flowed into rivers. But Senju Takuya's body was not stained with a drop of bloodline. Come to the palace money. Senju Takuya opened the door and walked in. A group of richly dressed people were drinking and having fun. Hearing the sound, everyone suddenly raised their heads. Who are you? Looking at Senju Takuya who broke in, the daimyo screamed. The ninja of Konoha. Senju Takuya. Senju Takuya said calmly. How did you come? Didn't I tell you to wait outside? The daimyo said displeased ly. What do those guards outside do? Then I replaced them all. I'm very pressed for time. Let's get down to business. Senju Takuya said calmly. Snort. Time is tight. Why did you go gambling and drinking yesterday? You go back. I won't agree to your appointment as Hokage. The daimyo snorted coldly. He was already very dissatisfied with Senju Takuya, but after seeing that he was so handsome, he became even more angry. He had already made up his mind. Even if the other party knelt down and begged him, he would not agree to it today. I think you may have misunderstood. That's not what I'm here for. Senju Takuya continued. Isn't this the case? Then I have no reason to see you anymore, so get out of here. The daimyo's attitude was still arrogant. Didn't you hear what the daimyo said? Get out of here. Is this a daimyo that a humble ninja like you can meet? A man on the side yelled at Senju Takuya. That word again. It seems that this time I really came to the right place. Senju Takuya muttered after hearing the other person say, a despicable ninja. Immediately, his figure disappeared from the spot. Click. The next second, the person who just spoke had his neck broken by him. Be bold, Ray. Another person was shocked and angry, ready to scold. But a kunai accurately pierced his neck. Boom. With the sound of the corpse falling to the ground, the entire hall fell silent. A group of people who were originally extremely arrogant were now as quiet as ice. It's finally quiet. Senju Takuya chuckled. What are you going to do? The daimyo sat in his seat, trying to control his emotions. What I want is simple. Surrender to me. Senju Takuya said calmly. What? Submit to you. Upon hearing Senju Takuya's request, the daimyo couldn't help but exclaimed. This request is really unbelievable. So that, he even forgot about his fear. That's right. From now on, ninjas will have the highest status. Daimyo and officials must obey Hokage's orders. Whether it's financial support or food supplies, the Kingdom of Destruction will do its best to meet the Hokage's needs. Senju Takuya spoke his mind. No. Impossible. Ninjas are just a group of tools. Do we have to obey the orders of the tools? This is so ridiculous. Can you ninjas survive without us? Now you actually want to ride on our heads. After hearing Senju Takuya's request, some people couldn't help but stood up and retorted loudly. But the next second, his heart was pierced by a kunai. Who else wants to object? Senju Takuya said coldly. I object. I object too. Can you still kill us all? A few more people stood up. Fire-style great fireball technique. Senju Takuya released several fireballs, and those who objected were immediately engulfed in flames. Listening to the screams one after another, the scene became quiet again. Don't think that the law will not punish everyone. If you all oppose it, then I will kill them all. Senju Takuya said coldly. Daimyo, tell me what you think. Agree or die. Agree or die. Senju Takuya looked at the daimyo and asked calmly. In his eyes, this daimyo of the Fire Nation, the most powerful country in the ninja world. It's just a plaything that can be killed easily. You die. The daimyo suddenly shouted loudly. Immediately afterwards, 12 ninjas rushed out from behind him. Snort. Guarding the 12 ninja, each one possesses the strength of Jonin. If we work together, we will be invincible. Despicable ninja, go to hell. The daimyo sneered a few times, with a smile of success in his eyes. Do you really think he was scared just now? He was just stalling for time. Now that the 12 guardian ninjas are guarding him, who in the entire ninja world can hurt him? You actually want to make him surrender. Stop dreaming. Although he heard what the daimyo said about despicable ninjas, the guardian 12 ninjas showed no expression at all. In their hearts, they seemed to have already recognized this title. Under the order of the daimyo, the 12 ninja directly surrounded Senju Takuya. Seeing this scene, a proud smile appeared on the daimyo's face. Although he looked down upon these ninjas. But, have to say, sometimes these brainless guys are relatively easy to use. Konoha shinobi, for offending the daimyo, you have committed a capital crime. Today, let us join you. The leading ninja said coldly. The other ninjas all assumed an offensive stance. So, is this your confidence? Senju Takuya smiled. Protect the 12 ninjas. Each one has Jonin's strength. If we work together, we will be invincible. He is indeed a guy who is willing to hang out with a famous person. You can really put gold on your own face. Snort. Laugh. Let's see how long you can laugh. Seeing the disdainful smile on Senju Takuya's face, the daimyo became angry again. As a daimyo, he certainly would not go out of his way to understand the strengths and weaknesses of a group of tools. In his eyes, Jonin is already the top fighting force in the ninja world. Even Senju Takuya is very strong, but can he still surpass 12 Jonin? Superior. After receiving the order from the daimyo, the guarding 12 ninja immediately launched an attack on Senju Takuya. They launched attacks from different directions at the same time, without any blind spots at all. Seeing this scene, Senju Takuya stood there without even the intention to dodge. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan opens. For a moment, the nearly 100-meter-tall Susanoo towers into the sky. The tall and magnificent palace seemed very small in front of Susanoo. What is this? It's a lie. Is this also the power that ninjas have? No. Looking at the towering Susanoo, everyone present could not help but swallow their saliva. The terrifying aura that was constantly exuding made it difficult for them to even breathe. The 12 ninja guardians were even more horrified. In order to please the daimyo, their attack just now did not hold back at all, and Sunrise's attack was quanly. But the attacks of the 12 of them did not leave any trace on this huge demon statue. Look, what is that over there at the palace? Devil. The devil has arrived. It's so scary. Everyone, run away. Is this god coming to punish His Highness the daimyo? Susanoo's appearance also attracted the attention of everyone in the capital. Looking at Susanoo, who was like a demon, everyone took a deep breath. In the end, what happened? Why did the devil suddenly appear in the palace? What did the daimyo do? Everyone's mind is full of doubts. Inside the palace, Senju Takuya crossed his arms and stood on Susanoo's forehead. With a thought in her mind, Susanoo raised her legs high. Boom! With a loud noise, the whole earth shook. Just one blow. The 12 guardian ninja who were considered invincible by the daimyo all died tragically at Susanoo's feet. Killing a chicken with a bull's eye. Senju Takuya muttered. These so-called guardian nin were weaker than he thought. He didn't even last a single move. But I have to say that Susanoo is indeed a powerful tool for showing off. At this time, the daimyo was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, his whole body was shaking, and even his pants were wet. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Senju Takuya dismissed Susanoo. I agree with your request. I promise you whatever you say. From now on, you have the final say in the Fire Country. Before Senju Takuya could speak, the daimyo knelt on the ground and kowtowed. This daimyo who has been pampered since he was a child is really scared now. The terrifying demon statue just now was like a god in the sky, and it was simply not something that humans could deal with. I like your current attitude very much. But it's too late. Senju Takuya smiled slightly and waved the long knife in his hand. Click. The daimyo's head was chopped off. Seeing this scene, everyone still alive on the field knelt on the ground with a plop. Seeing that no one dared to defy him anymore, Senju Takuya asked people to bring the descendants of the daimyo back. 6 people in total. There are 4 boys and 2 girls. Senju Takuya did not hesitate and killed all the boys. The remaining 2 girls were kneeling on the ground shivering. What are your names? Senju Takuya asked. My name is Yukimi, and my sister's name is Yukino. The older girl answered, suppressing her fear. Now, I give you a chance to live. How about it? Looking at the 2 girls, Senju Takuya said calmly. Please give me your orders. Shuijian said immediately. You come back to Konoha with me, and the other one stays here to succeed the daimyo. Senju Takuya pointed at Yukimi and said. Everything must be obeyed, sir. After seeing Senju Takuya's cruelty, Shuijian had no intention of resisting at all. Even though her father and brother were killed by the man in front of her, she had no idea of revenge. Just now in the harem, she also saw the demon statue with her own eyes. A strong person with this kind of power would make the wisest choice to obey the other party. Very good. You are much smarter than your father. Senju Takuya nodded with satisfaction. After a brief chat, Senju Takuya asked people to call over all the people in power in the capital in the name of the daimyo. After cleaning up some stubborn guys, everyone knelt in front of him and expressed their surrender to him. And Yukino, under the witness of everyone, successfully inherited the title of daimyo and became the ruler of the country. The day after Yukino became a daimyo, a series of announcements were made to enhance the status of ninjas. For a time, The entire ninja world was in shock. Daimyo surrenders to Hokage. This kind of thing shocked everyone. Considering that Yukino was only a teenager, Senju Takuya asked Hatake Sakumo to bring some shadow ninjas to the capital. Help Yukino control the entire fire country. After stabilizing the situation, the country of destruction will be completely in Takuya's hands. Next, all you need to do is transform the Fire Nation into what you want step by step. After finishing what he should do, Senju Takuya stayed in the capital for a few more days and had a good time with Tsunade and Kushina. After having fun, he took Yukimi, Tsunade and others towards Konoha. In addition, it is worth mentioning that when Tsunade and others saw the noble and elegant princess groveling in front of Senju Takuya, the last trace of awe for the daimyo disappeared in their hearts. Turn out to be this group of guys who claim to be superior to others. In the face of absolute force, this kind of eyebrows will appear. When Senju Takuya returned to Konoha village, he received a very grand welcome. Almost all the villagers and ninjas in Konoha village came to the entrance of the village, cheering for him, shouting words like, "Long live Lord Takuya. Takuya-sama, we have all heard about your deeds. Thank you so much." One boy said excitedly with tears in his eyes. His father died to protect the nobles. But he was criticized as a piece of trash who can't even make tools. He hated those superior guys. Why can't ninjas be respected? However, as he grew older, he gradually recognized the reality. Ninjas are tools. This is a fact recognized by the entire ninja world. It is a tradition that no one can change. But when he heard that Senju Takuya was in the land of fire, asking the high-ranking daimyo to bow their heads and surrender, he stopped. "Ninja, you will be respected in the future. It was Lord Takuya who allowed us ninjas to find their dignity. No matter what happens in the future, I will stand firmly behind Lord Takuya." A kunoichi shouted. After becoming a ninja, her self-esteem was trampled on by others time and time again. Working hard for the task, but not getting any respect. Even once her employer wanted to force her to have, but she refused and was called a foolish fool. She didn't know how many times she wanted to stand up and resist, but she didn't have the courage. And Senju Takuya helped her do it. She didn't know how much pressure Senju Takuya had to bear to have the courage to make such a choice. But she knows, no matter what happens in the future, she will firmly support Senju Takuya. Not just the two of them, all the ninjas present were excited. In this era, ninjas are called tools and have no status. Senju Takuya gave them dignity. How can such a person not be respected? Husband, you are so outstanding. I really married the right person. Sitting on the carriage and watching the cheers of the crowd, Uzumaki Kushina had a happy smile on her face. Uchiha Makoto's eyes were also filled with admiration. Yi Kang is even more brilliant. Even Tsunade no longer talked back at this time, but was held in Senju Takuya's arms obediently. Asterisk. Look. At this scene, in an inconspicuous corner of the crowd, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked constipated. When he was a Hokage, he was often made things difficult by daimyo. Sometimes, in order to get more financial support, he even talked about it. But now, Senju Takuya actually solved it with force. The highest status is the daimyo who submits to the Hokage ninja. I'm afraid no one would have dared to think of such a thing before, right? The key is, after Senju Takuya did this kind of thing, not only was he not ostracized by everyone, he also received such great support. If he had known this, he wouldn't have thought about grandchildren at the beginning. Amid cheers, Senju Takuya returned to the Senju tribe. Uzumaki Mito took Yakushi Nanoyu and others out to greet him in person. "Little Takuya, what you did is really good. If I met you when I was young, what would happen to Hashirama?" Mito said happily as soon as he saw Senju Takuya. Then, when determining the one country one village system, she turned a deaf ear to Senju Hashirama. However, Hashirama was too stubborn and refused to use force against the daimyo no matter what. He also said that for thousands of years, there has been no reason for ninjas to attack their employers. Slowly, the status of ninjas became lower and lower. But little Takuya changed all that. How could she be unhappy? Ha ha ha. Grandma Mito, please stop teasing me. After traveling for such a long time, let's go back and have a meal first. Senju Takuya laughed a few times and led everyone towards the clan territory. Looking at the extremely luxurious Senju clan's land, Shuijian couldn't help but open his mouth in surprise. She never imagined that there was a more luxurious place in the world than the palace. A few more days later, the Hokage succession ceremony also officially began. Senju Takuya couldn't help but feel a little excited when he thought that he was about to become a Hokage. Become a Hokage, led Konoha village to become the most powerful ninja village in the entire ninja world, and unify the entire ninja world. But it was a dream he had always had in his previous life. Arriving in the backyard, Senju Takuya couldn't help but be startled when he saw the elegant Yukijian. Pretty. It's so beautiful. Now Shuemi is wearing the clothes unique to the princess of the land of fire. The yellow silk and exquisite embroidery make the whole person look gorgeous. The bunted hair is also covered with precious gold ornaments and gems. It matches the aristocratic temperament cultivated from childhood. Even Senju Takuya, who is used to seeing beautiful women, was a little surprised at this time. Takuya-sama. Yukimi bowed slowly to Senju Takuya. Ahem, are you all ready? Senju Takuya came back to his senses and asked calmly. Everything is ready, Shuijian said respectfully. At first, Senju Takuya agreed to keep her in Yukino, and one of her requirements was that she wear a princess's costume and personally hand over the Hokage hat at the Hokage succession ceremony. This is also a public expression of the daimyo's surrender to the Hokage. That's good, let's go. After Senju Takuya finished speaking, he walked out. Shuijian was walking towards the Hokage building behind him, surrounded by a group of servants. Grandma Haori, can you hurry up? We're going to be late. Uzumaki Kushina watched the time passing by and said anxiously to an old woman who was threading needles. Don't rush, it'll be ready soon. The old woman who was called Granny Haori slowly adjusted her reading glasses and continued to carry out the work at hand unhurriedly. After some time, just when Uzumaki Kushina's red hair was fluttering and she couldn't help but get angry, Granny Haori finally completed the work in hand. First generation item, second generation item, third generation item. I sew all their Hokage cloaks myself. There can't be any mistakes in something so important. Grandma Haji kept mumbling. Only, Uzumaki Kushina didn't have the patience to listen anymore. He picked up the Hokage cloak he had just made and rushed out of the room. Seeing that it was getting late, Uzumaki Mito rarely wore a gorgeous outfit. This is what Senju Hashirama wore when she became Hokage. Now, in order to express her importance, she turned it over again. Tsunade led a group of sisters and followed Uzumaki Mito with their children in their arms. Today, for the Senju clan, it's a very grand day. Uchiha Makoto also specially found a camera to take pictures of today's scenes as a souvenir. Konoha village. The villagers all spontaneously held up banners and walked in groups towards the Hokage building. In the ninja world, the Hokage succession ceremony is always the grandest event. Not to mention, today's successor to Hokage is Senju Takuyadin, who is admired by countless ninjas. Hurry up, if you're late, you won't be able to get a seat. Yes, today is the day when Takuya-sama succeeds Hokage, so we must catch up. If it weren't for Takuya-sama, we ninjas would probably still be called tools, right now, right? I just went on a mission not long ago, and those employers were very respectful to me. Me too. The status of our ninjas is not what it used to be. Now I have more backbone when talking to my employer. Ha 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 ha. This is all Takuya-sama's credit. On the way to the Hokage building, there was such talk everywhere. Now Senju Takuya can be said to be a national idol in Konoha village. Even Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage who founded Konoha, was not as beloved as Senju Takuya now. Obito, hurry up, you won't be late this time. Nohara Rin looked at the slow Uchiha Obito and said anxiously. I know, Lin, I'll just leave quickly, Uchiha Obito said helplessly. That guy Kakashi's teacher turned out to be Hokage. Really pissed off. That stinky guy will be proud for a long time again, right? Lin, we don't care about Obito anymore, let's go quickly. It would be great if I could get Takuya-sama's signature. Yuhi Kurenai held Nohara Rin's hand and moaned. Red, my dad is also a Hokage, I can get you as many autographs as you want. Sarutobi Asuma shouted. Cut, Asuma, is your father as handsome as Takuya-sama? We don't want everyone's signature. Mitarashi Anko made a face at Sarutobi Asuma. This made Sarutobi Asuma very angry. If it wasn't for the sake of behaving like a gentleman in front of Yuri Kurenai, he would definitely take action directly. Takuya-sama, everything is ready. Nara Shikaku walked to Senju Takuya, 747, and said respectfully. "Nu, let's start." Senju Takuya nodded, took the Hokage cloak from Uzumaki Kushina and put it on. Subsequently, went to the edge of the Hokage building. "Look, it's Lord Takuya. Come out, come out." Takuya-sama looks even more charming when he puts on the Hokage cloak. Seeing Senju Takuya appear, nearly 10,000 people in front of the Hokage building immediately cheered. Senju Takuya also raised his arms and waved to everyone. Seeing this scene, Uzumaki Kushina, Tsunade and others all had smiles on their faces. When their husbands are loved so much, they feel satisfied from the bottom of their hearts. Namikaze Minato, on the other hand, looked envious. This scene had appeared in his dreams countless times. If, this time it was he who became Hokage, that would be great. Only, soon Namikaze Minato adjusted his mentality. Even if you think you are already excellent. But he also had to admit. Compared with Senju Takuya, he is far behind. Uchiha Makoto took a camera and started taking pictures of Senju Takuya from different angles. Hatake Kakashi stood beside Senju Takuya with his head held high. My own teacher turned out to be a Hokage. Kakashi has never been so proud. But, seeing him like this, that guy Obito, are you going to say bad things about him behind his back again? Amid cheers, Senju Takuya also started his speech. Starting today, I will be the fourth Hokage. Since the death of the first Hokage, the rich Konoha has been surrounded by wolves. In the first ninja war and the second ninja war, although Konoha won the final victory, we suffered heavy casualties. All of this is caused by insufficient strength. In the future, I will definitely make Konoha stand at the top of the ninja world again. Build Konoha village into the most prosperous place in the entire ninja world. Senju Takuya's impassioned speech made everyone in Konoha extremely excited. In Senju Takuya's description, they saw a bright future. And everyone believes that the Hokage, who is so powerful that even the daimyo dares to overthrow him, will be able to fulfill his promise. After the speech, the villagers began to applaud enthusiastically again. Senju Takuya stood on the Hokage building and gently raised his arm. Moment. The crowd of nearly 10,000 people suddenly became quiet. Seeing this scene, Nara was amazed. Just from this point, we can see how high the prestige of the newly appointed fourth Hokage is in the hearts of the villagers. Seeing the crowd quiet down, Nara Shikaku spoke again. Now, please let the princess of the Fire Country present a hat to Lord Hokage. Shikaku's voice echoed throughout the audience, and everyone opened their mouths in surprise. This link, it was beyond everyone's expectation. No, did I hear it correctly? The princess wants to personally present hats to everyone in Takuya. You heard it right, it's true. Master Takuya is so handsome. Ha 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 ha, isn't it strange? Isn't this a sign of the daimyo's surrender? I really didn't expect that if this matter spread, it would probably shock the entire ninja world, right? I want to see who dares to look down on us ninjas after today. Under the unbelievable eyes of the crowd, the dazzling Princess Yukimi, dressed in a costume, slowly walked to Senju Takuya's side. That graceful and luxurious temperament instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the room. Master Hokage, congratulations. On behalf of the name of the Fire Nation, I would like to offer you my most sincere blessings. After Shuijian finished speaking, he knelt on his knees and raised the Hokage hat, which symbolized Hokage rights, above his head. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked again. He actually knelt down. The aloof princess actually knelt down for Hokage. Even after seeing it with their own eyes, many people still rubbed their eyes in disbelief. To know, in the past, the princess is a being that ninjas can only look up to. But now, the princess not only came to attend the Hokage's succession ceremony, but also knelt down in public. Until now, everyone can truly feel it. This newly appointed fourth Hokage has made great contributions to the ninja. I really have to stand up. Not to mention the ordinary villagers, even Senju Takuya couldn't help but be a little surprised when Yuki saw this kneel down. This woman, Senju Takuya, is better at pleasing people than he thought. He never mentioned to the other party that he wanted the other party to kneel down to him in public. But, since the other party has done this, he will not refuse. Taking the bamboo hat from Yukimi's hand with one hand, Senju Takuya put it on his head. Long live Lord Takuya! Long live the Fourth Hokage! Long live Konoha! Amid cheers, the Hokage succession ceremony is officially completed. Senju Takuya. It also became the Fourth Hokage of Konoha village. After Senju Takuya became the Fourth Hokage, Shuijian took the initiative to find him. Shuijian, what's the matter? Seeing Shuimi walking in, Senju Takuya asked softly. Takuya-sama, I heard that you have been worrying about reviving the Senju clan. You also formulated a wife selection plan for this purpose, right? Shuijian said slowly and softly. After spending some time with Senju Takuya, she was no longer as afraid of him as she was at first. Because, she found, this being who once looked like a demon in her eyes turned out to be ridiculously kind to the people around her. She originally thought that after the other party became Hokage, she would lose her use value. It is very likely that he will be killed without mercy like the rest of the royal family. But, unexpectedly, even after waiting anxiously for a long time, Senju Takuya didn't look for her. And, a dozen servants were specially arranged to take care of her daily life. This gradually made her bolder. What do you want to say? Senju Takuya asked curiously. I would like to ask, am I qualified to be Takuya-sama's wife? Shuijian lowered his head and whispered. That's right. After she got to know Senju Takuya, she came up with this idea. If you can become the other party's wife, then at least her and Yukino's future life will be guaranteed, right? As a princess, she read many ancient books. We also know how miserable the women of the royal family will become once the dynasty declines. In contrast, marrying Senju Takuya was the best way she could think of to preserve herself. Only, one of the rules in Senju Takuya's wife selection plan is that women must be chunin or above to be eligible to participate. But she is just an ordinary person. ... Don't you hate me? After hearing Yukimi's words, Senju Takuya raised his eyebrows and asked. Don't hate. I know that change will involve bloodshed. Takuya-sama can save Yukino and I's lives, and allow Yukino to inherit the position of daimyo. I am already very grateful. Yuki sees the calm Kaido. Hearing her words, Senju Takuya nodded. He really didn't sense any malice in the other party's heart. I will prepare for the wedding. Senju Takuya directly agreed to Yukimi's request. Really, Takuya-sama, are you willing to hold a wedding for me? Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Yukijian asked in surprise. She originally thought, in order to combat the majesty of the daimyo and enhance the prestige of the ninja, Senju Takuya will choose to possess her directly like a concubine. Unexpectedly, Senju Takuya was actually willing to hold a wedding for her. I have always treated my wife equally. Senju Takuya smiled. Shuijian has a noble temperament, very beautiful appearance, and has the blessing of being a princess. Such a woman can very much satisfy a man's possessiveness and vanity. After getting Senju Takuya's promise, Yukijian said goodbye with satisfaction. A week later, Senju Takuya held a grand wedding for him. In order to express attention, as a daimyo, Yukimi also rushed over in person and delivered a congratulatory message. This also made the villagers admire Senju Takuya, the fourth Hokage, even more. Although the status of ninjas has changed now, the concept cannot be changed in a short time. Even if he married a princess, the daimyo came to congratulate him in person. Just ask the entire ninja world, besides Lord Takuya, who else can do it? Finally, in the eyes of everyone full of envy and jealousy, Senju Takuya successfully completed the wedding. Senju tribe land, backyard. Senju Takuya opened the door, looked at Shuimi in a formal dress, and walked slowly over. Seeing Senju Takuya walking over, Yukijian said softly. Why don't you change your name? Senju Takuya said deliberately. Shuijian called softly, and her slender snow-white neck instantly turned red. Although it was her initiative to marry Senju Takuya, But when she finally came to the last step, she couldn't help but feel weak with excitement. Seeing this scene, Senju Takuya didn't say anything, and stretched out his hand to open Yuki's clothes. Husband, what's wrong? Seeing Senju Takuya's lack of movement, Yukijian asked a little strangely. Quote. Shui Jian, you are so white. As the saying goes, one white thing can cover up all the ugliness. Not to mention, Shui Jian is not ugly at all. Ding. Marry Shuimi and get a reward. Bloodline strength increased by 100%. Ding. Seeing love with my wife, I get a reward, the power of blood +1. Listening to the system prompts, Senju Takuya sat up suddenly. The reward this time, is it about blood? Soon. After digesting the information in his mind, Senju Takuya couldn't help but reveal an excited smile on his face. Original. He married Shuijian solely because she was beautiful and a princess. But Shuijian is an ordinary person who is not even a ninja after all, so he doesn't expect to get any rewards. Unexpectedly, the reward given to him for marrying Shuijian was to increase the power of his bloodline. According to the description of the system, the increase in bloodline strength does not bring much benefit to him. But it can greatly enhance the power of future generations. The stronger the power of his bloodline, the stronger the power of his descendants, including those children already born. Only, I don't know if improving the bloodline is Shuijian's exclusive reward, or a reward that every princess can provide. This matter can only wait until he unifies the ninja world in the future and marries a few princesses from other countries. Husband, what's wrong? Yukimi asked strangely when he saw Senju Takuya's appearance. Nothing. Senju Takuya touched Yukijian's long hair and said Kaido casually. If his bloodline improves to a certain level in the future, then the descendants of the Senju clan in the future will probably reach a terrifying level of strength. Just after Senju Takuya and Yukimi completed their wedding, the great changes in the Land of Fire also spread throughout the entire ninja world. Almost all the daimyo from other countries strengthened the strength of the guards around them. And the protection against ninjas has also been upgraded by several levels. After all, someone has started this kind of thing, and it is difficult to guarantee that others will not imitate it. They don't want to have their heads chopped off by ninjas in public like the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Unlike the daimyo, the ninjas from other countries are divided into two factions. The radicals hope to start a revolution in their own country like Senju Takuya, so that ninjas can become the masters of the country from the lowest tool. Conservatives feel that ninjas are not suitable to rule the country and it is better to maintain the status quo. The two sides fought fiercely. Finally, the conservatives relied on the support of daimyo and firmly gained the upper hand. But everyone understands, as long as Konoha village serves as a warning, similar things will continue to happen. So, if you want to completely solve the ninja rebellion and maintain your rule, you must eliminate Konoha village. At least, we also need to let the daimyo of the fire country regain power. Then, the daimyo of the four countries, the kingdom of wind, the kingdom of earth, the kingdom of water, and the kingdom of thunder, jointly held a meeting. At the meeting, through a series of fierce quarrels, the big names from several countries reached a consensus. Order the ninja villages in their respective countries to jointly attack Konoha village. Now the Konoha village third Hokage has abdicated and the fourth Hokage has just taken over. This is when the regime is most unstable. Now that they are attacking Konoha, they have a great chance of winning. And several ninja village cages had no objections to this. They were already salivating over Konoha village. Now that we have the support of famous people, is there nothing left to say? Then, other ninja villages began to secretly gather ninjas, ready to give Konoha village a fatal blow at any time. Senju clan, clan land, thump, the pebbles fell on the calm lake, causing a splash of water. Yi Kang was sitting alone by the lake, constantly throwing stones around him into the center of the lake, his expression looking a little absent-minded. Today, she secretly went to Konoha hospital, pregnant. When Yi Kang heard the news, he didn't feel happy at all. Instead, he was filled with tangles in his heart. Although she came to Konoha, married Senju Takuya, just to be pregnant with the blood of the Senju clan, and then secretly escaped back to Sunagaku. The powerful bloodline of the Senju clan can also thrive in Sunagaku. But When she really knew she was pregnant, her mood was extremely complicated. Because she discovered, deep down in his heart, he doesn't want to leave Senju Takuya. Yi Kang, so you are here. Senju Takuya's voice sounded. Yi Kang turned around, and Senju Takuya was already sitting next to her. What, are you worried? Looking at Yi Kang, Senju Takuya asked deliberately. Quote. Seeing Senju Takuya, Yi Kang's expression became a little flustered. He hesitated for a long time without saying anything. I heard you went to the hospital today. Senju Takuya said expressionlessly. Quote. I'm pregnant. Seeing Senju Takuya's concerned expression, Yi Kang gritted his teeth and told him about his pregnancy. Really? That's great. Senju Takuya pretended to be happy and hugged Yi Kang into his arms. Feeling Senju Takuya's warm embrace, Yi Kang's eyes became a little moist. The scenes of getting along with Senju Takuya in the past came to mind. When I first met Senju Takuya, I was amazed by her appearance. Senju Takuya was under pressure because she, an outsider, held a grand wedding. In the middle of the night, she surrenders to Senju Takuya and begs for mercy. Going to the capital of the Land of Fire, Senju Takuya furiously kills the daimyo and vindicates the name of the ninja. At the Hokage succession ceremony, Senju Takuya was supported by countless people and was full of high spirits. Scenes emerged in Yikang's mind, and her eyes gradually became firmer. What's wrong? Feeling the changes in Yi Kang, Senju Takuya lowered his head and asked. Takuya, I want to tell you something. Yi Kang struggled out of Senju Takuya's arms and spoke with a serious expression. What's the matter? Seeing Yi Kang's appearance, Senju Takuya said calmly. Takuya, actually, I married you because of the mission assigned to me by the village. My mission is to escape back to Sunagaku after becoming pregnant with your child. In this way, Sunagaku will be able to possess the powerful bloodline of the Senju clan. Yi Kang gritted his teeth and spoke out about his mission. That's it, I see. Then why are you telling me the truth now? Senju Takuya asked curiously. Quote. Yi Kang tried hard but still didn't say anything. Anyway, I don't want to feel sorry for you. So, I gave up on the task assigned to me by the village. Yi Kang took a deep breath, took out a kunai from his body, and suddenly stabbed towards the heart. She fell in love with Senju Takuya, so she chose to give up the mission. But, as a ninja, she didn't want to let the village down either. So, after telling Senju Takuya the truth, Yi Kang chose to commit suicide. But, the moment she was about to commit suicide, Senju Takuya had already grabbed her wrist. You are my wife, do I allow you to commit suicide? Senju Takuya exerted a little force, and the kunai in Yi Kang's hand fell to the ground. But, I don't know how to face everyone in the future. Besides, I don't want to betray the village. Yi Kang said a little sadly. Since marrying Senju, Senju Takuya has taken great care of her, and Kushina and the others have always regarded her as a good sister who talks about everything. The better the relationship with everyone, the deeper the guilt she feels in her heart. She didn't know how to face Senju Takuya and Kushina in the future. Don't want to betray the village. Is there anything in Sunagaku worth your life for? Senju Takuya asked rhetorically. The village has always valued me very much, so it entrusted me with such an important task. Even Lord Casecage promised to let me take his place and become Casecage. The village values me so much, so of course I will repay it with death. Yi Kang said firmly. Do you value me? Yi Kang, you are too stupid. Senju Takuya sneered disdainfully. What's the meaning? Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Yi Kang asked with some confusion. Use your brain and think about it carefully. If Feng Ying really valued you, would he give you this kind of task? Even if you do return to Sunagaku with your child, do you think the higher-ups will trust a ninja who is married to another village? Do the villagers have a good impression of you, the wife of the Konoha Hokage? If it were you, would you want the ninja who once held the title of Hokage wife to become Casecage? Senju Takuya said with a slight snort. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Yi Kang opened his mouth in a daze. Indeed it is. Even if she returns to the village now, can she still gain the village's trust? With her status, will the village let her become the Casecage? Maybe it's just that Lord Casecage didn't consider this. Yi Kang retorted instinctively. She didn't want to believe that she was really an abandoned child of the village. But, with her strength and prestige, she is enough to compete with Feng Ying. Don't lie to yourself. You don't think that with elite Jonin and a blood inheritance limit, you can really become the Casecage, do you? I can tell you for sure that even if this incident hadn't happened, you wouldn't have been able to become Feng Ying. Senju Takuya said calmly. Why? Yi Kang couldn't help but ask. Because you are not the heir to Magnet Style's bloodline. Senju Takuya said coldly. His words made Yi Kang feel like he had fallen into an ice cave. Magnet Style blood succession limit. Historically, the Casecages have been ninjas who have mastered the limits of Magnet Style. Among her group of ninjas, the only ones with this kind of blood inheritance limit are Luo Sha and Gasuo Luo. You don't know yet, but Luo Sha and Gai Luo are already married. Senju Takuya released another big news. Hearing the news, Yi Kang opened his mouth wide and froze on the spot. She knew very well what it meant for two ninjas with Magnet-style inheritance limits to get married. At this time, no matter how stupid she is, she has already realized it. In this game, she is just an outcast in the village. Yi Kang, this is the future I see for you. Senju Takuya pulls Yi Kang into the illusion. The ending of Yi Kang in the original work of the Union allows Yi Kang to see his future. When you are destined to fail to become the Casecage, your strength and prestige are the reason for the village to get rid of you. If you really escape back to Sunagaku, the only thing waiting for you is death. Senju Takuya said calmly. For Yi Kang, he still felt a pity. In the original work, Yi Kang became a victim of the village. This is why he told Yi Kang so much. Another point. If Yi Kang is still stubborn, he can only choose to do it himself. I see. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. I will be Mrs. Hokage of Konoha from now on. After thinking about it, Yi Kang no longer has any sense of belonging to Sunagaku. Since the village has given up on her, why does she still work for the village? In addition, Yakura already deeply liked Senju Takuya in his heart. So, she naturally knows how to choose. Seeing that Yi Kang was no longer entangled, Senju Takuya also smiled. After all, it was his wife who he had lived with for so long, and he didn't want to kill her. Husband, I have something else to tell you. After untying the knot in his heart, Yi Kang no longer struggled and took out a letter from his arms. This is a secret letter given to me by the village a few days ago. It contains important information. Konoha Village, Hokage Building. In the office, Senju Takuya looked at Hitaki Tsukumo, Namikaze Minato, Orochimaru, Tsunade and others with a relaxed smile on his face. Don't be so serious, everyone. We are now on guard. If the other side dares to attack, we will be able to catch them off guard. According to the information provided by Yi Kang, 4 villages, Sunagaku, Cloud Shinobi Village, Iwagakure, and Cloud Shinobi Village, are preparing to launch an attack on Konoha at the same time. Although the specific time of the attack is not known, it can be expected that the Third Ninja War is about to begin. Takuya, the Great Ninja War is about to begin. You have never experienced it and don't know how cruel the battlefield is. Hitaki Tsukumo frowned. The others also nodded. The 4 most powerful ninja villages join forces to attack Konoha. This time, Konoha is in big trouble. Do not worry. Didn't we win the first 2 times? Senju Takuya shrugged. Things are different, Orochimaru also said in a hoarse voice. In the first 2 great ninja wars, Konoha was 1 against 4. But, at that time, the 4 villages were fighting on their own. That's all. Konoha also suffered heavy losses and it was very difficult to win. Now that the 4 villages are united with each other, it may be more difficult for Konoha to win this time. Rest assured, I have everything. Just do as I arrange. Senju Takuya waved his hand. Seeing his confident look, everyone present couldn't help but feel a little emotional. It's really different to have a powerful Hokage. Not to mention anything else, just the sentence, I have everything, just now. I don't know how many times stronger than the original Sarutobi Hiruzen. Under the arrangement of Senju Takuya, Konoha began to secretly mobilize ninjas. Orochimaru is in charge of Iwagakure's battlefield, Tsunade is in charge of Karigakure's battlefield, and Namikaze Minato is in charge of Cloud. The battlefield of Hidden Village, Hitaki Tsukumo is in charge of the battlefield of Sunagaku. After everything was arranged, several people took the ninjas to the front lines. Under the arrangement of Senju Takuya, the first batch of ninjas sent to the front line were basically all family ninjas from the Sarutobi clan, Shimura clan, Mito clan, and the Transfer clan. During the decades that Sarutobi Hiruzen was in power, the number of these ninjas increased greatly. In total, there were nearly 8,000 ninjas. Of course, although these ninjas are allowed to go to the front line, Senju Takuya will not deliberately let them die. Just fight normally. After all, once they are dead, other ninjas will need to help. Although the specific attack time of the enemy ninja is not known, Konoha's side will not wait in vain. After Orochimaru and others led the soldiers to the front line, they began to lay traps. Explosive talisman, chaotic bamboo pit, fire oil. All kinds of traps emerge endlessly. As long as the opponent dares to attack, he will definitely suffer heavy losses without preparedness. While the traps on the front line were in full swing, the newly graduated genins also began to escort supplies to the front line. Nohara Rin, Uchiha Obito, Yuhi Kurenai, Sarutobi Asuma, Might Guy. The first batch of Shaoqiang also began to become active. Iron Country. On the conference table, Tsuchikage Onoki, Mizukage Yagura, Reikage Moxa, 3rd Kazekage and Iron Country Admiral, Mifune. Original. The only ones attacking Konoha were the coalition forces of 4 ninja villages. But after Mifune heard about it, he insisted on involving his men. Reason, of course, to defend the honor of the samurai. In their view, it is the responsibility of the samurai to protect the safety of the daimyo. And Senju Takuya's killing of the daimyo was a provocation to the samurai. Not to mention, they would never allow lowly ninjas to ride on the heads of samurai. Tell me, how is the Yin family's preparation for 000? As the host of the meeting, Mifune was the first to speak. We Iwagakure are ready. You can launch an attack at any time. Onoki said calmly. Snort. You didn't play any tricks this time, did you? Ileng said with a snort. Who knows, if you have the guts to go to Iwagakure and have a look for yourself. Onoki sarcastically said. Asshole, what did you say? I slapped his hand on the table, and his whole body was instantly wrapped in lightning armor. Not long ago, 3rd Reikage led a group of elite ninjas to Iwagakure for a sneak attack, but was besieged by Onoki with tens of thousands of ninjas, and died of exhaustion. Now Onoki said such words, it was simply murderous and heart-wrenching. Okay, let's talk about your grudges after defeating Yi. The important thing now is to discuss the time to send troops. Goji Yagura said impatiently. I thought for a while and finally endured it. Once Konoha eats this piece of fat in his mouth, it won't be too late to settle the score with Onoki, an old guy. We are also ready. Moreover, according to the information from our spies in Konoha, Konoha is not prepared at all now. Most of the ninjas on the front line returned to the village because they participated in the Fourth Hokage succession ceremony. As long as we launch an attack together, Konoha will definitely suffer heavy losses. 3rd Kazekage said confidently. Oh, is the information accurate? Everyone was a little surprised when they heard 3rd Kazekage's words. Is Sunagaku so awesome? Even the reality of Konoha's front line can be investigated clearly. Of course, this spy's status in Konoha is not ordinary. 3rd Kazekage said proudly. If things go well this time, he will definitely become Sunagaku's greatest Kazekage in the future. In this case, there is no reason for us to lose. Everyone, let us join forces to give this newly appointed 4th Hokage a big gift. Mifune sneered. Let alone a young boy like Senju Takuya, even if Sarutobi Hiruzen takes the stage in person, Konoha will definitely lose. With the information about 3rd Kazekage, the next thing is simple. Attack. It has to be as fast as possible. Finally. Under the unanimous decision of everyone. The time was set for 3 days later. 3 days later. At the same time, they launched an attack on Konoha. Konoha's front line. A group of ninjas stood ready. Everyone's faces were full of serious expressions. Enemy. An attack could be launched at any time. Although they had prepared in advance, they were still nervous. Sudden. Everyone felt that the ground beneath their feet began to tremble. Coming. Feeling the vibration under their feet, everyone was shocked. Not long after, a dark crowd appeared not far ahead. Seeing this scene, the ninjas of Konoha immediately took out their kunai. Great Ninja War, here we go, Sunagakur. On the battlefield, countless Sunagakur ninjas roared towards Konoha's frontline base camp and attacked. The neat footsteps made a huge sound, and the ground couldn't help but tremble. Everyone, go ahead and get rid of all those guys in Konoha. He. I heard that the girls in Konoha are very charming. It's our turn to enjoy it. I'm afraid the idiot from Konoha is still sleeping under the covers. He won't be scared to death by us, right? For the glory of Sunagakur, kill. With cruel smiles on their faces, the ninjas of Sunagakur suddenly rushed towards the seemingly defenseless Konoha base camp. Seeing the camp so close, all the ninjas in Sunagakur were excited. This sudden attack will definitely catch these ninjas off guard. They felt full of strength when they thought about the Konoha shinobi who could be killed later and fled. The revenge of the previous two ninja world wars must be avenged together this time. That's all. Tens of thousands of Sunagakur's ninjas rushed into Konoha's camp without any hindrance. Soon, someone realized something was wrong. Even if they attacked suddenly, Konoha shouldn't have no reaction at all. At least, there should also be ninjas on duty, right? Everyone, be careful, who might come back. Someone shouted. Before they could react, there was a sudden sound of the fuse being lit under their feet. Boom, boom, boom. With loud noises, countless detonating symbols exploded among Sunagakur's ninjas. In just a few moments, nearly 1,000 of Sunagakur's ninjas died. Countless people were injured. Yan Lian, cunning Konoha shinobi. Withdraw. The ninjas of Sunagakur were a little stunned by the explosion of the detonating talisman, and then they wanted to evacuate outside. But, around them, a large number of Konoha shinobi appeared. Beside the Konoha shinobi, there are dozens of large catapults. Following the order, the rolling kerosene from the catapult instantly crashed into the crowd of Sunagakur. The jar filled with kerosene exploded, instantly forming a sea of fire. Sunagakur's ninjas howled miserably in the sea of fire, and their formation was completely disrupted. For a time, the morale of the Konoha shinobi is greatly improved, while the morale of the Sunagakur ninjas is low. Kill. Seeing that the time was almost up, Hatake Tsukuyomi shouted and rushed towards Sunagakur's ninja first. The ninjas of Konoha also followed closely behind Hatake Tsukuyomi. Soon, the two sides collided together. Fire-style great fireball technique. Wind-style great breakthrough. A ninjutsu class composed of nearly 100 Konoha elite ninjas joined forces to release combined ninjutsu. Fire borrows the force of wind. The overwhelming sea of fire instantly swallowed up the ninjas in the front row. Hatake Tsukuyomi even used the short blade in his hand to kill everyone in the crowd. Sunagakur's ninjas also tried to fight back, but because their formation was in chaos, it didn't have much effect. After releasing several rounds of ninja, the ninjutsu class ninja's chakra was basically exhausted. After a period of panic, Sunagakur gradually calmed down. The backbone of genin from both sides rushed out and started a fierce hand-to-hand battle. The detonating symbols continued to explode, and shurikens and kunai were flying all over the sky. Konoha village and Sunagakur each suffered casualties. But, because Sunagakur was ambushed in front, the formation was scattered. So, soon Sunagakur's ninjas could no longer hold on and began to retreat. After leaving thousands of corpses behind, the ninjas of Sunagakur finally broke away from Konoha's encirclement. Hatake Tsukuyomi did not give any order to continue the pursuit. This battle could be won so easily simply because their side was well prepared. If the pursuit is too deep, once the opponent turns around and counterattacks, their numbers may suffer. This is Sunagakur's ninja. Too weak. Ha 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 ha. You are so vulnerable. How dare you declare war on Konoha like this? HMPH. Next time I dare to come, I won't let anyone go. However, this is thanks to Master Hokage's advance arrangements, otherwise we would not have won so easily. Yes, strategizing, with Master Takuya here, we in Konoha will definitely be able to reach the top of the Jonin world again. The ninjas of Konoha village laughed loudly. Today's battle was so enjoyable that it killed all the ninjas in Sunagakur. Everyone knows that the reason why he can win so easily is because of Senju Takuya's arrangements in advance. So, in the hearts of everyone, the admiration for Senju Takuya has increased a bit. Compared to ordinary ninjas, Hatake Tsukumo didn't have much joy on his face. He knows, today's battle is just the beginning. Although Sunagaku suffered heavy losses, it will definitely make a comeback. Next, that's the real hard battle. The same thing happened in every battlefield in the ninja world. Except Sunagaku, Cloud Shinobi Village, Iwagakure, Kurigakure. Without any precautions, they all suffered a huge loss. The shadows in each village cursed the 18 generations of the Third Kage's ancestors in their hearts. If it weren't for the false information provided by Third Kage, they would not have launched an attack so hastily. Let alone suffer heavy casualties and lose so many ninjas on the first day. If it weren't for the fact that there was no turning back now, they really wanted to go back and kill the Third Kage first. However, they also knew in their hearts that Third Kage was most likely deceived. That so-called spy may have been instigated long ago. He instigated rebel spies and used his tactics to plan the situation. He set up an ambush early without leaking any news. As soon as the war began, all 4 ninja villages suffered heavy losses. This scheming, Onoki, Goji and Yagura finally put away their contempt. My heart began to be filled with fear for Senju Takuya. Sunagaku. Third Kage looked at the information in his hand and suddenly slapped his hand on the table. Hateful, Yi Kang, this fool, actually lied to me. She rebelled against the village. Now that things have developed, he has already reacted. He had been instigated long ago. All of these. It's all Konoha's plan. Feng Yang, calm down. It's just a few thousand ninjas who died, it's nothing. Today, I will go to the front line and take command personally. Chiyo said coldly. This time, she must kill Hatake Tsukumo with her own hands to avenge her son and daughter-in-law. New. Third Kage nodded. Chiyo is a cage-level expert, and with her on the front line, he can feel more at ease. Only, this Senju Takuya, what a good plan, it seems. You really can't underestimate this Fourth Hokage. As the war entered a stalemate stage, the situation on the battlefield gradually stabilized. Although Konoha was attacked by other shinobi villages at the same time, the Konoha shinobi were stronger. So, even though they didn't have an advantage in numbers, they managed to stabilize the situation. Only, in this way, what is competing on the battlefield is the foundation of the ninja village. The two sides are constantly fighting, and countless ninjas are killed and injured every day. Whichever side fails to hold on first will lose. Konoha Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the casualty figures in the intelligence and was shocked. This time, ninjas transferred to the front line. Most of them are ninjas from the Sarutobi clan, Shimura clan, Mito clan, and Tensho clan. Every casualty number was written with the lives of their tribesmen. No, it's absolutely not okay to continue like this. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't sit still. Continue like this. The Sarutobi clan's ninjas are all gone. After thinking for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen found Utatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura, and came to the Hokage building together. He wants Senju Takuya to withdraw the clansmen from the front line. Hokage building. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen and others rushing in, Senju Takuya raised his eyebrows. Third generation, why are you here? Fourth generation, we demand the withdrawal of ninjas from the front lines. Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly. Oh, why? You should know that the battle on the front line is now at its most intense. How can we withdraw the ninja now? Senju Takuya said calmly. You can move other ninjas from the village to the front lines. Our family's ninjas have suffered heavy casualties. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. Third generation, what do you mean? You don't want your own family's ninjas to die on the battlefield, so can you let other ninjas die on the battlefield? Senju Takuya said coldly. You are making excuses. The ninjas in our family have done a lot to protect the village. It's the other ninjas' turn. Sarutobi Hiruzen explained in a panic. Senju Takuya's words are murderous and heartbreaking. Protecting the village is the responsibility of every Konoha shinobi person. I sent your family's ninjas to the battlefield because your family's ninjas are stronger and can stabilize the situation. With great strength comes great responsibility. If you replace the ninjas on the front line and something goes wrong on the battlefield, can you be responsible? Senju Takuya said righteously. X up pointing arrow. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to refute, but didn't know how to refute. Snort. Back then, the Senju clan was almost exterminated just to protect the village. Can't you guys not be able to? Senju Takuya continued to accuse. Then, when Sarutobi Hiruzen sent all the Senju clan members to the battlefield, there was no ambiguity at all. Nonsense. Sarutobi Hiruzen was so shocked that he was speechless. He couldn't imagine it. Use the identity and rights in your hands to stand on the highest moral point and use force to overwhelm others. This method that he liked to use the most in the past has now been used against himself. But there was nothing we could do. Okay, no need to say any more. I have my own arrangements for things on the battlefield. You can go down. Senju Takuya waved his hand impatiently. Seeing him like this, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others opened their mouths and had no choice but to leave. After a few people left, Senju Takuya looked at the camera hidden in the corner with a satisfied smile on his face. I'm so angry. I think he did it on purpose. Walking out of the Hokage building, Koharu screamed angrily. Hiruzen, he must be taking revenge on us. Think of a solution quickly. Midokado Homura also said anxiously. If this continues, their family will really be doomed. What can I do? Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his fists, gritted his teeth and shook his head. It was so frustrating. He has never been so depressed since he was a child. Wasn't it just that in the past, he was a little cruel to the Senju clan? Can you blame him? If we had not suppressed such wealthy families at that time, would Konoha have been able to remain stable for so many years? Moreover, those Senju people who died never complained. He came forward in person, and Senju Takuya didn't give any face. This is not intentional. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen really regrets not killing Senju Takuya directly. Even if Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade go on a rampage, it's still better than the current situation. Sensing the murderous intent on Sarutobi Hiruzen, Homura and Koharu rolled their eyes. Hiruzen, why don't we just assassinate Senju Takuya? Assassination. After hearing what the two said, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but reveal a wry smile on his face. If he had the strength, he would have done this long ago. Do you still need to be reminded by others? Oh, let's go back first and I'll think of a solution. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the Hokage building, his eyes full of anger, hatred and helplessness. Personal strength, background power. In every aspect, he is no match for Qian Tujan. Within the next period of time, the battle on the battlefield became increasingly fierce. The ninjas of the Sarutobi and Shimura tribes are almost dead. And Senju Takuya is still recruiting ninjas from his family from the village. Finally, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't sit still anymore. One late night, he secretly united Midokado Homura, Uchiha Koharu, and Shimura and held a secret meeting. Several people decided to lead the family's ninjas to rebel against Moi. Although choosing to rebel at this point in time is likely to bring irreparable losses to the village. But they have no other choice. If Konoha is gone, they can still build another village. But when the family is gone, there is nothing. Sir Hokage, there have been some abnormalities recently with the Sarutobi clan, Shimura clan, Tensho clan, and Mito clan. It seems that they are plotting something together. Many family ninjas who were on missions outside were all summoned back to the village. Anbu's ninja was half kneeling on the ground, reporting the latest information to Senju Takuya. Very good. Continue surveillance. If there is any trouble, notify me immediately. Also, tell the clan leaders of each family to prepare manpower. Senju Takuya said calmly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions were as expected. He just wanted to see which number the Hokage, who said he would sacrifice everything for the village, would choose in the end between his family and the village. Now it seems that the answer is obvious. But he was fully prepared. Once Sarutobi Hiruzen and others choose to defect, he can catch them all at any time. A good show. It's about to begin. Outside Konoha village. Late at night, a group of ninjas dressed in black quietly fled the village and came to the dense forest outside the village. Headed by, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura who had the good fortune to do so. Hiruzen, it seems a little too smooth, right? I feel a little bit off. Uchiha Koharu said with a frown. This time, They led the ninjas of their respective families to defect from Konoha, and the process seemed a bit too smooth. With so many people fleeing, not even an Anbu ninja was found. Do not worry. There are people of mine in Anbu. After hearing Uchiha Kaharu's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly. No matter what, he stayed in Hokage's position for decades. Inside Anbu, I don't know how many of his confidants there are. Even if he abdicates now, there are still many people willing to be loyal to him. This is also the reason why he chooses to take desperate risks. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Uchiha Kaharu was relieved. After several people walked some distance, the ninja in front suddenly stopped. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others couldn't help but frown. What happened? $FT. The ninja in front turned around, his voice trembling. Immediately, a burst of hearty laughter rang out. Third generation, it's so late, where do you want to go with so many people? Senju Takuya slowly stepped out of the shadows. Senju Takuya. Seeing Senju Takuya, Sarutobi Hiruzen had an angry look on his face. I originally thought that this time the plan was foolproof. Did not expect, still discovered. Third generation, answer my question. Where are you going? Senju Takuya put away his smile and asked coldly. After you became Hokage, you have your own way of doing things. In order to save ourselves, we have no choice but to leave the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted. Oh, am I going my own way? Should I agree to your proposal and let ninjas from other families go to the battlefield to die for the ninjas from the Sarutobi clan? Besides, I just use the same methods you used to treat you, why can't you stand it? Senju Takuya asked rhetorically. After hearing Senju Takuya's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face became a little embarrassed. Don't say. This was really how he dealt with the Senju clan back then. Whatever you say. Anyway, we are determined to leave today. Now that it has reached this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen is too lazy to continue arguing with Takuya. I understand. So you guys want to be rebel ninjas. At this moment when the life and death of the village is at stake, you actually want to defect. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you deserve to die. Senju Takuya said coldly. Senju Takuya, don't be too arrogant. There are so many of us. If a fight breaks out, you may not be able to kill all of us. The ninjas of Konoha will also suffer heavy losses. So, I advise you to act like you don't know anything. Shimura was lucky enough to come to the front and said loudly. There are nearly 1,000 ninjas from the 4 tribes combined. Even if the opponent is already a Hokage, do you still dare to kill them all? Pity. Before he finished speaking, he saw Senju Takuya raise his hand and a kunai quickly hit him. Fortunately, Shimura quickly drew out his sword and prepared to shoot down the kunai. But what he didn't expect was that, the next second, Senju Takuya appeared in front of him. Poof! With a muffled sound, Jokan was lucky enough to win and was instantly pierced. And Senju Takuya returned to his original position in an instant. Shimura was lucky enough to hold his neck, which was constantly leaking blood, and his eyes widened. In just a few seconds, the vitality in his body quickly evaporated. Until his death, he could not believe that Senju Takuya would act so decisively. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others all took a deep breath. What a fast speed. Just, everything happens in a flash of lightning. Fortunately, Shimura was already killed before they could even see clearly. Looking at Senju Takuya with a calm face, everyone looked at each other. If it weren't for Shimura's lucky body lying on the ground, they wouldn't be sure whether Senju Takuya really took action just now. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked a little ugly. Senju Takuya's speed is actually not faster than Namikaze Minato's. Let's meet at the place we agreed on. Now, disperse. After Sarutobi Hiruzen gave the order, Uchiha Kaharu and Mitokado Homura immediately led the ninjas and ran quickly in all directions. He knows, even if they go together, they won't be able to hurt Senju Takuya. So, he could only choose to sacrifice himself to save his family's ninjas. Senju Takuya, it's really time for us to come to an end. Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly. Good, then let me see how powerful the so-called strongest Hokage is. Senju Takuya chuckled a few times. He didn't care about the ninjas who escaped. Not far away, He has laid a dragnet. Tonight. Even the flies can't fly out. Summoning technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen bit his finger, slashed his palm hard, and then slapped it on the ground. Boom. With a burst of white smoke, an ape wearing a tiger skin vest appeared next to him. Monkey, what's going on? As soon as the monkey demon came out, he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's solemn look and asked strangely. Ape demon, this time the opponent may be a little tricky. Transformation Vajra Rui stick. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't explain much. Knew. After the monkey demon finished speaking, his body immediately transformed into an iron rod. Sarutobi Hiruzen held the Vajra Wishful stick in his hand and pointed it at Senju Takuya. Lengthen. The Vajra Wishful rod immediately attacked Senju Takuya quickly. Snort. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's attack, Senju Takuya snorted coldly. As soon as his mind moved, the figure disappeared from the place. Short. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave an order, and the Vajra Wishful rod immediately retracted to its original length. At this moment, Senju Takuya came to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Boom. Senju Takuya kicked him, but Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the Vajra Wishful stick and blocked it. But the powerful force directly kicked him away. Boom. With a loud noise, Sarutobi Hiruzen's body slid on the ground for hundreds of meters before stopping. PFF'd. Sarutobi Hiruzen spat out a mouthful of blood. With just one blow, he was already seriously injured. Far away, the patriarchs of each family were all shocked. With just one blow, Sarutobi Hiruzen was seriously injured. Isn't this terrible? Yes, how strong is the power of the Fourth Hokage? It's incredible. I thought that even if fourth generation could win, it wouldn't be easy. I didn't expect Sarutobi Hiruzen to be so weak. No, you are wrong. It's not that Sarutobi Hiruzen is weak, it's that the fourth generation is too strong. Sarutobi Hiruzen's strength is considered outstanding even among cage-level experts. But he was seriously injured by a blow. Senju Takuya's strength once again made everyone present feel deeply afraid. Too weak. Looking at the injured Sarutobi Hiruzen, Senju Takuya sneered. You can't even catch one of your own moves, but you still have the nerve to brag about being the strongest Hokage. So thick-skinned. Hateful. Sarutobi Hiruzen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and placed the Vajra Wishful stick next to him. He knows. Now we have to fight hard. Shadow Clone Technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen formed a seal with his hands, and 4 Shadow Clone appeared beside him. 5 Escape Dalian Dan Technique. The main body and 4 Shadow Clone are sealed at the same time. Fire, thunder, water, earth, wind. The chakra in his body was almost exhausted, and 5 ninjutsu with different attributes were combined with each other to form an extremely powerful combination ninjutsu, which attacked Senju Takuya. Interesting. 5 Escape Dalian Dan Technique. Senju Takuya chuckled, and also divided into 4 clones, and jointly released the same ninjutsu as Sarutobi Hiruzen. Boom. With a loud noise, the 2 combined ninjutsu collided in midair. Immediately, the ninjutsu released by Sarutobi Hiruzen was directly swallowed. What? Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen had an expression of incredible horror on his face. Why is the ninjutsu released by the opponent so powerful? CJDA. He tried his best to strike with all his might, but there wasn't even a splash of water. Looking at the technique of Dalian bombs whizzing towards him, Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes as if resigned to his fate. Boom. Following a loud noise, powerful air waves mixed with blazing heat rang in his ears. There was no pain as expected, and Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his eyes strangely. The summoning beast ape demon opened its arms and stood in front of him. The ape demon reluctantly opened his mouth, but his body could no longer hold on. Boom. With a puff of smoke, the summoning spell is lifted. 3rd generation, the battle is not over yet. Senju Takuya came to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side and slapped him on the stomach. Moment. A powerful seal completely sealed the chakra in his body. Immediately, Senju Takuya broke Sarutobi Hiruzen's limbs again. Ahem. Why don't you kill me? Looking at Senju Takuya standing in front of him, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked weakly. It would be too easy for you to die like this. I will let you see with your own eyes your ruined reputation. Senju Takuya said coldly. Growing up, he had escaped from death countless times. If it weren't for Uzumaki Mido, he might have been killed by Yuan Fei Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. He is obviously a disciple of Senju Tobirama, but he repays his kindness to the Senju clan. To deal with such an enemy, he will never show mercy. At this moment, Ambu wearing a cat face mask came to Senju Takuya. Report to Lord Hokage, all rebels. All the escaping ninjas were killed, and Udatain Kaharu and Mitokado Homura were captured alive. Anbu Shen Shungwei reports. New. Senju Takuya nodded lightly. After hearing the conversation between the two, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was full of despair and unwillingness. He knows. The Sarutobi clan is finished. First, he felt a little regretful in his heart. If he had been kinder to the Senju clan back then, he would certainly not have ended up in this situation, right? The next day, the Konoha newspaper published the news that Sarutobi Hiruzen and others led the crowd to defect. At the same time, on various bulletin boards in the street, Senju Takuya accidentally placed TV sets. Some of what Sarutobi Hiruzen said is played on a loop. In the next few days, it also published all the things done by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Udatain Kaharu, Mitokado Homura, and Shimura Danzo. This time, all the villagers in Konoha were shocked. I didn't expect Sarutobi Hiruzen to be such a fool. It's really surprising. Yes, a person who talks about the will of fire would actually choose to defect when the village needs it most. I know that someone who can become a companion with Shimura Danzo is definitely not a good thing. Haha, it's okay for other ninjas to die on the battlefield, but wouldn't it be happy for the ninjas of your own family to die on the battlefield? The guy with a human face and an animal heart is simply Ye's scum. Thankfully Takuya-sama found out early, otherwise if they surrendered to the enemy, they would be in big trouble. The Senju clan was almost wiped out in order to protect Konoha. Fortunately, Takuya-sama has cleared away all these borers. Execute them. Destroyed third generation's Hokage rock, he doesn't deserve to be up there. After realizing the true identity of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, the villagers of Konoha village were all extremely angry. There were calls for the execution of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Udatain Kaharu and others. At the strong request of everyone, Senju Takuya specially carried out an anti-criminal operation. On the day of the operation, Sarutobi Hiruzen and several others were put on the execution platform. The villagers took out the rotten eggs and rotten vegetable leaves they had prepared and threw them at them. The borers of Konoha, please die for us. For my own selfish gain, I killed so many ninjas in our village. Now this is retribution. It's all because of you that Konoha is so weak. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you don't deserve to be a Hokage. Listening to the abuse from the villagers in the audience, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others had expressions of despair on their faces. It can be expected that, in the future, they will definitely be nailed to Konoha's pillar of shame and be reviled by future generations. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart couldn't help but throb at the thought of this possibility. It's all because he is too greedy for power. Now, the Sarutobi clan was destroyed by him, and the reputation he cared about most was also destroyed. Everything is ruined. Looking at Senju Takuya standing opposite, aloof, he regretted it. Only, it's too late. Udatain Kaharu and Mitokado Homura looked at Senju Takuya with hatred. If it weren't for this person, they'd still be the Hokage advisor on top. How could it be possible to get to this point where everyone is shouting for beatings? Looking at the expressions of several people, Senju Takuya sneered. You old guys, let's die with regrets. Kill. With a single order, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Udatain Kaharu, and Mitokado Homura were beheaded in public. The next second, the villagers started cheering. Long live Lord Takuya, long live Lord Hokage. Great, the leaf borers are finally gone. This is all thanks to Hokage-sama. For a time, Senju Takuya's prestige in the hearts of everyone has increased several times. Seeing the scene in front of him, Senju Takuya was also in a good mood. Starting today, Konoha, finally, he was completely in control. After solving Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, Senju Takuya directly destroyed Sarutobi Hiruzen's Hokage rock. This behavior aroused unanimous praise from the villagers. As for the assets of the Sarutobi clan, the Shimura clan, the Transfer clan, and the Mito clan, Senju Takuya took it into Shongjong without any ceremony. After decades of accumulation, these companies have countless assets. Although it is not as large as the assets in his name, it is not much different. Of course, Senju Takuya also took out a small part to reward those ninjas who supported him from the beginning. It also made them more loyal. The news of Sarutobi Hiruzen's execution quickly spread throughout the ninja world. Everyone was shocked. Since the ninja world ended the Sengoku period and entered the ninja village era, this is the first time that a Hokage has been executed in public. The name Senju Takuya also resounded throughout the ninja world. Everyone was deeply curious about the fourth Hokage with his iron-blooded skills. Iron Country. In the conference room, Kazekage, Movie, Tsuchikage, Mizukage, Mifune. Several people were sitting around the conference table. Kakuzu had a faint smile on his face. Everyone has heard about what happened in Konoha recently. Mifune was the first to speak. Haha, of course, Hokage was executed, this kind of thing is really unbelievable. Goji Yagura couldn't help but sneered. Oh, I have lived so long that I can see anything. I didn't expect that the former ninja would have such a day. Onoki sighed. Sarutobi Hiruzen was killed, and he felt inexplicably sad. Speaking of which, Sarutobi Hiruzen and he were still ninjas of the same era. I'm not strong enough, so it's not surprising that I ended up like this. Third Kazekage said disdainfully. The Hokage, who had been in charge for so long and had controlled the village for decades, was overthrown by a boy with no hair on his head. What a disgrace to Shadow. Snort. Those things that Sarutobi Hiruzen did, if he were in our village, I would kill him too. I said in a rough voice. Not to mention the ninjas of Konoha, even he couldn't help but want to tear Sarutobi Hiruzen alive after hearing the dirty information. Well, anyway, this is a good thing for us. Mifune smiled. The others nodded in agreement. Konoha is being besieged by them, and instead of thinking about how to solve the problem, they are actually fighting among themselves. It's simply self-destruction. Now, not only did they lose a Kage-level warrior like Sarutobi Hiruzen, but the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan were also almost wiped out. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Konoha's vitality is severely damaged right now. Under such circumstances, can Konoha still be able to stop their attack? Originally, after being caught off guard by Konoha at the beginning, I still thought that the fourth Hokage who lived in New Japan had some tricks up his sleeve. But now it seems that he is just a fool. Third Kazekage chuckled. Yes, you are indeed an idiot to think about internal fighting at this time. Yagura also said calmly. Now, Konoha has lost a Kage-level expert and lost so many family ninjas. It is a good time for us to launch a counterattack. Onoki said solemnly. That's right. When our allied forces invade Konoha, the fourth Hokage will probably regret it so much, right? When the time comes, let me blow his head off with my own hands. I squeezed his fist and sneered. Let him achieve what his forefathers failed to do. But, is there such a possibility? Senju Takuya dares to attack Sarutobi Hiruzen at this time, is it because he is sure of victory in this ninja war? Mifune suddenly spoke. After hearing his analysis, everyone was silent for a moment. Immediately, they all laughed again. Ha 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 ha. General Mifune, you are so funny. Yeah, if you ask me to say that fourth Hokage is an idiot, you should stop making excuses for him. Really, even if you want to show your intelligence, there is no need to find such a strong reason, right? It's just ridiculous. Everyone present had sarcastic smiles on their faces. They admit that Senju Takuya may have some strength if he can succeed in the coup and become Hokage. But, to say that the other side is confident of winning is a bit too much. With the strength of the four of them, if they join forces to deal with the enemy. Even Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama back then were probably no match for them, right? Seeing the ridicule on everyone's faces, Mifune also smiled awkwardly. Really, what he just said seemed a bit too stupid. In the conference room, the atmosphere was very cheerful. Soon everyone decided on the attack strategy. They have almost seen how high-spirited they were after occupying Konoha. On the battlefield, with the joint attack of various ninja villages, Konoha gradually fell into a disadvantage. But, under the leadership of Hatake Sakumo, Orochimaru, Namikaze Minato, Tsunade and others, the situation on various battlefields has gradually stabilized. Although Konoha is at a disadvantage, other rural areas cannot advance. Under this situation, each ninja village unanimously moved the battlefield to the Kingdom of Rain to prevent the war from spreading to the mainland of their country. The Kingdom of Rain is located at the junction of the Kingdom of Fire, Kingdom of Wind, and Kingdom of Earth. Throughout the ages, it has been the first choice for various countries to be the main battlefield in wars. This has almost become an unwritten consensus in the ninja world. The weak Rain country has Hanzo of the Salamander, who is called a demigod. But this situation still cannot be avoided. The Land of Rain. Border. The sky was covered with dark clouds and it was raining lightly. The charred houses collapsed under the wash of rain. On the road, there are puddles everywhere. Snapped. A pair of feet stepped through the puddle and splashed. Several ninjas wearing robes and rain shinobi forehead protectors were walking in the rain. The rain was running down their cheeks, but they didn't care. Konan, no news yet. The leader of the yellow-haired ninja stopped and asked. No, all the letters I sent to Mr. Sanjiao have not received any reply. Yahiko, what should we do now? Konan frowned slightly. There was a paper flower stuck in her purple hair. Her cold expression and somewhat cold voice made her look like an iceberg. Do not care. Maybe Hanzo-sama just can't spare the time to meet with us. In this case, we can only solve it on our own. Yahiko said firmly. Yahiko, tell me what you think. Konan spoke calmly. Let's go talk to the guys in Iwagakure, Konoha village, and Sunagakure ourselves. The war has caused too many tragedies and should not continue. Looking at the collapsed houses on the roadside and the bodies everywhere, Yahiko sighed. He has grown up in this environment with difficulty since he was a child, and he must change this situation. But, will they listen to us? Nagato, who was silent on the side, suddenly spoke. Haha, don't worry. As long as we work hard and open our hearts to each other, they will definitely be moved by us. The era will come when people trust each other and understand each other. Aren't we? Yahiko smiled boldly. Seeing the confident smile on his face, Xiao Yu, Nagato and others all nodded their heads. If we could really get to that point, and everyone would be honest with each other, there would never be another war in the ninja world, right? Without further ado, let's go. Yahiko ran forward first, followed closely by Konan, Nagato and others. At this time, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and a rare ray of sunlight appeared in the sky above the Kingdom of Rain. Yahiko, give our organization a name. Nagato spoke. After hearing his words, Yahiko thought for a while. Looking at the sunlight that penetrated the dark clouds and fell on the earth, he slowly spoke. Our organization is called Dawn, Konoha Village. Hokage Office. Senju Takuya looked at the information in his hand and frowned. 3 months have passed since the start of the Third Ninja War. In these 3 months, almost all the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan, Shimura clan and several clans died. The fighting on the front line is also getting more and more tense. Especially the battlefield in the Kingdom of Rain. With 1 against 3, Konoha could no longer hold on. It seems it's time to take a trip. Senju Takuya snorted. Now that his goal of consuming the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan of ninjas through war has been achieved. Then it's time for him to take action. Following Senju Takuya's orders, the Konoha shinobi gradually began to retreat. Soon, he completely withdrew from the Kingdom of Rain. This move also made Feng Ying and others feel that Konoha could no longer hold on. But, in order to prevent falling into Konoha's trap again, the ninja coalition did not pursue them as fiercely as they did at the beginning. Instead, they began to conduct a blanket search in the Kingdom of Rain. Advance slowly bit by bit. The Land of Rain. Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato are carefully hiding in a corner. Watching the large force of the Ninja Alliance passing by, I quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Yahiko, these guys are so disgusting. Obviously Konoha has already evacuated, why did they go even further? Konan's expression was a little angry. After the Kingdom of Rain became the main battlefield, under the leadership of Yahiko, they began to contact the frontline commanders of each village. I want to lobby these people to stop the war. Phew. The battlefield must also be moved away from the Kingdom of Rain. But, no matter how much they talk, they have little effect. Thought, when this situation continues, the ninjas in Konoha village suddenly began to retreat. This made Konan and others overjoyed. Unexpectedly. After the Konoha shinobi evacuated, instead of leaving the country of rain, the ninja allied forces conducted a blanket search in the country of rain. Once a living person is found, he will be killed immediately. I don't know how many civilians and ninjas in the Kingdom of Rain died at the hands of these guys. To this end, they also went to negotiate with the Ninja Alliance. But the other party launched a campaign against them, causing them to almost lose their lives. Don't worry, Conan, isn't our lobbying already effective? As long as we work hard, sooner or later, the ninja coalition will withdraw from the country of rain like the ninjas of Konoha. Yahiko reassured with a smile. But, this time, neither Conan nor Nagato spoke. After their companions died one after another, they doubted your words for the first time. Can the ideal of mutual understanding and mutual trust between people really be realized? Found it. They're here. Seeing the ninja coalition rushing towards them, Yahiko and the others immediately started running for their lives. There are at least 1,000 people in these ninja coalition forces. It's not something the three of them can handle. Asterisk. The rain is still falling, M.I. Yan, Conan, and Nagato ran wildly on the muddy road, not daring to relax for a moment. Ninja Alliance, not far behind them. Once caught up, they will definitely die. At this time, the fire ahead instantly caught their attention. Be up pointing arrow. Lighting a fire here isn't asking for death. Seeing the man holding an umbrella and grilling meat leisurely by the fire, Yahiko cursed in a low voice. Immediately, then he took Conan and Nagato and ran towards the fire. Hey, you guy, why don't you have any common sense? Do you still want to live if you light a fire in a place like this? After running closer, Conan sighed helplessly. After hearing Conan's words, the man slowly turned his head. After seeing the man's appearance clearly, Conan couldn't help but open his mouth in surprise. What a handsome man! Being stared at by the man in front of him, Conan felt like his heart skipped a few beats. I'm not a ninja if I don't wear a forehead protector. What's your name? Are you a villager from the country of rain? Seeing Conan in a daze, Yahiko stepped forward and asked. Senju Takuya did not wear a forehead protector, and his behavior had no common sense about ninjas, which made him think that the other party could not be a ninja. My name is Takuya, from Konoha. Senju Takuya spread the seasonings on the barbecue with a look of surprise in his eyes. Did not expect I was able to meet Yahiko, Conan, and Nagato here. Konoha. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, everyone in Yahiko frowned. Why do people from Konoha appear here? But, there is no time to worry about these things now. Looking at Senju Takuya who was still eating barbecue leisurely, Conan spoke again. Stop eating, it's very dangerous here. You can hide with us for a while. When it's safe, we will send you back to Konoha. After Conan finished speaking, Takuya pulled Takuya up from the ground. Make a fire and barbecue in the war zone. He looks so handsome, he doesn't have cerebral palsy, right? You can only have the strength to work when you are full. I can't get used to things like Bing Liang Wan. The barbecue tastes pretty good, but it's a pity that there is no wine. Senju Takuya said indifferently. Kri. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Conan felt helpless. Brother, is now the time to talk about food taste. Takuya, are you coming with us? The Ninja Alliance will be chasing us soon. You may be in bad luck if you stay here. Seeing Conan being led astray, Yahiko walked up to Senju Takuya and said calmly. Walk, I'm afraid I can't leave now. Senju Takuya shook his head. Subsequently, nearly 1,000 ninja coalition forces came out from all directions and surrounded a few people in the middle. Hateful. Looking at such a large number of ninjas, the faces of Yahiko and the others were very serious. It's over this time. Everyone, be careful and look for opportunities to break out later. As for this guy, if you can save him, save him. If you can't save him, forget it. Yahiko took out his kunai and calmly gave the order. Although he knew that there was little hope of breaking out, he did not want to just accept his fate. No. Conan and Nagato both nodded. Several people formed a triangle formation, surrounding Senju Takuya in the middle. You guys are really warm-hearted. When you meet me, your fate will be determined. Putting the last piece of barbecue into his mouth, Senju Takuya wiped his mouth and pulled Conan behind him. Seeing that these guys all wanted to save him, he might as well save them once. What do you want to do? Now is not the time to show off, please be obedient. Seeing Senju Takuya pull away and walk to the front, Konan said angrily. This guy, have you figured out the current situation? What they are facing now is a ninja coalition composed of 1,000 ninjas from each village. Don't worry, leave everything to me. Senju Takuya patted Konan on the shoulder and gave him a reassuring look. Konan looked at the calm smile on Senju Takuya's face and felt inexplicably relieved. But, soon she reacted again. No, how can you, a guy who doesn't even have basic common sense, have the confidence to say such a thing? Seeing the confident Senju Takuya, Konan, Yahiko and Nagato were all speechless. Hey, finally caught these annoying mice, kill them for me. Opposite, the leader of the ninja gave an order. Nearly 1,000 ninjas rushed towards them at the same time. Seeing this shocking scene, Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato all had expressions of despair on their faces. Ruined, it's really dead now. Under the siege of so many people, with their strength, there is no hope of breaking out. Hateful, do you want to die in a place like this when your ideal has not yet been realized? Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato clenched their fists with unwillingness on their faces. Really, I really want to continue living. Looking at the ninja coalition rushing toward them, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan had expressions of despair on their faces. Looking at the increasingly clear faces, Konan and the others could even clearly see the ferocious expressions on each other's faces. If nothing unexpected happens today, they're probably going to die here. Snapped. Just when several people were desperate, a clear voice sounded. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying chakra erupted. Wood-style the birth of the tree world. With a low cry, countless trees burst out of the ground instantly. Moment. An airtight tree world was formed, swallowing up all the ninja coalition forces. What the hell is going on? Tree, this isn't wood style, is it? Could it be that Ys Hokage came in person? Don't panic, everyone, there are so many of us, let's rush out together. Being swallowed by the tree world, the ninja coalition immediately panicked. Looking at the thick trees that kept rising into the sky, everyone felt the ultimate danger in their hearts. They wanted to resist, but the effect was minimal. When the tree world was completely formed, countless huge vines began to attack the ninja coalition. Fire style extinguishing the fire. Outside the tree world, Senju Takuya snorted. Opening his mouth slightly, hundreds of meters of sea of fire spurted out instantly. Moment. Then the entire tree world turned into a sea of fire. Who are you? Listening to the screams of the Chunin coalition forces in the sea of fire, Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato all opened their mouths in shock. Not to mention the tree boundary formed in an instant. Even the fire-style ninjutsu released by the opponent is terrifyingly powerful. A sea of fire hundreds of meters away. They have never seen such a terrifying fire-style ninjutsu. I already told you. Takuya. Senju Takuya. Senju Takuya shrugged. Quote. Quote. Are you Hokage? Yahiko lost his voice. Bingo. Senju Takuya smiled. After receiving a positive answer, Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato were stunned again. Why did you come to the country of rain? And, this strength is too strong. The 1,000-strong ninja coalition was wiped out in this way. Even killing 1,000 pigs is probably not that simple, right? Looking at the sea of fire that no longer sounded, Yahiko and others showed a look of fear on their faces. This kind of power, terrible. Why did you appear in the land of rain? Yahiko suppressed the fear in her heart and asked Senju Takuya. Of course it's to defeat the Ninja Alliance. Senju Takuya said of course. He came here just to get rid of the ninja coalition in the Rain country. Thus, the pressure on other battlefields can also be greatly relieved. But haven't all the ninjas in Konoha evacuated? Do you want to do this kind of thing alone? Nagato couldn't help but ask. That's right. Senju Takuya nodded lightly. Yahiko and others fell silent again. According to their observations, there are nearly 20,000 ninja allies in the Rain country. I want to defeat so many ninjas with one person's strength. It's just a fool's errand. Only, such words came from Senju Takuya's mouth, but they had to believe them. After all, they saw with their own eyes the powerful power that Senju Takuya showed just now. Thank you for saving our lives. Konan looked at Senju Takuya with mixed feelings in his heart. Turn out to be He is Hokage. Hokage, why war? Isn't there something that can't be resolved through discussion slowly? Yahiko suddenly said. Senju Takuya was the first high-level person he could contact. He wanted to know why these guys in power wanted to start wars at every turn. There are some things that just don't help. Moreover, we did not initiate this war, Konoha was just passively defending. Senju Takuya said calmly. Not like this. I believe that as long as everyone is willing to open their hearts to each other, we will be able to understand each other. You are Hokage, if you are willing to let go of your hatred, the war will definitely be stopped. Yahiko retorted loudly. He has always believed that some things can be solved perfectly without resorting to force. No, you are wrong. People's emotions are different, and mutual understanding is difficult to achieve. It is instinct in nature to compete for more and better survival resources. What you said is impossible to achieve. Senju Takuya said softly. Yahiko's idea is really too naive. He is completely a middle-aged boy. Then how will you know if it doesn't work if you don't try? Yahiko asked unconvinced. You must have tried a lot, right? Have the results changed? Senju Takuya asked rhetorically. Hearing his words, Yahiko Zhang's expression darkened. He has indeed tried many times, but to no avail. FFFFXXX. Let's face reality. However, it won't be long before the ninja world can achieve true peace. Senju Takuya patted Yahiko on the shoulder, chuckled lightly. Why? Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato all asked in surprise. Because I will unify the entire ninja world. With my power, I can suppress everything. Senju Takuya said calmly. Hearing his words, Yahiko and others were stunned. Suppress everything with force. This is not real peace. True peace is when people cherish each other from the bottom of their hearts and hate war. Instead of suppressing it by force. Yahiko shook his head and retorted loudly. After hearing his words, Senju Takuya was too lazy to continue arguing. Hokage, I will find Master Hanzo and together we will persuade other villages to stop. I hope you can stop killing me by then. Yahiko looked at Senju Takuya and said. It's not your turn to teach me what I do. One last reminder. Your contact with other ninja villages has touched Hanzo's bottom line. Be careful, Hanzo of the Salamander, otherwise, there is only a dead end waiting for you. Senju Takuya said calmly. The Akatsuki organization dares to cross Hanzo of the Salamander and negotiate with other shinobi villages as Rain Shinobi Village. No matter which ruler it is impossible to tolerate it. Hanzo-sama is not the kind of person you say he is. Yahiko snorted coldly, turned and left. After knowing that Senju Takuya was the Hokage of Konoha, he had no good impression of Senju Takuya. After all, the country of rain is in such a miserable state, and Konoha is one of them. Seeing Yahiko leaving, Nagato quickly followed. Konan glanced at Senju Takuya and thanked him again. Anyway, thank you for saving us. Senju Takuya waved his hand. You are welcome. When you are desperate, remember to come to Konoha to find me. I'm waiting for you. Senju Takuya said something ambiguous, and then handed a special kunai to Konan. Looking at Senju Takuya's handsome face, Konan's heart beat wildly. This is an unprecedented feeling. I see. Then, goodbye. After giving Senju Takuya one last look, Konan put the kunai into his arms, turned and left. Looking at Konan's leaving figure, Senju Takuya smiled. The charming apostle of God. Just bloom for me. After watching Konan leave, Senju Takuya turned around and continued walking deeper into the land of rain. Don't rush Konan's matter. Now, he wanted to get rid of the ninja coalition stationed in the land of rain first. Poof! With a muffled sound, the sharp kunai instantly pierced Yahiko's heart. Nagato, live well with Konan. The last smile appeared on Yahiko's lips, and his body fell to the ground weakly. Yahiko. Seeing this scene, Nagato and Konan shouted. Snort. Seeing that Yahiko actually wanted to die, Hanzo of the Salamander snorted coldly. Even so, he had no intention of letting go of these guys who threatened his rule. Just as the hand holding Konan's throat was about to tighten, Nagato appeared in front of him with a body flicker technique. Hanzo dodged Nagato's attack and retreated quickly. Just as Nagato was about to leave with Konan, his feet were covered with detonating charms. Boom! With a loud noise, Nagato's legs were blown to pieces. Nagato, are you okay? Konan asked with concern. Fine. Nagato shook his head. The two of them looked at Hanzo of the Salamander at the same time, their eyes cold. It had been a month since they last met Senju Takuya. In this period of time, Senju Takuya massacred the Ninja Alliance in the Land of Rain. It can range from dozens of people to thousands of people. As long as you encounter Senju Takuya, you will only end up being wiped out. After losing more than 10,000 people, the Ninja Alliance gave in and all withdrew from the Country of Rain. Country of Rain. It was rare that he regained his composure. Shortly after the Ninja Coalition withdrew, they received a reply from Hanzo of the Salamander. In the letter, Hanzo of the Salamander invited them to discuss matters regarding the future of the Rain Country. But when they arrived, they discovered that this was just a trap set by Hanzo of the Salamander. The purpose of Hanzo of the Salamander is to get rid of them all. Rain Shinobi Village can only have one ruler. For the peace of Rain Shinobi Village, you must die. Hanzo of the Salamander said coldly. Raise your hand and wave. The ninjas from Rain Shinobi Village rushed towards Konan and Nagato. Summoning technique mobile toilet. Looking at the Rain Shinobi Village ninja rushing towards him, Nagato slapped his hands on the ground. Roar. With a roar, a huge demon statue wrapped in chains rushed out. Immediately afterwards, a purple chakra dragon rushed out of Geto statue's mouth and rushed toward the crowd. Wherever the purple dragon passed, all the ninja chakra of Rain Shinobi Village was absorbed. Just for a moment, dozens of elite ninjas lost their chakra and fell to the ground dead. These eyes. Hanzo of the Salamander was shocked when he saw the Rinnegan revealed by Nagato inadvertently. Immediately, with a clap of his hands, Summoning unleashed his own summoning beast, Sanshoyu, to ambush. Poison mist spray. Sanshoyu Jingfu opened his mouth wide, and sprayed out a large amount of purple poisonous mist, covering everything. When the poisonous mist dissipated, Hanzo's figure had disappeared. PFF'd. After he was safe, Nagato suddenly knelt on the ground and spit out a mouthful of blood. His back was covered with black rods. Nagato, are you okay? Seeing Nagato's appearance, Konan asked in panic. I'm fine, I won't die yet. Konan, Yahiko is wrong. Nagato gritted his teeth while coughing up blood. Wrong, what's the meaning? Konan asked confused. Senju Takuya is right. A world in which people understand each other cannot exist. The only way to stop fighting is through force. Nagato said coldly. Yahiko has been lobbying for peace throughout his life, hoping that people can let go of their hatred and open their hearts. Result, even Hanzo of the Salamander, whom he admires most, cannot trust him. At last, to this point, Nagato has recognized the reality. People who have not experienced pain for themselves will never understand it. Konan was a little surprised when he heard Nagato's words. She didn't expect that Nagato, who always had a gentle personality, would express such a point of view. By the way, Nagato. At the beginning, Senju Takuya took over my job. He said that when we are desperate, we can go to him. Why don't we just go to Konoha? Konan suggested. Although Hanzo has run away now, the other party will definitely not let them go. As long as they are still in the Kingdom of Rain, they will definitely be hunted down non-stop. In Nagato's current state, it would be better to go directly to Konoha to find Senju Takuya for help. Who can guarantee what Senju Takuya is thinking? I want to rely on my own strength to achieve true peace. Nagato clenched his fists and rejected Konan's proposal. He doesn't trust anyone anymore. Not to mention Yahiko's death, allowing him to awaken the power of the Rinnegan. He can now clearly feel how powerful power is hidden in his body. He must rely on his own strength to realize the dreams shared by several people. But, Nagato, your current state. It's fine. Nagato shook his head. Konan, if you want to go to Konoha, just take Yahiko Huki with you. It's too dangerous to follow me. Nagato spoke slowly. Since Konan last met Senju Takuya, when I have nothing to do, I will often look at a kunai in a daze. Having grown up with Konan, he naturally knows what Konan is thinking. But your legs now. Konan looked at Nagato's bloody legs and hesitated. Nagato's leg is so injured that walking will be a problem in the future. She was really worried about letting him stay here alone. Don't worry, Konan. I have now mastered some of Rinnegan's powers. Help me find some corpses. Nagato said calmly. After awakening the power of Rinnegan, he had more information related to Rinnegan in his mind. Soon, Konan followed Nagato's request and placed several corpses in front of Nagato. Subsequently, Nagato refined 6 puppets based on the memories in his mind. The way of heaven, the way of Shira, the way of animals, the way of humanity, hungry Kido, and the way of hell. Together known as Pain's 6 paths. Each of Pain's 6 paths has different abilities, and I can control them through the chakra rod on my body. So, you don't have to worry. In order not to burden Konan, Nagato also controlled 6 Pain in front of Konan to help him move. I see. Then I'll go to Konoha first. Seeing that Nagato could really take care of himself, Konan didn't insist anymore. She doesn't know why, but she can't help but think about Senju Takuya. So, she must go to Konoha. And you, where you go? Konan asked looking at Nagato. I will first familiarize myself with my power, find Hanzo of the Salamander, and avenge Yahiko. From this moment on, let the whole world feel the pain. After Nagato finished speaking, with the help of Pain, he slowly disappeared into the darkness. Watching Nagato leave, Konan also used paper escape and dragged Yahiko's body towards Konoha village. Konoha village. Konan easily entered the village with the kunai given by Senju Takuya. Looking at the prosperous Konoha and thinking of the dilapidated Rain Shinobi village, Konan couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. The villagers of Konoha village are so happy. Looking at the bustling crowds on the street, Konan was filled with emotion. It would be great if Rain Shinobi village could become like Konoha village. Thinking of this, Konan couldn't help but recall the scene when Senju Takuya casually killed 1,000 ninja coalition troops that day. That warm smile, like the genial sunshine, makes people feel at ease. Excuse me, how to get to the Senju tribe? Konan stopped a Konoha villager and asked. Senju clan land. Are you a foreign ninja? Ha 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 ha. Let me guess, are you here to choose a wife too? The Konoha villager looked Konan up and down. After seeing Konan's beautiful appearance, a look of understanding appeared on his face. Choose a wife, what's the meaning? Konan asked a little strangely. You do not know. The Senju clan was almost wiped out in order to protect the village. When we were at our lowest point, the only man left in the entire family was Mr. Hokage. In order to revive the Senju clan, Lord Hokage formulated a plan to choose a wife. Quote, any kunoichi who is stronger than Chunin can give it a try. After the villager finished speaking, he pointed to the bulletin board at the end of the street. Now, the notice is still posted on the bulletin board. There is also a map to the Senju tribe, go and take a look. After the villager finished speaking, he couldn't help but smile. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to Hokage-sama. If it weren't for him, we in Konoha wouldn't be able to. Seeing the villagers, chatterbox that couldn't be closed, Konan quickly thanked him and ran away. Along the way, she has heard praises for Senju Takuya countless times. You can barely walk a few steps and you can hear the villagers of Konoha praising Senju Takuya. Such prestige surprised Konan. Running to the bulletin board, Konan was stunned when he saw the choose a wife plan on it. 10 million taels of childcare fund per year. You can learn all kinds of scrolls collected by the Senju clan at will, and all consumption in properties that are not under your name is free. Looking at the welfare benefits one after another, Konan couldn't help but open his mouth. This is simply inhumane. If nothing else, just 10 million taels per year. For Konan, it's an astronomical figure. Even if she were allowed to save for a lifetime, she might not be able to save 10 million taels, right? And, Konan's mind unconsciously flashed to Senju Takuya's heaven-defying looks. As well as, after marrying the other party, you will automatically be called Mrs. Hokage, or Mrs. Madam of the clan. This isn't about getting a wife, it's just about getting benefits. Only, can a man's body be able to support a man who has so many wives? Wrong. Where did you think you went? Konan quickly shook his head, shook some inappropriate images out of his mind, and carefully wrote down the map on the notice. Senju tribe land. Study. Uzumaki Kushina ran in with a smile on her face. Husband, are you busy? Uzumaki Kushina smiled. Not busy. What, you want it? Senju Takuya pulled Uzumaki Kushina into his arms and began to climb the peak. Don't make trouble. I'm not ashamed even in broad daylight. Uzumaki Kushina straightened her clothes and looked a little blushing. Tell me, what's going on? Senju Takuya did not continue to tease Uzumaki Kushina. There is a beautiful woman at the door who wants to see you. Uzumaki Kushina snorted. Beauty, can I still be as beautiful as you? Senju Takuya smiled. Snort, I don't know what you are thinking. She said her name is Konan, do you want to meet her? Uzumaki Kushina asked. Konan, let her in. After hearing Uzumaki Kushina's words, Senju Takuya's lips curled up slightly. Could it be? Yahiko is dead. Did not expect. Even if he killed Shimura Danzo, Yahiko would still end up like this. But, he has already reminded the other party, but if the other party doesn't listen, there is nothing he can do. After a while, with an anxious mood, Konan walked into the room. It never occurred to her. In this world, there can be such a luxurious place as the Senju tribe. This made her feel even more inferior. Hokage, Lord Hokage. Looking at Senju Takuya, Konan said a little cautiously. Do it. Senju Takuya pointed to the chair next to him. After watching Konan sit down, he spoke again. Not long ago, I said that you can come to me when you are desperate. Let me guess, is your team on a tour? Senju Takuya asked. Yahiko, he's dead. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Konan's eyes dimmed a little. At first, Senju Takuya did give them a warning to be careful about Hanzo of the Salamander. If they were obedient, maybe Yahiko wouldn't die. Nagato, there is no need to become that person who is neither a human nor a ghost. Where's Nagato? He didn't want to come to Konoha, so he left by himself. Konan said slowly. Everyone has his or her own ambitions, and you can't force them. After hearing Konan's words, Senju Takuya said casually. But I already have some ideas in my mind. Although because of his interference, Yahiko's death was postponed. But Black Zetsu, you should have found Nagato by now, right? Lord Hokage, after listening to your words that day, I have been thinking about it. Now, Yahiko happened again. So, I want to ask you to use your power to unify the ninja world. I would give anything to support you. Konan said solemnly. After seeing the power of Senju Takuya, she has great confidence in Senju Takuya. Since the world where people understand each other as Yahiko said cannot be realized, then use force to unify the entire ninja world. And, after arriving in Konoha, Konan has seen the real living conditions of the people of Konoha village. She was thinking, if Senju Takuya unifies the entire ninja world, even if Rain Shinobi village is not as prosperous as Konoha, it will definitely not be what it is now. So, with various reasons, Konan hopes in his heart that Senju Takuya can unify the ninja world. Yeah, that's great of you to think so. Senju Takuya smiled and walked up to Konan. Konan, you should know that I have a plan to select a wife, right? Senju Takuya spoke softly. Quote. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Konan's heart beat wildly. Reviving Senju is also an important part of my unification of the ninja world. So, do you want to consider marrying me? Help me have some children, Tien da Senju clan. Senju Takuya gets straight to the point. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Konan immediately panicked. Before coming to see Senju Takuya, she imagined countless possibilities. I just never thought that Senju Takuya would directly ask her to marry him. How? Didn't you just say that you are willing to sacrifice everything for me to unify the ninja world? Senju Takuya pinched Konan's chin and slowly brought his head closer. This kind of thing is a bit too sudden. Seeing Senju Takuya's face so close, Konan pinched the corners of his clothes tightly with both hands and glanced to the side. Things like getting married. Wouldn't it be too hasty to agree like this? Fine, you take your time and think about it. Promise to tell me. Senju Takuya smiled and kissed Konan's thin lips. A long time, only then did he let go of Konan with some lingering feelings. Let's collect some interest first. Let me know when you're ready. I'll give you 3 days. Senju Takuya said forcefully. He never likes to be sloppy in doing things. Konan obviously has a crush on him, and now he takes the initiative to send him to his door. If he doesn't get married quickly, what kind of man will he be? That's all. After Konan left the study with a red face, he naturally settled down in the Senju tribe. And her wedding to Senju Takuya is also scheduled for a week later. A week later, Senju Takuya and Konan's wedding took place as scheduled. Although Konoha is still in a war period, the villagers of Konoha also know about the Senju clan's tradition of choosing a wife. Not to mention, with Senju Takuya's current prestige in Konoha, everyone also hopes that the Senju clan can be revived. So, for Senju Takuya's wedding, the people of Konoha village gave their blessings. No one thought it was inappropriate. That's all. With the witness and blessing of tens of thousands of Konoha villagers, Senju Takuya and Konan completed their wedding. Seeing the envious looks on the faces of the villagers, Konan also felt a sense of happiness in his heart. From small to large, she had been living in darkness and felt the warmth of the sun for the first time. Looking at the high-spirited Senju Takuya in front, two blushes appeared on Konan's face. Everything seemed like a dream. She actually changed from a rebellious ninja who was wanted by her own ninja village and had no place to live, to a Hokage. It's really incredible. Senju tribe land. Marriage room. Senju Takuya opened the door and walked in. Looking at Konan sitting by the bed, Senju Takuya slowly walked over. Konan, here I come. Senju Takuya held Konan's hand in his palm and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. As expected of a woman who grew up in the land of rain. This skin is as soft as if it were made of water. Lord Hokage. Konan lowered his head and shouted with a trembling voice. Although she had been mentally prepared for it, she still couldn't help but her heartbeat quickened at this moment. Still calling me Hokage-sama? Senju Takuya asked with a smile. Old husband. Listen to Senju Takuya. Then Konan realized his problem and immediately changed his words. Seeing the cute look of Konan sticking out her tongue, Senju Takuya couldn't help but hug her into his arms. Even through his clothes, Senju Takuya could still feel the amazing elasticity of Konan's body. Slender swan neck, fair and translucent skin, and the tall figure hidden under the clothes, looming. Senju Takuya feels a little dry. Although he was not a pervert, he couldn't help but get a little excited when facing a woman like Konan. Konan, are you ready? Senju Takuya asked, suppressing his anger. Konan didn't answer, but closed his eyes. Phew. A breeze blew into the room and the candles began to sway. Ding. Marry Konan, get the reward, paper road. Perfect work. Ding. Being in love with my wife Konan, and getting rewards, chakra +1. Mental power +1. Listening to the system prompts in his mind, Senju Takuya couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. The rewards given by Konan are also very good. First, paper escape 250 perfect. Different from Konan's paper escape in the original work, the paper escape awarded to him by the system perfectly overcomes the paper escape's fear of water and oil. In this way, paper escape will be perfect. It has no shortcomings and is immune to physical damage. It is a very powerful ability. In addition, Konan can also reward him with a little chakra and a little mental power every day. This is also a nice upgrade. Husband, what's wrong with you? Seeing Senju Takuya deep in thought, Konan couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Just an idea suddenly occurred to me. The paper release you use is special paper, right? Senju Takuya asked. Not afraid of water. But I'm afraid of oil. Konan did not hide anything and told his information. Then I will help you make some perfect paper in the future. Not afraid of water or oil. Senju Takuya smiled. After receiving the paper escape rewarded to him by the system, he has mastered the method of making this special piece of paper. Making some for Konan can also add some life-saving abilities to Konan. Really, very good. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Konan had a look of surprise on his face. If she can really make paper that is not afraid of water or oil, then her strength will definitely be raised to another level. At least, there is no need to worry about saving your life. But before that, you have to make some contribution. Senju Takuya touched Konan's smooth skin with a smirk on his face. Konan lowered his head shyly. I'm your woman now. It's not up to you to decide what you want. Senju Takuya licked his lips after hearing Konan's words. Good guy. It's hard to tell that despite Konan's cold demeanor, he's actually a fiery little goblin. Not long after marrying Konan, Iwagakure, Sunagakur, Cloud Shinobi Village, and Kurigakure, who had retreated due to heavy losses, began to attack Konoha again. This time, their attack became more violent. The situation on the front line is not optimistic. In this case, Senju Takuya decided to take action again. This time, he wants these ninja villages to understand what true cruelty is. Only, it's different from the last time I went to the Land of Rain. In order to improve his strength every day on the battlefield, Senju Takuya brought Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Makoto, Konan and others to the battlefield. Anyway, as long as he is here, it is impossible for anyone to hurt them. Although with his current strength, he can already be proud of the first ninja world. But, in the future, the Otsutsuki clan will come to the ninja world. And the so-called god of Otsutsuki. He wants to increase his strength to the point where he can fight against the opponent before he notices the ninja world. Takuya, is this really okay? Looking at the cart full of materials, Uzumaki Kushina and others all had helpless expressions on their faces. The containers are filled with all kinds of fruits, vegetables, fresh meats. It's fine, you are my wives. Even if you go to the front line, you cannot wrong yourself. Senju Takuya smiled and waved his hands. But, the clothes we wear are not suitable for the battlefield, right? Uchiha Makoto and the others looked at each other with some confusion on their faces. Originally, they wanted to change into clothes suitable for fighting, but Senju Takuya disagreed. They must be dressed up beautifully. Unknown, I thought they were going on a trip. If you go to the front line and you don't have to fight, why should you wear different clothes? Taking care of my mood and making me happy every day is your most important task. Senju Takuya said calmly. After hearing Senju Takuya's words, Uzumaki Kushina and the others could only shake their heads and smile bitterly. All right, it's all up to you. Facing the strong Senju Takuya and Uzumaki Kushina, there is nothing they can do. You can only choose to be obedient. Husband, the carriage is already full of food, and we don't even have a place to sit. Kushina asked another question. For this trip, they only prepared a carriage. Now it's full of food. What are they going to do? You can't walk around on the ground wearing a skirt, right? The carriage is too bumpy. This time, I will take you to fly there. Senju Takuya smiled. Subsequently, with a thought, countless pieces of paper appeared, forming a bed with huge wings. Senju Takuya walked up with Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Makoto, Konan, and Yukimi. The next second, the wings flapped, and the paper bed slowly carried everyone up into the sky. Wow, it's flying, Uzumaki Kushina and the others couldn't help but exclaimed. In the ninja world, ninjas with the ability to fly are very rare. Apart from Konan, this is the first time for Uzumaki Kushina to fly in the sky. Looking at the beautiful scenery below, they all looked like children, extremely happy. Viewed from the sky, the scenery of the ninja world is so beautiful, right? Ding. Love with his wife Uzumaki Kushina, get rewards, Constitution +1, Chakra +1. Ding. Love with wife Uchiha Makoto, get reward. Uzumaki Kushina and others tidied up their messy clothes, looking shy. Senju Takuya's expression remained normal. Even if you are in a hurry, don't waste the opportunity to change the rope. But, in the air, it feels quite exciting. After calming down, Senju Takuya controlled the paper boat to fall towards the ninja camp below. Below, the ninjas of Konoha have already been prepared. As soon as Senju Takuya landed, everyone started cheering loudly. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Konoha's ninjas shouted excitedly. They didn't expect that Senju Takuya would actually come to the front line. This moved them deeply. To know, when Sarutobi Hiruzen was in power, he had never been on the battlefield. And, what an honor it is to be able to fight alongside Hokage. For Konoha, I deserve to work harder. Senju Takuya's serious Kaido. Hearing his words, Uzumaki Kushina and others all rolled their eyes. Hard, what are you working hard for? It's okay for them to work hard. Along the way, they were tortured a lot. But complaints are complaints, and Kushina and the others cannot tell the truth in front of so many people. I could only watch Senju Takuya become triumphant amidst the cheers of everyone. At this time, the carriage prepared by Senju Takuya also arrived. Seeing the carriage, all the ninjas in Konoha were a little relieved. As expected of Master Hokage, he even brought us a cart of supplies. Yes, although we have enough supplies, this is all Hokage-sama's wish. It's worth dying to be remembered so much by Hokage-sama. All the ninjas in Konoha said happily. Hearing this, Uzumaki Kushina and others all covered their mouths and snickered. Senju Takuya also smiled awkwardly. Well, you may have misunderstood. The carriage is full of food. You also know that I want to revive Senju, so my wives must take good care of their bodies. You understand, Senju Takuya explained. Subsequently, under the shocked eyes of everyone, boxes of delicious fruits and melons were brought out. After Senju Takuya gave everyone a little, he hugged Uzumaki Kushina and the others returned to the room. The remaining Konoha shinobi looked at each other in shock. Good guy, it's their own fault. As expected of Mr. Hokage, he is truly sincere. He says whatever he wants and is not hypocritical at all. Yes, I want to cry when I think of Hokage-sama working hard to revive the family even on the front line. I understand how you feel. You feel so envious that you want to cry, right? OSOSOSOSOS. Not only are there delicious food to eat, but there are also so many wives with first-class figures and looks to accompany you. Isn't this so cool? But, envy is envy. No one thought anything was wrong. In the ninja world, strength is respected, not to mention a strong person like Senju Takuya. In the next few days, the ninja coalition did not launch an attack. So, the Konoha camp was also peaceful. Senju Takuya simply put up a parasol outside the camp. I lie on the recliner every day, blowing the wind leisurely, and enjoying the care of my wives. When you are away from home, no one suffers, but you cannot suffer yourself, right? Uzumaki Kushina squeezed her shoulders, Uchiha Makoto beat her legs, and Konan was responsible for peeling the fruits and feeding them to Senju Takuya. Shuijian was holding a big fan and stood aside to fan himself. Seeing this scene, all Konoha shinobi admired Senju Takuya. Have a look, this is the life that men should enjoy. There are many people who can't help but run to Senju Takuya and wonder what he did to make his wife so well-behaved and sensible. They also want the tigress at home to look like this. In this regard, Senju Takuya is an answer every time. I advise you to do more than to do less. Looking at the ninjas who left in disappointment, Senju Takuya shook his head. Don't be obsessed with me, he is destined to be just a legend. If you imitate him easily, you will die miserably. That's all. Another week has passed. Finally, on a sunny morning, the earth began to shake. Ninja Alliance appeared in front of the Konoha camp again. Not good. Enemy attack. Protect Hokage-sama. The moment they saw the ninja coalition appear, Konoha's ninjas took out their weapons and prepared to rush out. But Senju Takuya waved his hand. Since I'm here, you don't need to take action. Wait for me in the back. Senju Takuya ordered. After hearing Senju Takuya's words, the ninjas of Konoha looked at each other and could only obey the orders. They all stood behind Senju Takuya. If there is any emergency, they can provide immediate support. Soon, the ninja coalition rushed to the outskirts of the camp. They saw it at a glance, lying on the lounge chairs, eating fruits and enjoying Senju Takuya served by Uzumaki Kushina and others. Seeing this scene, the ninja coalition was all stunned. They even rubbed their eyes with suspicion. Feeling the disbelieving gazes of the ninja coalition, the ninjas all lowered their heads in embarrassment. Why does my own Hokage-sama feel inexplicably ashamed for doing such a thing in front of a large army? What's going on? What are the guys in Konoha doing? Isn't it another trap? You want to lure us there? That's definitely the case, but it's too obvious. Do you think we are all fools? The ninja coalition said angrily. They were about to hit the door of their house, but there was no response from the other party. Even as a Hokage, Senju Takuya even sat outside the camp and enjoyed the personal service of his wives. Even if there is no trap, I won't believe it even if I kill them. Soon, teams of ninjas responsible for investigation kept reporting, and they finally understood. It's because they thought too much. There is really no trap. But the more this happens, the angrier the Ninja Alliance becomes. Good guy, everyone is here to fight, a war between countries. Are you here on vacation? From ancient times to the present, they have never seen anyone take his wife with him during a war. Lying on a chair, eating fruits and enjoying the attentive service of my wives. Not only is this so big-hearted, but he doesn't take them seriously at all. Asshole, this is an insult to us. It makes me so angry. He simply doesn't regard us as human beings. I must make him pay the price. Konoha shinobi, kill me. The ninja coalition is going to be furious. Thinking about their cautious appearance just now, they would probably be laughed at by the Konoha shinobi. They felt their faces burning. Then, with an order, the ninja coalition began to rush towards the Konoha camp quickly. Haha, it's finally here. Then let me warm up first. Senju Takuya stood up from the recliner and stretched comfortably. He didn't care about other people's eyes. He's already a Hokage, what's wrong with enjoying it? After moving his hands and feet, Senju Takuya walked alone towards the direction of the ninja coalition. Hokage underestimates people so much that he rushed out alone. HMPH, just in time, let him pay for his arrogance this time. Kill the Hokage and Konoha will be ours. Seeing Senju Takuya walking towards them alone, all the faces of the ninja coalition showed excited smiles. No matter how strong Senju Takuya is, can he still defeat tens of thousands of ninjas by himself? With the precedent of the Iwagakure ninja surrounding and killing the third Raikage, these ninjas were very excited. Today, we must not let the Hokage escape. Subsequently, the pace of both sides continues to accelerate. After the distance between the two parties narrowed, Senju Takuya smiled slightly. Multiple shadow clone technique. Hundreds of shadow clones appeared out of thin air, lined up in a line, and stood in front of the ninja coalition. Fire style extinguishing the fire. With a neat low drink. Hundreds of shadow clone, each of them released a sea of fire within a range of hundreds of meters from their mouths. The entire battlefield was swallowed up by the minister of the Sea of Fire. Holy crap, how could Master Hokage summon so many shadow clones at once? For ordinary people, 4 or 5 summons are already the limit, so there have to be hundreds of them, right? No. The most important thing is, how come every shadow clone releases such a powerful fire style? Brother, if you don't tell me, I really didn't realize that this thing is called fire style. Then what is mine called? Flames. Oh my god, how big does the chakra have to be able to do this kind of thing? Konoha shinobi, who was watching the battle from a distance, was stunned when he saw this scene. Although, they know Senju Takuya is strong. But, when such an impactful picture appeared in front of their eyes, they couldn't help but open their mouths. Too fierce. Is that human being? What happened next made their eyes widen even more. After releasing the powerful fire-style ninjutsu, Senju Takuya and hundreds of shadow clone began to release ninjutsu again. Fire-style Howlong Fire Technique. Wind-style Great Breakthrough. Water-style Water Wave. Water-style Water Severing Wave. 5 Escape Dalian Dan Technique. Boom. Loud noises continued to sound. Various powerful ninjutsu are constantly being released. The ninjutsu released by Senju Takuya is particularly powerful in terms of range and power. Even the lowest level C-level ninjutsu is far more terrifying than the A-level ninjutsu unleashed by Tsumugi. In just an instant, the ninja coalition suffered heavy losses. The Konoha shinobi who watched everything was completely dumbfounded. Some people even dropped their kunai without noticing it. No. The power of this ninjutsu is a bit too strong, isn't it? Yes, AB-level ninjutsu actually has S-level point-like lethality. The point is, when Master Hokage releases his ninjutsu, why does it seem like there are no seals at all? That's right, one ninjutsu after another. Isn't this too fast? Senju Takuya's ninjutsu machine gun-like behavior stunned everyone in Konoha. Others can do 7 seals in 1 second, but he can do 7 ninjutsu in 1 second. This shit, don't be too outrageous. Compared to the Konoha shinobi who were watching the show on the sidelines, the Ninja Alliance was miserable. Under Senju Takuya's indiscriminate bombardment, they suffered heavy casualties in just one encounter. Any of those powerful ninjutsu Chian Nuo is good requires dozens of their ninjutsu classes to work together to release ninjutsu before they can be blocked. The key is, this guy Senju Takuya releases his ninjutsu with no delay. Various powerful ninjutsus come one after another, one after another. After just a moment, the ninja coalition could no longer hold on. After leaving the corpses on the ground, they all receded like a tide. Cool. Senju Takuya stretched and returned to Yi's camp. Seeing the expressionless Senju Takuya and the corpses of thousands of ninja coalition troops in front of them, the Konoha shinobi were stunned for a moment. Hokage-sama refreshed my understanding of warm-up, I cried to death. No, you call the battle just now a warm-up. This is really a warm-up. Look at Master Hokage, even his breathing is still so calm. It was so fierce. There were tens of thousands of ninja coalition troops. Lord Hokage actually defeated them all by himself. I seem to be a little in love with Hokage-sama. No brother, you are a man. Seeing Senju Takuya walking over, Konoha's ninjas came to their senses and finally knelt down directly. That's right, he really knelt down. Lord Hokage, long live. The Konoha shinobi shouted in unison. Some people even shed tears of excitement in their eyes. Based on their previous experience, it is normal for this kind of battle involving tens of thousands of people to result in thousands of casualties on both sides. But, today's battle, thousands of people died on the opposite side, but none of them died. This is all thanks to Hokage-sama. If Master Hokage hadn't resisted the enemy's attack alone, they didn't know how many people would have to sleep in this place after today. Everyone has his own family, and if possible, no one wants to die on the battlefield. But, life is often unpredictable. I don't know how many families have been torn apart because of the war. But today, Senju Takuya took it all on his shoulders. Everyone is filled with gratitude to Senju Takuya. With a Hokage like this, why shouldn't Konoha be happy? I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.